here's a map so you can see where
Sector L line dash Hebrew for a remembrance of the temple.
and it took the
Custom
name
mirroring temple practice EG.
after a nearby kibbutz. Now, the most amazing thing about the
Taking
date
Lul
of
on
the
all
synagogue
7
is
days
this
outside Fenwick
phenomenal
dash according to
mosaic
some.
that has several
Sector
registers.
Lecture of Aleph
You
Hebrew
see on the far right,
pronunciation
there's
variants
kind
when
of
reading
a
Remember
synagogue
Aleph.
motif, and then in the center, this glorious mosaic, and at the bottom,
Many
there's
read
this
the verse twice to satisfy both traditions.
the binding
Zitronic Zitronos Hebrew for remembrances.
Architecturally, the synagogue is fascinating because it has what appears to be
One of the
steps
3
up
Rosh
to a second floor,
Hashanah
which may have
sections,
been
Al
a women's
Chuyat,
gallery.
Zitronic, Shokarit.
And there's even this fascinating kind of dedication here,
Zitron
which is
Teriyah
written in
Hebrew
Greek
for a
and in
remembrance of
Aramaic,
Peshachar
that
glass.
this, thanks the
Biblical title
people
for
who laid
Rosh
out the
Hashanah
mosaic
Vest.
indicates that
Lent
it was
Shofar
made
is
for by
to
the
blow
entire
on
community,
Shabbat.
which is really interesting. Of course, you can't have a synagogue without some plaques, right? You have to have
Zehafel
some
Hebrew Fortis
dedicatory
is the
materials.
rule.
But let's look at
Formula
the
that
art in a
introduces
little
a
bit
Pelagic
more detail.
generalization in
Starting at
Mishnah
that
Talmud.
bottom register, here is a really fascinating representation of the
Zagi,
Akedah.
Zagor, and
You can
Heber for
see
this
that
and that both cause the
the
result.
right, there's kind of a
Principle for
these
mixed causation
flames,
can
like that's
affect
where the
permissibility.
lamb will ultimately be sacrificed. And then there's
Zaynathanah.
Abraham.
Watches are Hebrew for this one
Looks like
benefits
he's got
while
some
that
kind
one
of a
doesn't he
halo
lose.
around his head.
Principle in monetary
And
law
he's
about
clearly labeled
uncompensated
with the word
benefit.
Abraham there. And he's kind of throwing Isaac up onto that altar
That is
while
a
he
magnet
holds
in
the knife.
Mitzvah
Notice
Hebrew
the
for the
style
zealous
is,
hasten to do
really
Mitzvah.
primitive, almost childish, which is kind of strange for 6th
Died
century
doing Mitzvah
Byzantine
at the
art,
earliest
but
proper
it's
time,
not out of the
e.g.
question,
early
I think,
Brit
for
Mila.
folk art. You can
Zera
see
Hebrew
towards the
for
left,
seed.
looks like there's
Quarter in Kila
perhaps
mixed
that
species,
is
Zera, cunning
Eliezer.
produce, and
One of the
purity
early
law.
scholars who studied this was Professor Sukanik, who
Zera
suggests that
Rabbi Aleph Hebrew for
perhaps
wasting
the
seed.
ram is upright because the
Prohibited act
artist
with
actually
extensive
ran out
pelagic
of
discussion,
room
modesty,
putting this
Kedusha.
thing together and couldn't squeeze the ram in sideways, which is
Zera in order
hard to
Hebrew
believe,
for
especially
seeds.
when it's in the center of the
First order of
mosaic,
the
but
Mishnah.
nevertheless, the
Agricultural law
mosaic
and
style as a
blessings.
whole is kind of crude, so perhaps that's what happened.
Distinct
It's also
entry from
interesting to
generic
note that
Evangemet.
for those of you who are
Zera
sensitive
Tefadam
to
Hebrew for
the
sprinkling of the blood.
Midrash, which is a
The
traditional
essential temple
interpretation of
service
the
step
biblical
for
text,
offerings.
according to Midrash, Isaac was a
Only
grown
by
man.
a
He was
Kohen.
37
The
years
Hebrew
of
for
age
sacrifice.
at the time that the
As
Akedah
in
happened.
the
But
Shalom
here
is
he's
peace
clearly
offering, which
represented
to the
as a child. So
thanksgiving
that's
offering.
fascinating because it indicates that the authors of this mosaic, incidentally,
Hebrew
we
plural
know because we have
sacrifices.
this really
Also, the
interesting
Talmudic practice
dedication and
detailing
lists their names.
sacrificial
One
laws.
of them is clearly Jewish, the other is clearly Greek, which may indicate some
The Hebrew
generational
for
differences.
invitation.
Like for example, I
Formal
have
call to birthday
well,
parties
I have
on
a
when
Hebrew
3
name
or
too,
10
but I
meet
go by the
together.
English name Henry.
With
And
10
all my
digits
kids
to
have only
Shem
Hebrew
God as
names, so
name
maybe
included.
it's kind of like a Balchula phenomenon, who knows.
The
At any rate,
Hebrew for
is
women
it
as women.
possible that the
Pelagic
creators of the
discussion
mosaic
whether
were
when women
unaware of
form
the
their own
Midrash?
women.
A lot of the research that I'm presenting comes from Professor Lee I. Levine, who wrote an
Zimmer and
excellent
Nut one of
chapter
Hebrew.
on this in his book,
Zimmer equals
Visual
sexual
Judaism in Late
infamy.
Antiquity, and he
The nut
suggests
equals
that
harlotry
the
forbidden
artist was
relations.
really working with more of a shared narrative that local Christians
Zana
had as
equals
well.
category of
This
woman
is
forbidden
in
to
a
Hakohen.
heavily Christianized
They
area
included our Hebrew
of
date
Israel
7th of
in the
Adar.
6th century in particular. So
Traditional
it's
yards
not
of
out of
Moshe.
the question. If you think about synagogue architecture, where the
They marked
Midrash
by
clearly
Shepherd Kadisha
states
customs.
that the
Please aid in
two
Hebrew for
tablets of the
weapons.
law were square,
Pelagic
and
issues
yet
of carrying on
you see a
Shabbat
tremendous
adorned with
amount
verses.
of art and iconography by Jews that represents the
Britain,
tablets of the law as having rounded tops.
Zilzal
And
Shabbat
that's
Hebrew for
synagogues
beginning
all over the
Shabbat.
place. So it's not out of the question that the artist simply be working
Rabbinic
within
concern to avoid
an
conduct
art
that, while
vocabulary that
technical
was
lie
common
permitted,
to Jews and
reduces
Christians.
Shabbat honor.
Also
The
fascinating and a little bit weird here is this amazing zodiac that appears in the center of the floor. And as you can see, in the center there is a figure surrounded by what looks like horses, like for a chariot, and around that figure are the 12 signs of the zodiac with the Hebrew names. And then around that are the 4 seasons of the year. It's very common to see the zodiac as a decorative element in synagogues. You see that all the way up into the 20th century. So that's not surprising. What is surprising, however, is sometimes to see facial representation. Okay? But more surprising is that you've got clearly the figure in the center is the sun god, Helios, right? Who's like going across the sky with his chariot straight out of Greek mythology. Like, wow, this is like serious about bizarre. How did it get into the floor of the synagogue? Unless we got to rely on the kind of general artistic vocabulary of the time, it is surprising. Also on the outsides, the foot, the seasons do not correspond as they do in other 6th century mosaics. They do not correspond with correct months of the year. They're not lined up winter with winter months and so on. So is it possible that the artist was perhaps a little bit confused about these things? I think that's certainly quite likely. Okay, that's about it for a brief look at this fascinating 6th century synagogue. On behalf of Kosher Riverboat Cruises and my colleague, Professor Eddie Reichman, I will be teaching the expert in Jewish medical ethics on this particular cruise night special meditation. Thank you very much for watching. Check out the website. Thanks again.
Verbal nullification ritual. Demon padlock is there in Hebrew for time of candle lighting. The pre-sunset time to light Shabbat Yom Tov candles.
Hello everyone, we're continuing with our series on Jewish art and artists, and I'd like to look at a specific historical context here of kind of a folk art that's associated with the Jewish catacombs of ancient Rome. I originally recorded this video prior to the last scheduled trip to Kosher Riverboat Cruises to Venice, and I'm just so fascinated with stuff. I thought I would put it into this video again. Hope you find this interesting. The catacombs that were discovered on the Latini vineyard. Apparently some farmers were working in the region of Rome, and they found these ancient underground tombs, which were common. And there are a lot of ancient tombs in the region, and there was only one really external marker that you can see here. This was the lone standing structure that appeared to be some sort of cover over the tombs. When they got in there, it became very clear that the tombs were actually not Christian in origin. They were therefore not protected by the papal permission for sacred archaeology, because that only protected Christian tombs. Any pagan tombs or Jewish tombs, heretical tombs, in other words, were
how you living, Pimp?
from protection of the church.
How's your day going?
With a lot more scientific reason. And that's part of the sad history.
Just one moment, big dog.
That the catacombs discovered there in the next century or so since their discovery, many of
Yo,
these
Pam.
inscriptions and other works of art that were discovered there were actually but nevertheless the remains is absolutely
Just one moment.
The major population.
What'd you just say, Pimp?
In Rome probably had major.
So you didn't do stand-up comedy?
Our master, our teacher.
How did your friend get in the hospital? Yeah.
Allowed Pashalom, Hebrew for peace be upon him. Said after a deceased man's name.
They had a mental outbreak?
Hebrew for governor. After a deceased woman.
Okay, what does that mean?
Blessing for the deceased.
And so you had to go to a mental hospital to go visit him?
Then full Hebrew and on memorial. Chamber Hebrew for member or scholar.
Okay. How are they doing?
For Torah Jews.
Are they better?
Date in Hebrew for judge. Date in Hebrew for
Okay, what's up with their living situation at home?
Title of Torah's the genius.
It's dog shit.
A great rabbi name.
Oh, okay.
Paran Hebrew for the rabbi.
All right.
Standard
Well,
rabbinic
are they going to be
operation.
okay?
Paran Hagen Rabbi. Genius.
Okay. So you did.
Standard Saintly Rabbi.
Okay. Well, they can't be in there forever.
Prophet Hebrew for righteous woman. Honorific. Paran Hebrew for honorable rabbi. A respectful address.
All right. So you didn't do stand-up comedy this week.
Moran Aramaic
Are you
for
planning on?
our, especially
Okay. What are your jokes?
Moran Hebrew for our teachers.
Yeah.
Honorific title Sahabi. Maurice, our teacher. Rabbinic title.
All right. We'll say it.
Rabbi Hebrew for leader or chief. Historical title for community heads. Nazi Hebrew or president.
Okay. Say it. I'm not easily offended.
Title Jewish communities.
It's just.
And rabbi used for the greatest.
Why do you
sake of
think Jews
Hebrew
created that?
For a rabbi. Used
Okay. So you think we created it?
term for a teacher of Torah. Rab Hair Hebrew for the rabbi. Formal communal rabbi title.
Okay. What is your obsession with autism?
Raw Yiddish pronunciation of Rab Ashkenazi communities.
Did they give you anything for it?
Red Yiddish respectful title for men. Simply Mr. or Torah. Respect. Position. Formal act. Or live a long rabbi. Hebrew. Yes, Avalon Hebrew. Righteous. Hidden righteous. Stop mystically. Or Hebrew for the righteous of the generation.
And you,
Rabbi.
I don't trust the pharmaceutical industry.
Said when mentioning a living person, while
No, and I don't trust anybody who trusts it.
may they be separated for life.
I think you were absolutely fine before you started going to these doctors. I mean, aside from Tourette's, you were fine. When I first met you, I didn't even know you had Tourette's until a few months of really interacting with you. And then it's been this continuous devolution into mental health. And I don't think you have what they keep saying that you have. And they don't interact with you as much as I do. I interact with you a few hours a day. I agree. And so my assessment, which is not as a medical professional, but as just your friend, is that you want something to be wrong with you. And you go to these doctors and you're very pliable and okay. Okay, well, however you got there, and I mean, why did your mom say that you had to go to these doctors? Who's everyone?
Said when mentioning the plural version.
Yeah, but isn't there some kind of law that you've said that it makes it financially beneficial in Australia to be diagnosed with autism, then your housing is free? So how do you know they weren't telling her that, or that she doesn't want to do that so that your housing's free? Well, there you go. So, and I understand you're a burden on her, and so she wants a financial kickback. I get that, but that doesn't mean they say that what you have is true.
The founder of Shabbat and author of the Tanya.
I personally don't think it is either. Look, if you were exactly.
Signify unity of God. Values by the reason.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
In chat, acting or is will refer their principle. Shabbat Chassidus, reflecting divine unity and nullification of ego.
I get it. It's not like you're incapable of working. I understand that you're in an area. Look, if we really want to go through it, we'll go through it. You had Tourette's that was essentially late occurring. It's not like you had it from birth. And that has caused issues in your life. Whether you know it or not, it does. But I know you know it. But even when people have interactions with you, your societal tics are unattractive to some people. And you made it to high school and didn't go to college, which is fine. I think that's okay. Yeah. But then to earn a position, you've been unable to have long-term work for the last 10 years. And that's not necessarily your fault. It is a combination of societal factors, location factors, but there are a million people where you are, and a lot of them have jobs. Do I think you could get a real job? I absolutely do. Do I think you want to? No. And that's yeah, that's fine. I mean, you look at the stand-up comedians; they all have jobs. They're just not stand-up comedians. That's like a 10-year process to just. No, no, many of them are very good, and they still need a job or someone to support them. And so you have a situation where you can live with your family, and they'll support you. And so you've just been doing the easy route, and you never moved away, and you never explored the world. And I'm not saying that that's what you needed to do, but even explore Australia, you never did that. So you're in a position right now where, yeah, but that's like, I know, okay, fine, but I mean, you didn't live there, you didn't make friends there, you didn't establish yourself there. But you didn't live there, meaning like you weren't there for 6 months or a year or 5 years, nothing like that. Okay, so you're in a situation. Okay, so that's just, those are vacations. All right. So right. So you were in a situation where your mom would let you stay at home, and she's babied you your whole life, and now you're in a situation where, I mean, why do you want to work? You have a dog, you don't have to do anything, you don't have any pressure on you, and you're like, well, I want to be, you wanted to have like 5 different careers as I've known you, and you've been very motivated for all of them, but the work ethic isn't there. And so then you put in all these, your mom basically sees this and knows that you're a burden to her, and knows that she could be getting a financial kickback from the government if you were diagnosed with some of these things. And so she pressured you to go get diagnosed so that she doesn't have she has more money. And I understand that. I understand where she's coming from. And is there a possibility that you have some of these things? Perhaps. Is there a much higher possibility, though, that you're just lazy? Yeah, that's absolutely true. And and so and so and I don't know if this is a behavior issue, but you're not very good at finishing things. And I don't mean to, as that's an insult to you. It's just my assessment of what I've observed with as your friend. So if I were you, and you're a huge procrastinator, you're a very big procrastinator, and you don't have, and you're impulsive, and but like the biggest issue that you have, Zoot, is you're lazy. You and I both know that you want your money to work for you, and you don't want to have to work for your money, and that's cool. And your crypto wallet may allow you to do that someday, but it's difficult at this point. Now, you did go out and find a job. It just wasn't an ideal job, but you were good at it, and you worked really hard, and I was really proud of you for that. And that's why I wanted you to be able to collect the money that you were owed. But all right, Zoot. So with all that being said, do you have a resume? Okay, have you put it in ChatGPT and had it been revised? Okay, well, what are you waiting for, dog? You've been doing the ChatGPT's been a thing for more than 3 years, or Grok, or whatever you want. I mean, Zoot, if you want a job and you want to get out of the house and be financially independent, you need a position. If not, you're just going to regret, and you're going to have these doctors just tell you what's wrong with you, and they don't know. They don't interact with you. Literally, they have metrics that they need to meet, and so anybody who walks in their door who is easily to persuade, they just tell them, this is what you have. And even if you do have these things, even if you do, there are people with these issues who have jobs, and some of them are high income earners. what you could do is take your if I'm Zoot, this is what I'm doing. If I want to change my life. Now, I've told you how to do it with girls and getting dates and those kind of things. But even without that, I'm taking my resume. I'm going to put it in ChatGPT. ChatGPT is going to make it perfect in 1 second. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it in a PDF. I'm going to print it off. I'm going to print off. Actually, I'm not even going to print it off, but not necessarily. And I'm going to apply to McDonald's. I'm going to apply to Hungry Jack's. I'm going to apply to Big W, places that I know that you can get hired without any experience. You're able-bodied, and you're going to get one of those jobs. You just don't want to work at one of those places because they're not in high finance and the things that you think that you deserve. And that's fine. But I'm going to tell you this right now. At least in the United States, a manager at Walmart makes over $100,000 a year. Some make $200,000 a year. They make very good money. A manager at McDonald's makes close to $100,000 a year, depending, or general manager certainly does. And if you stayed with these companies and you were consistent with them, oh, absolutely. A general manager in absolutely. Let's look it up. What a general manager in Los Angeles, California makes at a McDonald's. A general manager, that's different than like a shift manager. How much does a general manager in Los Angeles, California make at McDonald's? You manage the whole store. All right, so they make $120,000 to $219,000 a year. High earners are $288,000 a year. Yeah, exactly. So I'm telling you, you live in a, like, I don't know why you aren't applying to these positions. Now, are they going to give you that job right away? No, but you have a lot of advantages on the people who are going to be working there. The people who are going to be working there generally are going to be like high school people and people who don't want to make it their career. But if you were like, you know what, I could make this my career and be making $250,000 by the end of it. Now, let's just, if we want to take where you are, what about in Adelaide, Australia? Put it in both Australian dollars and United States dollars. Now, Los Angeles is a place, you know, it's going to pay more, but not really. McDonald's general manager is 105 to 208K Australia per year. Averages $133,000 a year. Now, total pay, including bonuses and such, is $105 to $283,000 a year. Average additional pay is $240,000 a year. Now, even if you are just a general manager of an, that's $75,000. You could be general manager in a few years. How far is the closest McDonald's to you?
Emphasizes proper galactic observance and awareness of divine flow. Rasona Hebrew for first blessing.
Doug, you know the answer to this question. Walk or bike or what? What?
Often used.
That's cool. And you can have, okay, and you can do that for 16 hours a day. Okay, that's a lot of time to spend on that. But you need to spend 8 hours doing a job.
Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Leah, the founder of Tibet, who wrote the Tanya.
It doesn't pay anything. No one's going to pay you to do that.
Founder of Fetch Hasidic movement.
Okay, that's fine, but nobody's going to do that immediately. And even politicians want money. They don't give out money.
A Jew who returns to Torah observance. Shabbat, a warmly used term.
So, Zoot,
Shabbat is known for its outreach to beats.
if you took the same motivation that you had for the solar job and just applied to McDonald's, you would still be working at McDonald's, because McDonald's is a real place to work. And I'm going to tell you this, Zoot, the reason why I say McDonald's, at least I've never worked at McDonald's, but I've known people to work at McDonald's in the corporate world, and they're the best workers that you can find. 10% of the people who are in the United States have worked at McDonald's at some point. And I'm going to tell you, I've known directors of companies to work at who have worked at McDonald's, and vice presidents of universities who have worked at McDonald's. It is an excellent place to get job skills. And they have tuition reimbursement, and they have benefits. It's an excellent opportunity for you. And you have these pie in the sky kind of dreams. And I don't want to shoot those down, but you need a job. And how do you get one? You have to apply. You don't, like, your heart was broken with this solar job, and I get that. But all you need to do is, you don't even need a resume for McDonald's. You just need to go to mcdonalds.com or whatever, go to careers, put your area in, and fill out your name, your first name, your last name, your address, and wait for them. You don't even need to do that, actually, Zoot. McDonald's has open interviews many times at locations. You want a job that, like, if you date a girl, you can be very proud of it. And I get that. You don't want to be like, hey, I work at McDonald's. But in today's day and age, having a job is a lot. I mean, that's very important. And if you had a job, you wouldn't have so much time to be worrying about your mental health and all this other shit. I'm not saying that that's not important, but you're good enough and you're smart enough to have a job. There are people I see this on social media all the time. People with Down syndrome who worked at McDonald's, and they retire after 32 years. So if they can do it, dude, you can do it. The thing that's stopping you is your laziness. And you've got a good situation where your family's taking care of you, and they've been doing that for 10 years. You never pushed yourself. And if you said to your mom, Mom, I know you think I've got all these things wrong with me, and maybe I do, but you have to understand that they're leading me into a mental prison, and it's not healthy for me. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get a job. That would make her fucking month. You and I both know that. You are lazy, and you need to get over that. You've been lazy for at least 10 years of your life, and you don't have anything to show for it. You don't have any education to show for it. You don't have a career to show for it. You don't have any certification to show for it. But it's not too late. There are many people who find their place in life later in life, and I'm giving you an opportunity. You can literally go, if you don't want to work at McDonald's, you don't want to work in food, I get that, then go work at Big W. You can go be a store manager. There are things that you can do. And they give you, like, things that I think would be really good for you, that are, like, you're someone who's motivated by money. And so if your store produces well, you get more money. So that's more motivation for you to ensure that the lights shine brighter, and that the floors are cleaner, and that the produce is fresher, and that the people are as motivated as possible. Like, all of those things are going to ensure that your company, your branch, makes more money. You don't want to do any of this stuff, though. You don't want to do any of this.
When promising to do something, so it is not. young man. Refers to unmarried. Shabbat Yiddish. Bakr el Yiddish Diminute. Little youth for younger yeshiva students. For blessing.
Okay, firstly, they don't all require that you apply online. I have seen many a McDonald's sign just by driving around that say open interviews 2 to 4 p.m. I am not, but I can tell you this, that the McDonald's Corporation runs essentially identically globally. That's why it's been so successful. And you're just lazy. You are just like, well, I'm up against a lot of people. Dog, you have a clean record, you have a high school education, you're able to work. That's all McDonald's is looking for. You just don't want to put yourself up against anybody because you're lazy. All you have to do is apply. You don't apply, so you're not going to get called. If some 18-year-old kid in high school can get this job, you can get this job. But you're lazy. Now, if you were like, Rabbi, I applied to 3 jobs today. Dude, that's great. If you just did that for a month, you'd have a job by the end of the month.
Refers to the intellectual branch of Chassidus founded by Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi.
I, without a doubt, feel as if you applied to 3 different places every day, which isn't a lot. That's less than 20 minutes of work a day. If you apply to 3 different places in your area, you'd have a job within a month. And then you'd have a motivation to go somewhere and do something, and then you'd be getting a paycheck. And then what you would do is you could put this toward your mission to improve mental health conditions for people. Then you have something to do. But until then, your day is just going to be doing nothing, playing with your dog, and not achieving your exactly, and that's not healthy. So, Zoo, do you have an Indeed account? Okay. You know they have one click apply, don't you? All right. And you know you could just even get an auto clicker for your phone that would do that for you. You know that, right? All right. So the thing is that I'm hearing is, whether you want to say it or not, you're just a very lazy person. And you've been babied your whole life. And no one's forcing you to do this. But now that you're being forced to get mental health diagnoses, you don't want those. And you should just want to have a normal life where you don't have to rely on your family, and you have a job, and you have a girlfriend, and eventually you guys get married and have children and have a normal life. That's what you want. That's what we want for you. But you're not going to have that if you don't just apply to jobs. When's the last time you applied to a job? You've been unemployed the whole time I've known you. When's the last time you've applied for a job? Aside from the solar job. Okay, what kind of job was it? Good. That's good, Sue. Okay, what happened with it? Okay, have you had anybody review your resume?
hot stand regular milk.
Like maybe there's a typo in it that you're not seeing.
Not
It's always good.
accepted.
I'll do it if you want me to. If you don't want me to do it, have your mom do it.
Too much Hebrew for 5 books of Torah.
And you would say, how can I make this stronger? I mean, you have AI, and you like AI. You love Grok, but you're not letting Grok work for you. This is what you do. You want to be a kitchen hand. You don't even need to do this as a kitchen hand. But if this is what you wanted, if you want that job, you take your resume, you put it into Grok, and you say to structure my resume and create a cover letter that are best associated with being a kitchen hand. And it will do that for you immediately. Literally, it takes 2 seconds.
Chassis feature Yiddish for chassis stop. Someone who acts.
Okay, that's fine. What happened?
Chassis feature Car Brennan's informal gathering with Nigunin. Torah. Central. At live.
Okay. Okay, what did you do that was the safety hazard? Okay, what's so bad about that? Okay, but what would happen if you did put it in the dishwasher? What's so bad about that? How does it damage a knife? Okay, I mean, that's not the biggest safety hazard that I've ever heard, but okay, I get it. I understand. But you're new, and maybe this place just needed someone with more experience, and this was 5 years ago, so you could try again. Now, if you're willing to, okay, 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 that's fine. Look, we're gonna go. I did this for Caspian Sea, and we were able to get him a job within 48 hours. I mean, he was working within 48 hours, and I'm sure we can do the same for you. So, a great place to do it is go to Craigslist, and I go to Adelaide. Okay, Gumtree.
Inchbat, a devoted disciple of the Reba, someone living by chastity.
Yeah, and it paid really well, and he was very successful with it. No, he wasn't sucking dick. He was bartending, which is what he had done previously. And we got him a job in, and he made $666 his first night. Yep. I'm telling you, he's in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas pays really well for those types of jobs. And he came in, and he worked every night. But I'm saying the first night that he worked, he made $666. Yep. Yeah. So what happens? Okay, if you want to know the story, and then we're gonna find you a job. If you want to know the story, here's what happened. He came in to the Discord, and I didn't know him really then. Like, we weren't as good of friends as we are today. And he said, "Rabbi, can I come live with you?" And I said, "I would love to allow you to live with me, but I live with other people, and it's not something that's allowed in my lease." And he's like, "Well, I don't really have anywhere to go or anything to do." And I said, "Why don't you just go live with your family?" And he's like, I'm not really allowed to talk with them at the time. Now he's with them now, so he's fine now. So I'm like, okay, so where are you living? He's like, I'm just like couch surfing with a friend. I'm like, okay. What's your skill set? What have you done? And he named all these things that he has done, and one of them was bartender. And I said, okay, well, you're in Las Vegas, which is the hospitality capital of the world. We can, I'm sure, find you a job as a bartender. And he gave, excuses like, well, it's really hard to find a job, and they want all these things that you have to do, yada yada yada. And I said, okay, that's fine. I went on Craigslist and I said, look, there's a place in East Las Vegas that has open interviews for a position, and they're going to have open interviews from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. starting tomorrow. So let's get your resume together. And he was like, okay. So I went and I said, let's just put it in ChatGPT. And it put together a perfect resume for him. And I said, let's put together a cover letter for you. And it put together a perfect cover letter for him. Then I said, all right, well, this is like an in-person interview, and you're going to want to deliver your resume and your cover letter in paper. Do you have a printer? And he said, no. I said, okay, well, where's the nearest library? And he's like, it's like a mile away. I'm like, all right, well, you're going to walk to the library. You're going to print off your cover letter and your resume. You're going to come back, and then I'm going to quiz you for the rest of the day on bartending knowledge and on bartending questions. And he's like, okay, all right. And he got motivated, and he got his ass up, and he went to the library, and he printed off his resume, and he printed off his cover letter, and he came back. And I'm like, okay, so are you ready to get quizzed? And I quizzed him on all the things that you need to do to be a bartender, all of the drinks that you need to make, and all of the customer service questions that I know that they're going to ask in a job interview, because I asked ChatGPT exactly what questions they were going to ask. And I asked him so many different times that he had his answers down, and he was very comfortable. And the next day, it was at 8 a.m. I told him, look, they're going to open up at 8, or they were open 24 hours. It was a 24-hour bar. I said, you are going to want to be there early and show up and meet the people and go get this job. So he did, and he gave him his resume, and they hired him on site, and he was working that night. And then his first night that he bartended, he made $666, and he made way more money after that. And that was just in tips. Also, in Las Vegas, you make an hourly wage as well. And so I think that was just like minimum wage, but that was very successful for him. All right. So there was something that arose that didn't allow him to continue that job. And I understand why. And I don't want to, he could share that with you. I don't want to share that with you, but it was nothing that the job did. The job was very successful for him. He could no longer do that job. And basically, in the state, you need, it's different from state to state, but you need like a license, and he was unable to get the license. You can work temporarily for like 90 days, which he did, and he was making that kind of money, but then you had to get a license to do it, and he was unable to get the license at the time. I think he could get the license now, but at the time he couldn't. But nevertheless, what we had him do was reunite with his parents, and that's where he lives now. He's got a dog, and he's got a girlfriend, and he's living a fine life. All right, so for you, what kind of job do you want? Do you want to work in an office? Do you want to work in a restaurant? Okay. You have a clean record, right? Yeah, you have a clean record, like you haven't done anything wrong, right? Okay. So Okay, good.
Letters to redeem
So
features. All sure
Craigslist
Hebrew
isn't
for
as big in
$4.
Australia as it is in the United States, but
Sometimes useless.
so local English educator online, students welcome, apply, local. We are dedicated to providing our global clients with high quality academic writing services. This is something, let's see here. Qualifications. You aren't some of those. Okay.
Dal Rosh Post Shul Shema Hebrew. 4 initials of Shema. Used in Chassidic Shema prayer.
Okay, we'll apply to it.
Davin in Chassidish slang. Style of davening. Slow,
Okay.
meditative, heartfelt. Lurar Yiddish slang.
Okay, what is it?
To internalize. In Shabbat, used to mean truly getting slang. With inner grasp. Compliment for someone who really gets Chassidus. Lurar magazine Shabbat publication slang among Bakuim.
What up, pimp?
Did you see the new Lurar? Dira Beitach Tanim Hebrew for dwelling in the lower worlds. Central Shabbat concept. Making the physical world a home for passion. Dira Hebrew for dwelling. In Shabbat, shorthand for the above concept. Dollar slang. The Sunday custom. Distributed dollar bills for charity 2000. Did the Aljit a dollar from the Riba? Dollar line slang. Nickname for the long lines of people waiting to receive Rasha Yiddish Hebrew for sermon.
Okay, do you know where
In
Britannia
Shabbat,
is?
often used for a word given by a mashpia or rabbi.
Okay.
Bridal Yiddish for spinning top. Hanukkah toy with Hebrew letters symbolizing a will happen there.
So we need
Yiddish
South
plural for
Australia. Okay,
bridals.
fine.
Common Shabbat term at kids programs.
Do you know where Balakova is?
Bridal presser slang joke.
Oh no. Do you know where Halbury is?
Bridal beam or collecting bridals. Rash Hebrew for exposition.
Do you know where Wayville is? All right. You can be an ice cream scooper.
Person who always sits through.
No, it doesn't.
Yiddish slang. Nonsense, garbage.
Ice cream scooper to help out the Royal Adelaide show from August 30th to September 7th. Hours are 11 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shabbat usage. Deep spiritual connection to Hashemati through prayer.
So you apply to Nick. You contact him. And you say, hey, I can do that.
A slow, soulful Chassidic melody for meditation or prayer.
An arm and the ability to scoop ice cream. Do you know where Woodville, South Australia is? Do you know where Hyde Park, South Australia is? All right. So
Auto Hebrew for there is no GDS absolute oneness. Apache Nami Aramaic for yes, that is indeed so. Classic
so apply to it.
in learning. Eyes Ratzin Hebrew for time of favor. A spiritually auspicious time for prayer or blessing, e.g. Shadow, Yom Kippur. Eyes Tizera Hebrew for time of trouble. Refers to times when extra prayers are said for salvation. I saw biblical name Esau.
That's all you need, Zoot. If you had a kitchen hand dishwashing job, it's a foot in the door, and you'll very quickly be motivated to get a different job because you know that you're worth more. But you just need to start.
Some on Friday night, also a title of praise for a righteous woman. Here of Hebrew for mixture.
If you came in here every day, and before we played our game, you were able to say to me, I applied to 3 jobs today. Okay. Then we'd be playing for a week and you'd have a job, or you'd have interviews. And then you work for the interviews, and that's what you need. You don't need more diagnoses. Now, do I think that something could be wrong with you? I think there's something wrong with everybody. Nobody's perfect. And your mom is going to be really happy if you had a job that she's not going to be like, well, you have all these issues and you got to go get diagnosed or whatever. That's all she wants. And I can't blame her.
In Shabbat dinner, faith and passion that transcends logic. Emuna Peshiva Hebrew for simple faith. The natural, pure faith about you. Emuna Chaya Hebrew for living faith.
You should say to yourself, and I think this would be a beautiful thing to say to yourself if you were able to do it. You say to yourself, Zoot, every time I want to talk about mental health, I'm going to think to myself, how could I apply for another job? You live in a city with 1 million people. That's a large city that's going to have a lot of positions available to you. And no matter what you're doing, if you just have somewhere to go for 8 hours a day, you're not going to be thinking about all this other garbage that you think about, and you get trapped in your own mind. And you just need to escape that. And then once you have that, you'll be able to get your photos to get on dating sites, and you'll get a girlfriend, and you'll be having regular sex, and you'll have a good life. That's what you want.
Frantic activity in Shabbat households Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. Tap Shiloh Hebrew. Mixture of foods. Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos.
Okay, that's fine, but that's secondary.
One of the 4 species forcitos. In Shabbat, emphasis is placed on a beautiful.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not impressive. What's impressive is if you could get a job as a dishwasher.
Often discussed with great on Shabbat Chassidim.
Okay, it may be, but it's the truth. You think that you are so funny. That's cool. You can still go be as funny as you want on Monday nights from now until January, or even after. But you need something to do during the day, and you need a position. Absolutely. So I'm on. Absolutely. You just need something regular. So I'm on Gumtree, and I see pages and pages of jobs, restaurant jobs, pizza maker, busy cafe staff needed, hospitality worker, event staff wanted. You can do all of these things. And you know, it's not like you've got any physical issues that make people say, I don't want this person at front of house. You're not a bad looking person. So that's going to be in your favor as well. So start applying for the jobs, man.
Title of high praise, often applied to Moshe Rabbi.
Don't worry about mental health right now. Don't worry about stand-up comedy right now. Worry about getting a job as a dishwasher.
Bound by law. Inchasidus symbolizes discipline. Agnerza Hebrew for pierced slave. The one who chose to remain with his master. Inchasidus symbolizes attachment to worldly desires.
I know it's an uphill battle because it's a lot of work to get a job. But you'll be able to do it.
Exile mindset.
That would be great, Zoot.
Eagle is thinking rather than Beulah thinking. Over their top. Here, usually affection. Old Yiddish ex. Comic. Color.
That's not a job. That's a medical trial. Get a job. Get a job as a dishwasher. Get a job as a waiter. You can do that.
Inspired each other and bring
Okay, that's fine. Then you shouldn't even be reading it. That's not even a position that we'd want you to have. We want you to have short to long-term employment that's consistent. That's working for a real
Langberg. And a Margaret for making it feel like one. Parker Yiddish for the opposite.
Zoot, a perfect job for you is to work as a security guard.
Common in Talmud Chassidus debates. Yiddish for
Because you have a clean record and it'll allow you to be independent. Sometimes you're allowed on your phone.
Barton Yiddish for to rejoice in someone else has success. Upraised trait.
Just a clean record, usually.
Bartram Yiddish Fako, twisted. Used figuratively for skewed thinking. Part-dash Yiddish slang for strain, uptight. Used for overcomplicating things. Every emotional Yiddish.
No, you don't need that. There are going to be places where you can do that without necessarily having it. If that's what it requires, that's fine. You don't want to have to pay to get something. If you want to do that in the future, you can. But just if you go to hospitality and tourism, there are 92 jobs in your area. If you apply to all 92 or whatever ones are relevant to you, you would have a job by the end of the week.
Fardos Yiddish for wine. Commonly heard in Shi'arorin. Fardos Zoger Azoy. Fardine Yiddish for to imagine. Used in Chassidic teaching for picturing higher concepts. Fast day, Jewish calendar day of fasting EGT Zom Gedalia, Pasara DT. Emphasized as a time for Teshi. Yiddish for
It's not going to be updated enough.
For fast preparations. Fat Chassidish slang. Extremely devout for
Zoot, you're being lazy. You're being lazy again. Literally, Gumtree has 92 jobs. Those are the jobs that are available in Adelaide, Australia right now. All you have to do is apply to them.
Built slang, jokingly used in yeshiva for being extra heimish or stubborn. Feldman slang in 770 circles. Generic nickname for a random walker, like Joshua. First Tunkiner Yiddish insult for stinking. In Shabbat slang, joking term for someone, acting unpleasant. Peter Yiddish for uncle. Used affectionately in family Shabbat settings. Big short slang. Form. Big part yeshiva slang. Casual Farbrennen with a couple of guys in
Zoot?
one room.
I'm going to be here. I don't want you to leave this call until you've applied to 3 places.
Fifth Kostalachic Chassidic discussion about possible but mentioned.
That's a great job.
Fifth Lubavitcher Riga refers to
Okay.
Yiddish for 5 or 25.
I applied at the post office one time and I got the job, but then I had an offer for a better job that I ended up taking, but I was willing to work at the post office.
Making everything revolve around 5 linked to
I went through everything that you have to do, the background check, the interview process, and I had just applied to a lot of positions at that time, and I was offered a really big position, and I took it. But had that not happened, I was actually offered 2 positions. Had I not been offered those 2 positions, I'd be perhaps working at the Irvine post office. And I think, in my own opinion, I think it would have been boring, but in its own way, it's kind of a dream job. At least in the United States, you get federal benefits. Zoot, shut the fuck up about that bullshit. Apply to 3 different positions. Zoot. You're being lazy. Nobody wants to work for you. You can't even get a job. Who the fuck wants to work for you?
Becoming overly religious quickly, sometimes used jokingly for Balai Teshuva. Flipping Nigunim slang. When someone keeps changing the nigun too often at Akabrang. Fodder for Fabrang slang. Stories, Nordlatch, or personal struggles shared at Akbarbrennen. 4 cups halachic obligation of 4 cups of wine at the Pesach Seder. 4 species lulav, esrog, hadassi, and parvos used in sukkos. In Shabbat, discussed deeply in
Zoot, quit that bullshit, man. Just call them. Okay, then don't go for any of the ones where you have to call. Put your application in.
Use cheese and lean in Shabbat yeshivas when someone overeats at Kiddush. Prim Yiddish for religiously devout. Sometimes used admiringly.
You're not going to leave this call until you have put in
standard description. From Yiddish for
not that quickly, you didn't.
Chassidus, sometimes critique.
Okay, that's fine. That doesn't count as one of the 3.
From her Yiddish slang. Super religious.
Okay, it counts. Fine. How were you able to apply that quickly?
To become more observant. From bump slang. Collision between 2 religious guys in Crown Heights sidewalks, because no one reacts. My neck.
Okay, but your resume has been updated, hasn't it?
Not trimming as a sign of piety. Full-time Schlitz's slang.
You didn't update your resume that quickly.
24/7 to outreach.
Zoot, you already said that it needed a lot of work.
Cafe brand that is actually just about money appeals. Funky Tippa slang.
Okay, that's fine. It takes experience to get experience, so that's fine. So you applied to the it's fine. So you applied to the post office, right? Okay. Where else are you gonna apply? How about you apply at McDonald's? Just get your resume in there.
Title given to great foreign scholars, e.g. the Bill Nagayan.
Zoot. That's fine, but apply to McDonald's first.
Head of the rabbinical corps. Rabbi Hebrew for synagogue officer. In Shabbat. Person managing values.
Zoot, have you ever seen the movie The Founder?
Hebrew for charity treasurer.
I don't know about you, but I saw that movie and it was very inspirational to me. And I think that you would be a perfect fit to work at McDonald's.
Hebrew for a student who serves a great rabbi. Praise stressing closeness.
So, Zoot, right now, I want you to apply to McDonald's. Then I'll stop talking about McDonald's. But then the next thing I'm going to say is Hungry Jack's, and the next thing I'm going to say is Big W, and then I don't know any other places in Australia, so you'll be on your own. But then I won't keep harping on these things. Okay, that one too. So, apply to... Okay, are you on mcdonalds.au.whatever.com.au? Okay, well, what's taking you so long?
Gan Eden Hebrew for Garden of Eden. In Chasidus. Levels. Lower and higher Gan Eden. Gan Eden in Hebrew for higher, Garden of Eden. Souls experience deeper divine revelations. Gan Eden Cottage in Hebrew for lower Garden of Eden.
You're gonna okay. So here's our deal. You're gonna apply to McDonald's, Hungry Jack's, Big W, and that other one, and then we're gonna play our game.
Yiddish slang. Physical things. Used in farm engines to talk about elevating material. Gehenna Hebrew for purgatory. In Chasidus, a spiritual cleansing process for the soul. Here is Hebrew for conversion to Judaism. Nice high-tech Yiddish slang for heating up. Used in yeshiva when a favorite gets intense. Gemara Hebrew for completion. Talmudic text interpreting the Mishnah. For yeshiva study. Gematria Hebrew for numerical value of letters.
No, Zoot, no. You need to apply at McDonald's.
Hebrew for acts of kindness.
You did not. Zoot, you're lying. And I don't tolerate that bullshit, okay? I want you to apply to McDonald's right now. And the McDonald's application process takes a few minutes. Zoot, I don't want to hear anything more out of you until you've applied and you say, I applied, and then you can send me a screenshot of your application number.
Hebrew for redemption. In Shabbat.
Gesundheit.
Hebrew for the true complete redemption.
Okay, so they didn't hire you then. But that doesn't mean they're not going to hire you now. Dude, quit with this. Quit with this, dude. Quit with this. Apply for the position online. If you want to go in there tomorrow, you go ahead and go do that. But your job right now is not to talk about starting a business or talking about mental health or talking about clubs or talking about what you did in the past. Your job right now is to apply for McDonald's. Excellent.
Hebrew for degree. Often a rabbi prose. Gezerah Shabbat had referred equal degree. Talmudic rule. Deriving Palacha by comparing similar. Gimel Tammuz Hebrade. Third of Tammuz. In Shabbat. Day the Reba passed.
Okay, now do the same for Hungry Jack.
Marked as a day of reflection and connection. Gimel Tammuz Fabran Shabbat slang for the emotional Farbrennen held that day. Gimel Hebrew for Gimel, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in Chasidus. Gimel Ches Hebra phrase. Letter Gimel represents giving kindness Gemulus Ches. Gimel K Sabine slang in Yeshiva. 3 notebooks for Gemara, Chasidus, and Palacha. Lik Yiddish for luck or fortune. Used in blessings. Lik Fabrang slang. A Farbrennen where everything worked out lucky. The Hebrew for bet. Halachic category of stealing. Usdas Hebrew for stealing knowledge. Halachic prohibition of deception. Gold Hebrew for redeemer. Refers to Moshiach. Gold Tzedek Hebrew for righteous redeemer. Term for Moshiach in prayers. Goalless mentality slang. Stuck in exile thinking, opposite of Beulah mindset. Gomel Hebrew for benefactor.
Yo.
Refers to Berka's optimal blessing after surviving danger.
Go ahead. What?
Goal Hebrew for nation. Yiddish for non-Yiddish.
Okay, do a 60-second video.
Negatively. Pop Yiddish slang.
Okay, perfect.
Non-Jewish head.
So go do one.
For practical thinking.
What I would do though is I would go to AI and just say, hey, I have to do a 60-second video at McDonald's. What should I say? Please provide me with a script. And I would just read the script, and if it looked natural, I would send it to them.
When someone starts singing one out off now air. Draw acronym for David Rabbi Eliyahu Vilna. Brand Rabbi title for Chassidic Reba.
Are you going to do that?
Context usually means the Reba. Brain
Good.
Yiddish for rhyming verses. Some Hector and Farbrengens, often humorous. Right slang.
What'd you say, Zoo?
And rhymes and jokes. Brand slang in
You're getting a new job for Riser?
Someone who always asks for handouts. Remark.
What's a job provider?
Reps Yiddish for belch. Used in slang. Reps
Okay.
Vagrant slang.
That's fine. You don't need one of
Vagrant
those
moved to
from
Mexico
McDonald's.
where everyone is groaning. Duck Hebrew for body. In chasidus, often contract Eshima soul. Duck Nahi Hebrew for
Zoot.
clean body.
You are wonderful at not doing things. You're like the best person at not doing things. All you need to do is go to Grok and say, give me a 1-minute script for... I mean, you love acting. This should be your deal, man.
Standard greeting.
So go comb your hair or do whatever you need to do and go record a 60-second video and then get to the end of the process.
Minds of Shabbat circles. Practices Orchim Hebrew for welcoming guests. For mitzvah, big in Shabbat communities. Practices Sefer Torah Hebrew for dedication of a Torah scroll. In Shabbat. Celebrated with dancing and upgrade. Hadron Hebrew for we will return. Formula said at the end of studying a tractate of Talmud. Hadlakas Nero's Heber for kindling lights. Refers to Shabbos and Yom Tov candle lighting. Papatas Hamayanos Hebrew for spreading well springs. Central Shabbat mission to spread chasidus. Paprashas Chala Hebrew for separating chala. Mitzvah of removing a portion of dough. Haggadah Hebrew for telling. Book read on Passover at the Seder. Shabbat has its own annotated edition. Haggadah Hebrew for lifting. Raising the Torah scroll during services. Pakos Hebrew for circuits. Dancing with Torahs on Simmas Torah. Pakful Hebrew for...
All right, we'll go record it again.
7 years.
But come back.
In Shabbat,
I want you to tell me when you're done.
For strictness or harshness. In chasidus, warns against being overly demanding. Halacha Hebrew for Jewish law. Literally the way. Halacha Lemasa Hebrew for practical law. How halacha applies in daily life. Halachic man term from Rav Solovchik. Sometimes discussed in Shabbat as contrast to Chassidic man. Hallel Hebrew for praise. Psalms recited on festivals. Hallel Gadol Hebrew for great Hallel. Longer psalm of praise, recited on special occasions. Hamotzi Hebrew blessing gover bread. Who brings forth bread from the earth. Panachos Hebrew for notes. In Shabbat. Transcripts of the Reba as Farbrengens. Panacha built-in Yuga Hebrew for unedited transcripts. Notes from a Reba as talk before editing. Panacha Muga Hebrew for edited transcript. Checked by the Reba. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Holiday celebrating the Maccabees' victory and the oil miracle. Hanukkah Geld Yiddish for Hanukkah money. Given to children. In Shabbat, alza given by the Reba. Hanukkah Mezubah Hebrew Yiddish for Hanukkah party. Big in Shabbat outreach. Ha-Orah Hebrew for inside. In Shabbat.
Despite in the first century, after the temple revolt, when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have since then discovered 6 specific catacomb systems in Rome, which are definitely Jewish. It's also note that they're all centered around the Colosseum, which was built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves.
Already Hebrew
So
for
Sylvia
1 euro
Cavalletti
tremble.
describes a lot of
Refers to
the history
ultra-Orthodox
of
Jews.
discovery of these
Shabbat is
catacombs.
a unique
They
Haredi
were
group
known,
without
of
Greek
course,
focus.
much earlier than 1859. Benjamin Pudella, one of
Parsha
the
Hebrew for
famous
healing.
Jewish travelers in the 12th century,
Refers to
reports
sensation of
seeing
Judah.
some
In
on the
Tacitus,
eastern
healing of
bank of the
Jubilinus.
Tiber, which is probably Monteverde that he saw. And
Passage
later, early
with a header for
17th
great
century
success.
visitors also
Common
confirmed seeing
Shabbat
them
Yeshiva
and
blessing.
described the presence of Jewish
Passage
symbols,
slang
in
shorthand.
particular the menorah.
Success.
Menorah, the seven-branch candelabrum, is one of the
Capital
most
Hebrew
famous
for
Jewish symbols.
separation.
It goes back really to
Ceremony
the
marking
ancient
end
period,
of Shabbos.
and
Tabrutza
it's
Hebrew
especially
for study
poignant to think
partner.
of it because the menorah was the symbol of the
Four
lost
off the
temple.
shape
So
line.
therefore, the Jews
Hector
kept that
Hebrew for
symbol as
certification.
their
Rabbinic approval of
prime
kosher status.
signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the
Hector
graves seem
header
to
for
have been
preparation for harvest
created in the
Header
first
needed for
through the
room.
4th century
Refers to
of the
traditional
Common Era.
Jewish
It
elementary
may seem
school.
strange to think of Jews being buried in
Heimish
this
Yiddish
kind
for
of
homey,
underground
authentic,
crypts,
warm.
but this is not at all
Used to
strange
describe
in
people
the
or
ancient world.
environments
In
with traditional
Israel, in fact,
Jewish
there's
feel.
significant descriptions of burial
Heimish
practice
oil and Yiddish
exactly
slang.
how the bones were
The
interred
Heimish
and so
crowd.
on, and particular
Native
practices
ciders.
for reinterment.
Heimish Yiddish slang
This is
for today's
actually in keeping
generation.
with the ancient, very ancient Roman
Often
practice, the
critical
Etruscan
tone.
practice of
Hectic
underground
Hebrew
chamber
for
burial.
consecrated.
The Romans themselves
Property
actually
dedicated to
preferred
the temple.
cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds
Hectic
with the
Hebrew for
Jewish and, of course,
comparison.
later the Christian
Halachic
belief
method
in
comparing
the
laws
physical
from verses.
revival of the dead, the
Hectic Hebrew
resuscitation
for
of the dead,
continuation.
the recurrent
In
messianic period.
Shabbat.
Therefore, inhumation or
Series of
burial
connected
in the
marine
soil
discourses.
as we have today
Hence
slowly
including
became
these
a much
famous
more
series of
popular practice.
144
However, for quite a
discourses
period
by
of
the Rabbi
time,
Rashab
the
1912.
practice of burial in crypts
1920.
was maintained, and that's why we have catacombs
Hectic
today.
Summit Bob
Most of these
famous
photographs are taken from
1906
amazing
series
websites
by
that
the
you
Rabbi
really have
Rashab,
to visit.
cornerstone of
So
Shabbat
much
thought.
about all the
And
creeds,
Yiddish
all of this
slang.
information. Catacombsociety.org.
Study.
That
Use
is
among
Mary
Bakurim.
Estelle Chouhan
Hesed Padas Hebrew for
did a
removal of
tremendous
thought.
amount of research. There's a lot of her writings on this website.
Intelligent. Distraction
Really
invalidates the life
worthwhile.
feeling.
Okay, let's have
Faith
some
Hebrew for
what
kindness.
you see inside
In
these
Shabbat
homes.
Tacitus.
Here's an amazing
One of
picture
the divine
that
attributes.
shows the interior of the system.
Faith
in
Birachami
the
Hebrew for
Navy.
kindness and
You see that
mercy.
there are these
A divine
sort of
trait.
horizontal
Hest Hebrew for
rack-like
eulogy.
graves
Delivered
on
at
the left
funerals.
and the right that are
Hest
lining the
favorite
sides
slang.
of the hallway. That's basically the main
Eulogy
system
style
of material
cornbread.
that's
Heavy and tearful.
portrayed in this
Hest
crypt,
Ivan
although
slang.
it's clear that
The
it's
slow
used over
Shabbat
many
is used
centuries.
as a sad
They
gathering.
even have had some usage by non-Jews, either
Bitter
prior
mitzvah
to
Hebrew for
or
beautifying
post
a
Jews
mitzvah. Rooting a
working in
mitzvah
this
in the most
particular area.
beautiful way.
It is quite long. We're talking about basically a
The
quarter
good
mile
Hebrew plural of
of tunnels
enhancements.
that are used
Used
for the
in
graves.
Shabbat
Here's
for doing
a
mitzvahs
map
extra beautifully.
from Jessica
Still
Della
post
Russo
Hebrew for
that
laws of
shows the various levels, but there were also other forms of
title
burial as well.
format
There's
in
also
Halachic text.
burials, for example, in
Still
coffins.
post Shabbos
Some of
Hebrew
them
for
are
laws of
apparently
Shabbos.
much smaller, indicating a lot of
Still post Talmud
There's
Torah
actually
Hebrew
a
for laws
lid
of Torah
that
study.
came from
Still post Tefillah
Monteverdi.
Hebrew
It's
for
also
laws of
quite
prayer.
possibly the Jewish
Still
child,
post Teshiva
which
Hebrew for
indicates some
laws
of
of
the
repentance.
hesitations about the depiction of
Famous
human
random
form,
section. Still post Yom Tov Hebrew for laws of festivals.
by some of these
Kilua
populations.
Hebrew
Some of
for
these were
celebrations.
gorgeously decorated. Like look at this image here.
Refers to Vader's
Looks like a
Sabati
date
Zadim.
palm tree.
In Shabbat.
Here you see a painted
19
ceiling
Kislev
with
Alter
peacocks.
Riva S releases a Kilua.
Here is the perennial menorah
In any
symbol
Matan
in
Mazum and Hebrew for behold, eat and prepare. Formula before certain mitzvos in Shabbat Sibuim. In any Hebrew for here, I am. Biblical phrase operating as before GD.
Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on that trip, God willing, also with my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Edward Reichman, who does some fascinating stuff on Jewish medical ethics. We're actually going to be CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested in joining us. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching.
In connection with the Riva, even from the car. Hisor is Hebrew for awakening. Spiritualizal or inspiration. Hisor is Rachamim Hebrew for arousal of mercy. Prayer B.
Hello and welcome to a new series of lectures.
Discuss Allah's Hebrew for emotional involvement. A state of inspired prayer in Shabbat. Istak is Hebrew for passing away. In Shabbat. The Reba as Istakis is marked on Gimel Tammuz. Istuk is Hebrew for contentment. In Chassidus. Being satisfied with little. Iskashrat, another spelling of Iskashrat's connection. It was a Hebrew for enthusiasm. A fiery feeling in prayer. It is a Hebrew for gathering. Used for conferences, like Kindness Hashluchim. Impact is Hebrew for extension. Chassidic concept of influence beyond one's self. The Hebrew for obligation. Halachic requirement. Hofstra Bar Yeshiva slang for review test. Hope is a short for Hafaz's Hamayanos. Spreading Chassidus. Hope is a Bakr Shabbat slang. A student devoted to Mitzvah and outreach. Hafshi Hebrew for free. Used in slogans about Jewish freedom. Torah Hebrew for ruling. Halachic decision. Torah practice Hebrew for practical guidance. In Shabbat. The Reba and supply directives. Hashanah Hebrew for please save. Chanted on Sukkos with Lulav. Hashanos plural prayers on Sukkos. Hot slang for fiery, intense. Used about Farbrengen for Bakurim. Hot vagrant slang. Hot vagrant that got very heated and passionate. Also Yiddish slang for spending money. Commonly joked about in crown hides. Held of Hebrew for Martin. Source of halachic questions about tried animals. User Hebrew for stringency. Needing extra strict intelligence. Touch slang for someone trying to act mysterious or secretive. Touch to the Hebrew for memorial prayer. Said at yards. Touch on Yiddish slang. Settle. Used for some onekam, not too excitable. Paper Hebrew for pregnancy. Intelligent, also interpolation of a leap year. In Kabbalah. Temporary dwelling of one soul in another. Paper Shana Hebrew for interpolating a year. Adding the guard E in the Jewish leap year. See there's the Kodesh Hebrew for holy letters. A section of Tanya with letters of the altar Reba. Hebrews Kodesh Hebrew for holy letters. The published letters of the Lubavitcher Rabbi. Hebrews Shabbat shorthand for the Reba and letters. Many Chassidim use them as a means of guidance. Hebrews practice Shabbat slang. Writing a letter to Paris and placing it randomly in the Hebrews Kodesh volume for an answer. Ilu Hebrew phrase these and those. From Talmudic dictum. Both opinions are words of the living GD. Hebrew for main thing or essence. Common in halachic and Shabbat discussions. Abraham Hebrew for the core law. The strict halachic requirement without stringency. It was slang from Yakro, the main point in Ashi or Sicha. Galili Hebrew for prodigy, a brilliant yeshiva student.
They specifically write a book at the Torah.
In years of Hashim IH Hebrew for GB rules. Common phrasing from speech. Denied Hebrew for concept or matter. In Shabbat. Used constantly when discussing chastities. Denied Loki Hebrew for divine concept. In Chasidus, a teaching relating to GDS essence. Denied Pasha Hebrew for simple concept. Yeshiva slang for something basic. Denied Gadol Hebrew for big concept. Something major or profound. Denied AI Moshiach Yuzula Hebrew for matters of Moshiach and redemption. A strong Shabbat learning theme since 1991. Denied Hebrew plural for matters. Shabbat slang for stuff. Example. He has to be with the 90. Kodesh Hebrew for the holy city. Usually refers to Jerusalem. Inchback sometimes used playfully for crown heights. Perfect live Hebrew for city of refuge. Torah mandated asylum city. Perfect Hebrew for organization. In Israel, name of three-state militia. In Yeshiva slang. The organizers of that program.
These managers are so, I don't know who their managers are so scared to say
Shabbat term for unchassid known for generosity.
to say yes,
Ishtam's Hebrew for man approved.
It's a team, my boy. Just want to take some shit first.
Hebrew for good person.
That's please explain to me why you let these guys do this.
Ishtiker slang for students or teachings connected to this chapter is not Shabbat, but used in yeshiva conversation.
Fuck is he doing?
Iskafia Hebrew for subduing. In Shabbat Chasidus. Holding back one's desires to serve GD. Ishimcha Hebrew for transformation.
There's a lot more to say about the
Transforming negativity into holiness, a higher level than
That's what
Iskafia.
I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Sky Co. Still, is awake and stable.
Galactic category offered in an act. Is Hannah on Hebrew for benefit prohibition. An item forbidden not just to eat, but even to derive benefit from. Is the header Hebrew for forbidden and permitted. Category of galactic rulings on taxes. It shouted Ibula Aramaic for beginning of redemption. Phrase used in discussions of Israel as founding. Iskafia alternate spelling C Iskafia. Iskafia is slang for someone, constantly forcing themselves, lacking joy. Iskashpris C Iskashpris. Ifka Allah C Ifka Allah. Ifkash to Sadi Moshe Aramaic phrase. The extension of Moshe. In Shabbat.
Breeze is an
Every generation as leader is as part of Moshe.
how we drink
This
these days.
symptom slang
Hello
corruption
and
of
welcome
seasons
to
and divine
another
contraction.
lecture on Jewish
Yeshiva
heroes
joke term
and
for
heroes.
eating
This
small.
lecture is part of a series used as part of my research to
If
prepare
as
for
passion be
the
symptom Hebrew for serve, GD with joy.
Seine River.
For Shabbat king and popular nigga.
So today, since we are in the month of Kislev,
Hebrew for heavenly. On the called probably. Hebrew for the Hebrew language.
nevertheless, there's a particular moment of incredible courage that left a lasting imprint,
Science
especially in
for
art
deep
history,
study.
but also
In
in
Yeshiva.
the spirit of
Advanced
the Maccabean
analysis.
Revolution. It's the
The
Battle
Iron
of Bet
Chassidus Hebrew
Zechariah,
for
which you
depth
can
study
see
of
here in
Chassidus.
this map, is not too far away from Jerusalem, which is just
Central in
to the
Shabbat Yeshivot.
northeast a little bit.
The Iron
Is near the
Tefillah
town
Hebrew for
of
study of prayer.
Shlut and Kfar
Shabbat
Etzion.
custom to
Now,
meditate
what
before
exactly
davening.
happened here? If you have a look at the description of the battle, the Maccabees
The Hebrew
down
for
from
deep study.
Jerusalem, where
Knowledge is the
down
seed of
there,
life.
the
Are offered in the deep study, sometimes overly analytical. Rabbi Tefillah slang playful Yeshiva slang for Abal Tefillah returning to Judaism and still figuring things out.
But what's the specific moment of
Jack
special
Muslim and Jews Shabbat
associated with
food rolls pastry,
Elazar,
slow for delight.
the brother of
Sometimes served at Shabbat concerts.
from the book of Maccabees itself, it is a daily edition of
Jargon
the
Yeshivish, the unique
Apocrypha.
mix of Hebrew,
Now
Yiddish,
Elazar
Aramaic,
of
and English
Havarah
slang spoken in Yeshiva circles.
saw that one of the animals was equipped with royal armor. What are we talking
Gen
about?
Jewish
The
educational media. Shabbat or preserving videos, audio of the Yehuda.
amazing, terrifying picture of what's going on with this particular
Jericho
war
Barge
elephant.
nickname for
He was
circling
taller than all
the
the others,
referencing
and he,
Joshua.
Elazar,
Rare
supposed that the king was
Jerusalem, the holy
so
city.
he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He
In
courageously
Shabbat
ran
discourse,
into the
by
midst
Tori
of the
Dempsey
phalanx to reach it, killed
Jerusalem
men
syndrome,
right and left,
psychological
and they
phenomenon
parted
where
before him on
visitors
both
to
sides.
Jerusalem
He
develop
got under
messianic
the
vision.
elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. But it fell to the ground and won him.
Sometimes jokes about him from
The
circles.
Jews saw the royal might and the fierce attacking forces and turned away in flight. So
Jerusalem
this was
Talmud Yer
ultimately
Shalmi, one of the
for
two
the
Talmuds,
Maccabees a
study
temporary
belongs
defeat,
to
but
family.
nevertheless, Elazar's
Jewish
heroism
geography,
was one
social gain
really
from
great
Jews play to
spot.
find mutual
You
friends,
can imagine
relatives.
the incredible courage it must have taken to run up to this strange,
Seen as
ferocious
Shabbat Shabbos
looking
stable.
beast and to
Jewish built
take it
cultural
down.
stereotype about
I
ill
think
feeling
this
tied
actually
to Jewish
inspired the
upbringing.
famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. Anyway, let's have a
Sometimes
look at this
jokes
in
about
terms of
hand
art
sermons.
history, because what I
Jewish
find
mother
especially
stereotype
fascinating
slang
about
for the
this
overprotective
Gustav
or
Doré, I think is a
guilt-inducing
fairly
Jewish mom.
realistic kind of depiction of the battle. But in the medieval
Jewish
period,
nose
most
slang term,
artists,
sometimes
especially in
pejorative,
Christian Europe,
sometimes reclaimed
had
for a
never seen an
stereotypical
elephant.
nose
So
shape.
it's really interesting to see when they're reading the Apocrypha. You'll recall that the Apocrypha was
Jewish
actually
penicillin slang
preserved
for
in Christian
chicken soup,
Bibles,
often
not
called
in the
Jewish
Jewish
medicine.
tradition. So we have the Greek translation of this book that's still widely read in Christian
Jewish border
churches.
historical
And
Jewish
they're trying to
neighborhoods in
depict
cities
this
like
in
Prague,
illuminated manuscript.
Krakow,
So
Jerusalem.
they don't know what an elephant looks like.
Jewish
They say
star
it's kind
slang
of like
for
a
Magen
big,
David Star of
horse
David.
thing with sort of a
Seen
long
on jewelry,
trunk coming out of his
flags.
nose. So here's an example in which it looks a little bit like a horse with a
Jewish
trumpet,
time,
and
JG
notice that the
slang for starting
scale
things
is
late.
way off. Like,
In
they have no
Shabbat
idea how
circles,
big an
often
actual
called Shabbat
Oops.
time.
Here's another example where the artist just gave up and said, "Oh, it's basically a horse,
Embarrassment
right?
slang
A big
feeling
horse."
embarrassed when someone asks you
Here's
as
another
Jewish in
example
public.
in which it's
Shabbat
kind of like
slang
a
to the
happy dash
Used
or
casually
something
in
like
Jewish
that.
identity slang.
Another version in which the proportions look about right. But
Slang
again, the scale is
tells
totally
overshare
wrong.
on a Jewish
I have to
person.
say that of all of the
Popular slang
Elazar's
in
death, this one is perhaps the most horrible. Just watched in that manner.
Jewish
Here's
slang,
one in which
old-fashioned
the
word for Jewish
elephant gets
woman.
a little bit closer to reality, but
Sometimes
the
used
trunk is
playfully or
totally
ironically
wrong.
today.
And
Jewish
here's one
slang,
which
playful
looks a
slang,
little bit like
meaning
kind of a
cool, often with a
saber-toothed
Jewish way.
tiger with a trunk. Again, the artist is just flailing around trying to figure
Uniform
out how to
slang,
depict
modern slang. Some
this
of
one
where
is great.
used in the Jewish world have from many Jewish as uniform.
All my favorite. This one is inspired by so all jokes aside, the heroism of Elazar is absolutely amazing. And
He had joke slang, rare slang in Jewish circles referencing tension with Islam, often edgy humor.
Thank you very much for watching.
Job biblical, a figure of suffering and faith, referenced in sermons far
Gives you
Brenton.
that impression. People think you're a bitch.
Joseph
You're
Yosef, biblical
soft. You're
patriarch,
beta.
connected to
You're some
Shabbat
cunt.
teachings on
Where
Yosef
are you getting
Talmud.
this from? It's not from
Joy
his
of
dad.
service phrase translating into as Hashem be Simcha. A key Shabbat principle.
Hello and welcome to another video from Jewish Heroes and Heroes
ABC
series.
Telegraphic Agency major Jewish news service,
Today I'd like to
sometimes
speak about a very
referenced by
inspirational
Rabbi.
woman named Hannah. She was born in Budapest, Hungary in
Within
1920.
the area
She
in
was
proper
assimilated
Israel,
to
Reverend
her father
10
when
out of
she was
7 Israel geography.
6 years old, and she was raised by her mother together with her brother.
So they recently
She was a very
visited
bright
itself
young
in
woman,
Shabbat defined as
very
values
well
and Torah and
and
service for
quite
practice.
passionate attachment to
There's an
Zion.
insecurity
So
in Rosh, and you
1939,
can see because after
with
They had the historical film for the historical film for those adopted Jewish practices. Instead of Jewish
but that was
ritual
not
art
enough
and
for her.
language,
She wanted to do
Torah,
something
etc.
for the people of
Shabbat
Iceland
houses
and
often
Hungary,
sell
and so
display
she
them.
decided to volunteer to work with the British as a
British level
parachutist.
Torah law in
She
50th
was one
year
of
in land research
37
to original
individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind an
Judaizers like historical old term for Gentiles adopting Jewish practices.
Once they landed in Europe, they went to the Nazis and overthrown the local
Raj
Hungarian
Hashanah
government,
when he
and that
parjat.
would implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism.
Jumper
Most of the men
slang
were
from French.
called off the mission,
School over
but she
garments worn
insisted
by
on
girls who
penetrating
may not
enemy
have
lines
schools.
and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country.
Next on my next slide, she
Unfortunately,
was
she was caught by
downplaying
the
something
Nazis.
that's only a
She was
custom.
imprisoned and she was tortured horribly, losing several of her teeth. That is why
Classic slang
prior
when around
to
is experiency.
to give up the signals to the radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several of her teeth. After a short trial, she was executed to death. One of the things that has come to light since her execution and the tragedy of young age is the fact she was a very talented poet. I myself have been very moved by her pen and have truly admired her. One of the most famous of her poems in Hebrew has become a youth anthem in Israel, and I'd like to
Shabbat praise for entering the God mastery ability. Talking in Hebrew for
Blessed is the
modern
match.
Israeli slang, sometimes political.
Blessed is the flame that burns in secret fast.
Talking Hebrew for sanctification.
Blessed is the heart
Prayer
with
for
strength
mourners,
to stop
also
its
marking
beating
transitions in
for
navigating.
honor's sake.
Kala Hebrew
Blessed
for
is
bride.
the match.
Also slang.
She composed this poem shortly after landing on European soil,
Kala equals
shortly
bride
before
to
she
be.
would be captured,
Cold
and shortly
Yiddish
before,
for cold
like the
Lithuanian.
match in her poem, she would be consumed in the heroic flames of her self-sacrifice.
Slang itself for overly
We
rational
plan to
Jews.
study the lives
Contrasted
of
with
many
warm
great Jewish
chastity.
heroes
Caparos
in
Hebrew
thousands
for
of years of
atonement.
Jewish history.
Yom
On the
Kippur
Normandy
Hebrew
Seine
with
River
chicken for
cruise, which
money
will
weight
take place in
overhead.
July of 2022, God willing. This is going to be a special opportunity since we will be in
Yiddish for
the
coat.
region of Normandy
Long
to
black
show
coat worn
special
by
tribute
Shabbat
to
chastity.
Jewish service members who
Scarlet
were
for
killed,
Hebrew
and
for
especially one
sacrifice to
was
the temple.
marking D-Day and so on.
biggest
I
thing
hope you'll be able to
is
thank you
the
very much.
Studying Halicha and Chastity.
criminal part, the criminal
Harry
part.
Hebrew for
That's
cut
the
off.
issue because
Severe spiritual punishment mentioned in Halicha.
premeditated attempted murder, that thing, you're doing some real shit, which isn't fun.
Casper's Hebrew for
So it
fitness.
also depends on the pro wrestler how
Refers
far
to
he wants to take
kosher
it. Now, if he
dietary
goes,
laws.
pro wrestler's been around a
Casper
long time.
Hebrew
If he
for
goes,
fit.
Hello, fellow students of
just a
Jewish
young
history.
kid, he's
I'm
in
sure that
class,
you are,
pressing
like
charges.
me, following
that
the events in
equals
Ukraine
make
with
it
great
kosher.
trepidation. It's
Capturing
terrifying to
process of
see
making
the
vessels
impact
kosher.
of this cruel Russian
Shabbat Hebrew
invasion
for
on the
honor or
civilian
respect.
population. And I'm specifically concerned for the health and safety
Shabbat
of
Hebrew
their
Hebrew
remarkable
for human
president,
dignity.
Volodymyr
Galactic
Zelensky.
principle
And I'd like
allowing
to take
exceptions
this
to laws.
opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context of Jews living in Ukraine. It is my small part to respond to his recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices and protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage, unprovoked, and pointless attack. So, first of all, who is Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the #1 target by Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived several assassinations. Gail Becker wrote a fantastic piece in the Atlantic Newspaper. She wrote, what is remarkable to my prayer in the long secret history is that his Jewishness has not stood in the way of his disgrace and his civil reformation. I will agree that Zelensky himself is a Russian language, but in the long secret history, I would say that any remarkable and not necessarily remarkable to see it to be a leader in this country. It has, after all, happened several times before that Jews have been within the very tight leadership of this country, particularly over the last century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics, his mother taught engineering. And note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured, very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to attend a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological or political and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient themselves towards the dominant population, and Russians clearly dominated Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I witnessed in my own lifetime, and over the course of my own visits to Ukraine, that it was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in the minority. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent. So he was an adolescent at the time that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went into comedy. He got involved with a comedy troupe that was called Studia Kvartal 95, or Kvartal 95. And this is also actually a very long Jewish tradition. Let's not forget that for much of Ukrainian history, Jews were much more urban than Ukrainians. They tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them. And you have a very long tradition of Jewish tradition. And Zelensky fits very well into that kind of paradigm of using it. We, of course, see that tradition in America as well, where Jews gravitating and many ways creating Hollywood from industry as well. This company just supported a TV sitcom that would be extremely popular. It was called Sluga, or Servant of the People, and ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school administrator, still living at home with his parents, who was caught on a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral. And in the series,
Parsha, where Abraham is told to journey, often used in slang for time to move on. Lining Yiddish for reading.
Hey, what's up, Sideways? Calm down, woman.
Slang. Who ends lining
Yeah,
today?
I'm like, why you wear that hat?
Likeness Yiddish for mockery.
I don't know. Sometimes my head gets cold, but it's like my commodity is
Can be
Rambam,
negative cynicism or positive mocking
Moshe,
idols. Slang.
and
PSLE.
my mom.
Lack of Yiddish for honey cake.
I don't know. A lot of times when I sleep,
The Riga distributed it
because I
before
could just fall
Yom
asleep like that.
Kippur.
Anyway,
Symbol of sweet beer.
my
The
hair
pattern
gets
Hebrew for study of Torah.
caught, and then it gets all cray.
Sent for
I don't know,
Slang.
frankly.
Learning equals spending life in yeshiva study. Lishma Hebrew for
But
its
that's
own
what I
sake.
do. All right, girls, you ready to get a draft update?
Learning Torah with pure intent. Longest Yiddish yeshivish for analytical Torah
Oh,
study.
yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah,
Slang.
all right, big dog.
PS
So, what are your
longest
thoughts
equals trained
on
mind in learning.
your squad thus far?
Long
Frankly, I
Yiddish
think
or
it's
Yiddish
better
for
than
analytical insight.
I would have
Slang in yeshiva talk.
come out thinking it would have been. Like, I did all these mock drafts, and I don't think any of them were this good.
Used for
Like, I did
Samono
maybe
studies. Slang.
35 mock
Good learn
drafts.
equals diligent learner. Long chapter
Plus
yeshiva
another
slang.
25 real drafts at ESPN. So I did over 50 real. I did dozens of drafts.
When David
And I think this
stretches
is the
very
best
late
squad. Why?
supplements into
Why not?
afternoon. Long saver slang for a late night learning session. Usually
Yeah,
late
right from back.
past
Do you
bedtime.
wear that hat like a condom hat? No, but maybe, girl.
Blue
All
long
right,
Hebrew
here we
for
go.
pound drawn. One of the 4 species used on sukkos.
You really
Blue
want to know why I'm
long
wearing
Hebrew
it?
terms.
Because I'm robbing the world,
Central
bitch.
mitzvah of sukkos.
You know,
In
means
Shabbat,
anybody could wear
inner
it. So
beautification is
I could be them,
emphasized.
baby. Huh?
Loves Hebrew for almond tree or mystical
Baby.
bone that remains after death basis for resurrection teaching.
I'm robbing the
Hebrew for
world.
garment.
I'm
In
going from zero to
Tacitus,
hero, baby.
spiritual garments equals thought, speech, action.
And
Also,
yeah, Rabbi.
leave
So you're wearing a
extras
ski
classic
mask?
Halachic code.
Oh, yes.
Salvation Hebrew plural of
Rabbi,
garment.
have you ever skied?
Used in mystical discussions.
Why? Complicated answer to that. I don't like to be cold.
Kolyabovich Yiddish for city of love.
Shit.
Town where
Anyway.
Shabbat was founded. Now synonymous with Lubavitch movement.
Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. All right, can you review the draft with us? But first, tell us how you think your squad's doing. Well, first, I don't know if this is sideways or not or whatever. Hopefully, it's working.
Lazy Bacher Yeshiva
Yeah,
slang
Rabbit's
for
back.
a slacker
Why do you call it
learning
sideways
chores.
when it's just
Learning of the Soviet
like
slang
this?
for deeply analyzing a
Because
section of
I don't know,
Talmud.
the camera orientation is like that. I'm not sure. Whatevs.
Beautiful Yiddish
All right,
for
so here's where
unfallible.
we're at.
Slang for authentic.
Let's just
straight.
yeah, Rabbit's in the back.
Last
Yeah.
Hebrew
Can
Yiddish
you just give us a
mysticism.
rundown of everybody? Okay, yeah, sure. So we had Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2,
One
Saquon
of the
Barkley 3,
36
Bijan
hidden
Robinson
righteous
4,
people
Jameer
sustaining
Gibbs
the
5,
world.
Derrick Henry 6, C.D. Lamb 7, Christian McCaffrey 8, Amon St. Brown 9, Puka Nacua 10, Ashton Gentry 11, Devin Henny 12, Malik Neighbors 13, Lamar Jackson 14, Brock Bowers 15, Jonathan Taylor 16, Nico Collins, college sucks, 17, Brian Thomas sucks, he's fine, I think. 18, A.J. Brown 19, Drake London 20, Josh Allen 21, Jaden Daniels 22, Josh Jacobs 23, Bucky Irving 24, Jalen Hurts 25, Breece Hall 26, James Cook 27, Trey McBride 28, Joe Burrow 29, Mike Evans 30, Kyron Williams 31, Chase Brown 32, Alvin Kamara 33, Brad McConkey 34, Tyreek Hill 35, Terry McLaurin 26, Patrick Mahomes 27, George Kittle 28, 38, James Conner 39, T. Higgins 40, Baker Mayfield 41, Jason Smith and Jubua, whatever it is, 30. Whatever. 37, 38, 39, 42. All right. But the squad. Well, I think I got I took a lot of risks. Ashton Gentry, he's a mystery box. No one knows what we're going to get on him. Lamar Jackson, if he stays healthy, he's the best player in fantasy. Tyreek Hill, he's the fastest player in the NFL, or at least has been consistently. But he's been hurt recently, and he went from the number 2 overall pick, which is what I got him last year, to no one knows where we're getting on him this year. His quarterback was hurt. And then George Kittle, who some people think is the best tight end in the league. I would tell you this, if I had a real team, if I were like a real coach, I would just recruit tight ends. Because they can block, they're big. But you don't really need wide receivers to be all that fast. They just need to be able to catch the ball and then fall down. Oh, I gotta take a shot. And they can block. And you can literally just line them up on the offensive line and they're huge dudes. All right. So what are your thoughts on? I don't know. Has anybody taken a quarterback and a tight end on a team this far? Yeah, one person. Bitcoin forever. And I gotta take a shit. When's the next pick? It's not gonna be for a while. I slept and they were waiting 3 hours for my Tyreek Hill pick. And Tyreek Hill, I think I got him on as a steal. Though, let's see here. There's a number 18 wide receiver last year. He hasn't practiced all fucking summer, though. They better not come out and be like, oh, yeah, he's done. Dude, you know why I fucking picked him? He's super fast. But really, this motherfucker was in handcuffs before the kickoff of opening season, opening game, hours beforehand, and he tweeted out at Cheetah. That's another thing. I think the site that he has at Cheetah, he bought it from somebody just because he's that fast. He tweeted out to all my fantasy peoples, I'm good. I was like, yeah, dude, because I had picked you number 2. All right. So who are we taking in the next rounds? Well, here's the strategy, guys. We're just doing the best wide receivers and running backs we can get. And there are some people who are like if there's a guy, let's say, guy number 1, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, or I don't really know who he is. And guy number 2, and I do know how to pronounce his name, but maybe he's not as good as guy number 1, but it's pretty close. I'll pick guy number 2 just so I can remember their name, if it's going to be close. This team could have been a boring fucking team. Classical gas. I'll give you some classical gas, girl. I love when they're like, dun, dun, anyway, what are your this team is maybe one of the best teams drafted thus far. Let's see if we have any competition. All right, so the first guy that was fifth, he got Jamar Chase, Bucky Irving, Jalen Hurts. That's a good team. But I don't know who's got it fourth. The next person, Speed, Justin Jefferson, Josh Jacobs, Brees Hall. That's a good team. Schiller, Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels, James Cook. That's a good team. Bitcoin, Bijan Robinson, Josh Allen, Trey Ryan. That's a good team. That might be the best team we've said thus far. Next is Mike B. Sproto, Jameer Gibbs, Drake Allen, Drake London, Joe Burrow. It's okay. Next, VMU, Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Mike Evans. That's good. Next is Halloween, CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas, Kieran Williams, Jason Smith, and Nugua. That's a good team, but that's a lot of wide receivers. Next, Christian McCaffrey, Nico Collins, sucks. Chase Brown, Baker Mayfield. Getting weaker. Next, Yo-Yo, that was Sproto. Yo-Yo had Amari St. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, T. Higgins. That's a good team. Now, I could have had T. Higgins, but he's the number 2 receiver on his team, and I like going with guys who are number 1. Next is Red Cloud, Puka Nacua, Brock Bowers, Vlad McConkey, and James Conner. He doesn't have a quarterback yet, which is fine. You don't necessarily need one. I'm pretty diverse. Ashton Gentry, Lamar Jackson, Terry Kill, George Kittle. That'll kill. Ashton Gentry is a mystery box, but I just have a feeling that he's going to be like this rookie sensation and just blow everybody out of the water. Point-wise. Like, he will quickly be the best running back in history of humankind. I think he gets less than 121,253 touchdowns this year, he'll be a bust. Lamar Jackson, he was number 1 last year over anybody. And I look on Reddit and like websites like who should you pick? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. It's basically Lamar Jackson got screwed out of the MVP last year. So I feel he's got that fire in him to get it this year. And Josh Allen, I think there's a less risk to get hurt. But, and just has less weapons. But Baltimore added weapons. They're going to be really tough this year. Alright, Tyreek Hill always has he has 1,000 red flags. But that's okay. I have 1,000 red flags, baby. Oh, I was thinking about this with the news from about Sherman Oaks. I think Rebecca will like this phrase. Shoot or shoot, baby. That's what I do. Anyway, what is it? There's a phrase from The Office. Engaged ain't married. Then she wasn't engaged. Really? And the thing is with that chick, I asked all the guys who I knew, like, hey, this girl, I asked them, do you like this girl? They're all like, they like the other chicks, so I was like, okay. Green light. Really? Yeah. Do you think Rabbi Lipsker was mad at you? No. Shoot or shoot, baby. I'm glad we handled it the way that we did, because I would not have been able to dial in with any Kavana that day. It was a shocker morning, beginning of the week. And There was a
Mishnah
chapter.
is
It
Hebrew,
was
the
a
Hebrew of the Mishnah.
morning
Mishpat Hebrew
prayer,
for law.
and
Halachic section of Shulchan Aruch.
I just remember being. I remember I was like, where was I? I was driving into the Chabad through their little passcode system. He just was like, slow down, calm down. Really? Yeah, because I was like, this girl is smoking. Really? She's fucking earmuffs, dog. This. Just look like Princess Leia. Anyway, better looking. Dude, this girl motivated me to call people and be like, I have closure, and she let me get as much closure as I can get. Really? Over what? Just, I needed to see a face like that. Anyway, and earmuffs, 75-degree weather. Is it really that hot? No. All right, is that the end of your story? No, I have tons of stories from that. All right. Do you like Chabad Shemot? Yeah, I love the people there. They were my first Chabad family. Really? Wi-Fi, all Wi-Fi routers should have like backup Wi-Fi routers. Or like a backup system. I don't know. It just shouldn't go down. It doesn't even necessarily. Just shit shouldn't go down. Anyway. I love Chabad Sherman Oaks. Love the people there. It was the first Chabad within Sherman Oaks where I had been part of the community, and I still think of those rabbis as the Beatles, and they inspired me. And I look forward to reuniting with them someday. I saw Rabbi Lipsker years later at a funeral, and he recognized me. I was in my big beard, bigger than this one, my black hat, my seat, and just looked as frum as you could look. And I sat in the corner. It was at
Temple priestly garment. Also, law equals misuse of sacred property. Nicker Hebrew for source. Slang.
I can't think of his first name. I can think of his wife's name. In years, thought Silverman's last name.
Sometimes used slangily for mystical types.
His funeral, the Silverman funeral.
Hebrew forward.
And I had to take off work and drive from Orange County to like Glendale to Mount Sinai or Forest Lawn. No, it was Mount Sinai, which is in Forest Lawn or adjacent or some shit like that. Anyway, and I was there, and Another rabbi and Rabbi Tim were really happy that I came because they knew the sacrifice that I had to make to get there. And wouldn't you know it, fucker from Chabad or Sherman Oaks walks in. And I'm like, no fucking way, Lipsker's here. And he had to look back and be like, no fucking way are you here. Really? Yeah. Alright, is that the, are you done with your fucking earmuff stories and shit?
Symbol of spiritual strength.
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
The Malach Hebrew for war with the Malach. Represents the eternal spiritual battle against coldness, apathy. Milcham's Gog Umagog Hebrew for war of Gog and Magog. Eschatological war for Moshiach. Milcham's Hashem Hebrew for wars of Gog. Slang. Sometimes applied to heated Torah debates. Milcham's Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war. Halachic category, e.g. defense of Israel. Milcham's Rishis Hebrew for optional war. Biblical category for expansion. Milchamical Torah Hebrew for
when I'm doing
wars
these,
of
it's
Torah.
hard for me to think sometimes. But yeah, Phil I really like Phil. He's very nice. He had a really beautiful life. He was an electrical engineer, UCLA. There's another, what was his wife's name? Selma? She had the most interesting accent. I think she was from like, it wasn't British, it was like the West Indies, something like that. And I went to the funeral, I went to the memorial service that we had at Lagoon Woods. I almost spoke at his memorial service, but I
originally. Those opposed to chastity. Misnag the plural of misnage. Slang. Sometimes still used for lip fishers. Mikvoy Mitzvah Hebrew for campaigns. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the Lubavitcher Riga AG. Tefillin, mezuzah, Torah study, Shabbos candles. Maclot's Hebrew for dispute. Refers to halachic or Torah debates. Slang. Arguments in yeshiva. Macler Hebrew for cycle. Prayer book used for the high holidays or festivals.
Hey, what's up, sideways? Calm down, woman.
Macler Vidri medieval halachic prayer commentary by Rashi S. Student Sipta of Vidri.
That hat.
Madrid Hebrew for wide. In Shabbat context. Counselor or leader, est. In Ken. Madrich, a feminine form of Madrid. Maggid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat. Teacher of Chassidus. Also title of the Mezricher Maggid. Maggid She Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Mashchik Hebrew for supervisor. Either a kosher certifier or yeshiva spiritual guide. Mashki, a Shabbat term for spiritual mentor who guides in Chassidus and Avoda. Mashki, a Rachani Hebrew for spiritual guide. Formal title in Shabbat yeshivos. Mesora Hebrew for tradition. Central idea in halacha and Jewish continuity. Madness Kemuna Hebrew for priestly gift.
Dog, that didn't record?
Obligatory gifts given to Kohanim. Matzah Hebrew for unleavened bread. Central to Pesach observance. In Shabbat, emphasis on handmade sh matzah. Matzah Hebrew Yiddish for situation. Slang. What as the matzah? Equals what as going on. Matzah Ruach Hebrew for atmosphere, spirit. Used for move at a Brennan. Nahalic Hebrew for approach, method. In yeshiva. That as is Nahalic in learning. Nebuter Hebrew for beautiful, enhance. Refers to mitzvahs performed in the best way. Needle Hebrew for robe. Priest as garment in the temple. Also linked to Mi'ilah misuse of holy property. Mikr Hebrew for source. Slang. What as the Mikr for that halacha? Mekubal Hebrew for Kabbalist. Melacha Hebrew for work. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbos. Menachem Mendel common Shabbat name, after Fetzmek Tzedek and the Lubavitcher Riba. Often shortened to Mendel. Mendel common nickname in Shabbat Yeshiva will for Menachem Mendel. Meseder Kiddushin Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. The officiating rabbi at the chuppah. Meshishist slang for Shabbatniks emphasizing public pronouncements of the Riba as Moshiach.
Yeah, Rebels in the back. Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks, big dog.
Sacrifice. Central theme in Shabbat.
How are your bots doing? It's an excellent question.
Nevekesh Hebrew for seeker.
Well, okay.
Always looking for spiritual growth.
You know, Jerusalem wasn't built in a day. And
refers to foreign offering for benching.
I used to get more people who are talking to me in the chat, and that kind of is a way that I can judge how successful they are. But the one on which most people were on which they were talking to me isn't connected for some reason. I don't know. It's complicated, which it shouldn't be. In the future, I should be able to just take the links from different accounts and then just put them in one unified chat. That's not that hard to do, but these people are so stupid who engineer this stuff, and it's like you have to do it for every new fucking video. It's like, dog, that's too much work. Just one time I'm fine with, but every single time a new one, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you know, the Instagram app I have like years of my life archived on it, but now that you need at least 1,000 followers, that's just. I was reading why they were doing that, and they were like, so less resources and things like that. It's like, dog, Zuckerberg, you guys are in the data industry. You should want people to do as much shit on your app as possible. And I get it. You guys are like, well, what if somebody does something that we don't like? Let's say somebody fucking, I don't know, beheads a unicorn on the fucking app. Okay, well then you ban their account if that's what you want to do. And they're like, well, okay. But then they'll just go and create another account. It's like, yeah, you've got enough things in there to stop them. Very consistent. And, you know, like all you have to do is just device fingerprint them and do whatever Reddit does, frankly. Reddit does it better than probably any app that I've ever seen. I remember years ago reading about how Reddit was changing. This is before they sold to Condé Nast and all that stuff, and it was like, you're no longer going to be able to, once they ban you, just create a new account. And I remember being like, yeah, I doubt that. And it is, I mean, you can, but nothing's going to happen. Dog, I think, dude, Florida had this this law
Sometimes still
and their
used slangily for Litvish Jews.
stupid ass
It's the
governor
Hebrew for
vetoed it or
unclean.
something. It was called like an anti
Refers
shadow
to the
banning
outreach
law
myths
or
that
something.
campaigns
Like,
initiated by the Lutheran
I
Church
feel
that each
that people
implement
should be
reduces
honest with each
Shabbos
other in
candles.
business and in life and stuff.
Mitboy in
And
slang.
when you are using a
Mitzvah
platform like,
Shabbat
for
times used
instance,
for outreach. Lowell Hebrew for
Facebook or
circumcisor.
something,
Perform
and
great
you
willow.
reply to someone, if that reply isn't going to be shown to the person, aka it's like shadow banned,
A professional
that
Lowell
should be an
Hebrew,
illegal
not
practice.
necessarily
But
Shabbat.
they don't allow it to be an illegal practice. And people type entire sentences to each other, and they're like, oh, I didn't get that, or went to spam or something like that. I feel that that's an illegal practice, and it's like, well, then how are you going to stop bots? And
central to Rita as teachings.
I would say this. If you want to use these platforms, then you have to upload your ID. But then they can't just ban your account as easily as they want. In fact, these companies are so big now that they are basically like utilities. They're like digital utilities. Like, you have a right to use them. Once a company becomes a monopoly like Facebook or Amazon or whatever, you have a right to use them, I feel. And it's like, but they're a private company. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but they're taking tax breaks and they're basically not paying any taxes. And so if they want to lose all of those incentives, then they should be able to say who they want on it or not. But if they take tax incentives and basically operate within the country, you have a right, I feel, to be able to use that, and the First Amendment should be protected under it. If they want to go and not operate in your country, then that's fine too. But I feel like, let's say Facebook were launched in the year 1800, you would be able to say whatever you want on it. There wouldn't be any libel on it. It would be because, I mean, like, Congress shall make no laws. It would be like, this is why we had this country formed, was to have these rights. And not only that, if you really know how the rights work, at least in the Constitution, the government does not give you the rights. You are endowed by your creator. Whatever the fuck created us gave us the right to free speech and the right to assemble and the right to religion and the right to bear arms and all of that. Like, and if you don't like that, then find another country. And if, like, that's what I don't like. Like, to me, like, I'm not someone who owns guns or whatever, like, or whatever, but like, even doing like background checks on people for guns, that is an infringement on the Second Amendment. Do I think that you should have to do that? That's not my determination to make. But then what should be done is there should be another amendment that comes in that says that you can do that. But even still, that goes against the Bill of Rights, because the first 10 were endowed by our Creator. So then it just means that it has to be a new country. That's just how it should be. Like, if you want laws to work the way consistently, and whether you want guns or you don't want guns, I don't have a dog in that fight. But what I'm saying is, there's this contradiction that happens where it's like Congress cannot make laws against any of these things, and then you have the Brady Bill. It's like, well, isn't that Congress making laws against, I don't know, handguns or something? Yeah, it is. And like, well, the fucking Supreme Court said, but yada yada yada. It's like, it's very clear what it says. Is that bear arms, like a polar bear arms? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's what it says. It doesn't say guns. Maybe somebody interprets it as bear arms. I don't know. All I know is that the
Nevi'im Hebrew for prophet.
First Amendment
Second section of Tanakh.
is endowed by our Creator,
Netzach in Hebrew for damages.
at least according to the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights? Bill of Rights.
One of the
And
6 orders of the Mishnah focused on civil law.
you
9
can't take
Hebrew
those away
for
from someone.
separation.
Now, if you want to start another country,
Refers
then
to laws of family purity when a woman
that's a different
menstruates.
deal. So,
Nipah
all right,
Hebrew
yeah,
Yiddish for
I
passed
don't know what
away.
the fuck we're talking about, but
Respectful term
so
for
how would you
someone
make it work?
deceased.
You're like, well, I feel that you should be
Nine
able to say
Hebrew
whatever you want
formalities. Central to Shabbat.
and write whatever
Used
you want
for davening, parventions, and
to
meditation.
anyone at any time, anywhere.
Nipah Hakana Hebrew for
You should be
preparation
able to say,
melody.
I'm going to blow up the world, or I don't like unicorns, or I
Sung before
will
prayer
kill
or
you
study.
if you
Nipah Hakapos Hebrew
hurt
for
me.
circling
You should be able
melody.
to say all that shit.
Sung during Simas Torah Hakapos.
Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's like a fucking thing.
Nibinim
Now,
Shabbat
when it comes to
unique
hitting
melodies
people and that kind of
composed
stuff,
by
that's
Rabbi
different.
or
But
Chassid,
words,
often
you should be able to
wordless.
say whatever the fuck you want. That's protected speech. Now, what about
Nipia be
yelling
Sikha
fire in a
Hebrew
crowded
Yiddish slang.
theater?
For
Dog,
let us
you
be
should be able to
joyful.
yell fire in a crowded
Nistar
theater if
Hebrew
there's a
for
fire. And the thing is, well, what if somebody does it and there's no fire? Okay,
refers
then
to
people will
Kabbalah
clear
and
out.
Chassidus as
But then in the
Ahad
future,
Mental
everybody's
equals
going to know
Levei
that
Torah.
asshole's the guy who yells
Mishnah's
fire.
Hebrew for
And
soul of long poetic prayer recited on Shabbos and Yom Tov mornings.
they'll get a
Mishnah's
reputation.
Kol
And
Chaf Hebrew for the soul of every living thing.
the
Opening
society
of that
will
prayer.
make its determinations, but that is not for the law to make. Because it's a
Shianos
slippery
Hebrew
slope
forms.
between being
Spiritual
able to say whatever you
challenges meant
want,
to elevate
and then
others.
only not being able to say fire in a crowded building, and then not being able to say
Middle Knack Yiddish term
help
for Christmas
when you need it.
when Shabbat
And
custom is to refrain from learning
I don't
Torah.
like that.
Migados Hebrew
All right,
for
that's our
star.
constitutional lesson.
In
No, okay,
Chassidus
so it goes back
refers
to
divine
these
sparks
platforms.
hidden
These
in the
platforms have
physical
become,
world.
what the fuck? It just crashed?
Migados Hebrew for spark of
Okay.
godliness. Each soul contains a divine spark. Nitzchin is Hebrew for eternity. Often used about Torah and mitzvahs. Nibelpe Hebrew for foul speech. Forbidden in Halacha. Noga Hebrew for glow. In Kabbalah, Eliphaz Noga is a neutral spiritual shell that can be uplifted. Novia be Devar had referred interested party. Someone biased in halachic judgment. Gnostic Hebrew for practices. Used when describing customs he as Gnostic like the Minite Shabbat. Gnostic Hebrew for before, in front of. Used in prayer. Livnai Hashit Abinokik. Milad Hebrew for born. In Halacha, refers to something newly created, e.g. egg laid on Shabbos. Notion Yiddish for women. Often in yeshiva slang. The notion section. Noter chest Hebrew for preserver of kindness. Part of the 13 attributes of mercy. Moy sukkah Hebrew for decoration of the sukkah. Beautifying a mitzvah. Nusset Hebrew for virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat uses Nusset Pari, as arranged by the Alter Rebbe. Nusset Pari Shabbat liturgy based on teachings of the Arizal, codified by the Alter Rebbe. Nusset Ashkenaz prayer rite of most Ashkenazi Jews. Nusset Sephot prayer rite influenced by Kabbalah, used by many Chassidim. Hakol Hebrew for text. In Shabbat, the Hakol means resting place of the Lubavitcher Rebbe in Queens, New York, central site of pilgrimage and prayer. Hakol Torah Hebrew for tent of Torah. Refers to a yeshiva, or beis midrash. Or Hebrew for life. In Kabbalah, Chasidus refers to divine emanation, or Ein Sof equals infinite life, or Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of passion as infinite revelation, or Pachain, light of life, refers to the commentary on the Torah by Rabbi Chaim ben Hatter, or Hatter, a Shabbat set off memory by the Tzedek Tzedek, or Mimi Hebrew for inner life. In Chasidus, the divine energy that permeates and is internalized, or Makif Hebrew for surrounding light, refers to divine influence that transcends and surrounds creation. Open craft Yiddish slang for in a fancy way, sometimes used at car rentions. Wood Yiddish for letter or out finished. Slang. Part is we equals he has done for. Wichassid Yiddish slang for someone who left Bethlehem Shabbat lifestyle. Wigapotin Yiddish slang for held back or restrained. Wigave Yiddish slang for cried out. Otis Bark Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang. Otis Verfin Yiddish slang to throw out, reject. Otis Jivan Sage Team Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky. Otis Miller Yiddish for fully learned, well educated. Sometimes ironic. Otis Jakuts Yiddish for all dressed up. Elam Hebrew for world. In Kabbalah, refers to levels of reality, Elam Pasiya, Elam Ketzera, etc. Elam Haba Hebrew for world to come. Refers to ultimate spiritual reward after resurrection. Elam Beza Hebrew for this world. Physical existence contrasted with Elam Haba. Elamos Hebrew plural for worlds. Refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. Elam Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite world. Mystical concept of the unlimited divine realm. Elam Hadabu Hebrew for world of chaos. In Chasidus, a primordial state of divine life before rectification. Elam Patik in Hebrew for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine life is harmonized. Ana Hebrew for time, period. Ipalicha refers to conjugal obligations between husband and wife. One egg Hebrew for delight, pleasure. Central in Chasidus, one egg Shabbos equals delight of Shabbos. One egg Shabbos Hebrew for Sabbath delight. Enjoyment of food, song, and rest on Shabbos. Onkelos, name of famous convert who authored Targum Onkelos, the authoritative Aramaic translation of the Torah. Amus Hebrew for force, coerced. Ipalicha refers to someone exempt due to circumstances beyond control. Orla Hebrew for foreskin. Ipalicha refers both to circumcision and to the prohibition of eating fruit from a tree as first 3 years, or through U.S. own life. Title of an early halachic work. Ortos Tzadikim Packs off the righteous. Classic Jewish Musar text. Quran Hebrew for R. Refers to the Ark of the Covenant or Aaron Kodesh Torah Ark. Oseh Shalom Hebrew for he who makes peace. Closing line of Kaddish and Amidah. Asios Hebrew for letters. refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation. Hazar Hebrew for treasury, storehouse. In Fallujah, can refer to communal produce collection Hazar Bezdin. Hazar Chassidim treasury of Chassidim. Archive and publishing arm of Shabbat. Of Hebrew for serving. In Chassidus, describe as a Jew who serves passion with effort. Of passion Hebrew for one who serves God. Double Hebrew for murder. Someone within the halachic mourning period. Avdai Elul in Hebrew for idol worshippers. Avdai Passion Hebrew for servants of God. Avdai Pachavim U Mezalos Hebrew for worshippers of stars and constellations. Term in halachic texts for idolaters. Ogi Gebal Yiddish slang exclamation like woe is me. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Oh. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy Gebal Yiddish for oh my gosh woe. Strong expression and just boy. Boy they Yiddish for oh woe. Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty. Boy they is near Yiddish for woe is me. Expresses being overwhelmed. Boy Yiddish for on, upon. Used in many phrases e.g.
Residents and business owners in downtown LA say it's time to clean up the neighborhood and make it safer again.
A survey from the Downtown LA Residents Association shows their unanimous concern over the amount of mental health crises taking place in the neighborhood streets. Co-founder Leslie Riding says naked people or people screaming at the air or acting menacingly threatens downtown's viability.
I think you could use sort of spectrum of passion, but at some point there has to be something about it. Right now, the city and county is doing anything.
The survey also cites public urination, defecation, crime, and vandalism among the top concerns. Respondents say more police on foot and bikes are needed. Michael Brooks, KLI News.
Public urination and defecation. Isn't that a nice way to start your day? We were in Koreatown the other day. Or no, it was in Chinatown. We had to go pick up something that I had framed. There was a woman right there on the street. Guess you gotta go. More overnight lane closures are planned on the 405 through the Sonoma Pass. Caltrans crews are going to be working overnight on median barriers tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. Closures will start at 10 p.m. each night and continue until 6 a.m. Up to 2 lanes on both sides of the freeway are going to be affected between Wilshire Boulevard and Mulholland Drive and Screwball Center Drive. Well, let's check your drive. Early this Tuesday morning, got a crash in Tarzan on the 101. Good morning, Wilco Shrek.
Have a rough start to the 101 freeway northbound or westbound where there we have 3 right lanes blocked with this crash. One vehicle overturned, another vehicle on fire. A lot going on there. We don't have words how badly he was injured, but certainly some big delays starting at around Messina Boulevard. Again, that's as you head westbound on the 101. Westbound side of the 10, right around the mountain.
Is that the code? Are you the Discord guy? Fuck yeah, I'm the Discord guy.
Some smoke there across the freeway, so watch out for that. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Volkswagen.
Thank you, Vocal.
Yo, dog, I'm just testing this to see if it's no longer like this. I uninstalled it.
Check.
John Decker. John, good morning. President Trump pretty busy yesterday, signing executive orders, meeting with world leaders, and was in front of the cameras quite a bit.
Yesterday, he was back in front of the cameras today. That's because his monthly cabinet meeting takes place 11 a.m. Eastern time today. And the president getting a readout in terms of how things are going from all of his cabinet secretaries, agency heads on a variety of issues, trade, economy, the war in Ukraine. That's where the president will get that for the cabinet later today.
Okay, so what are some of the things that he announced yesterday?
Well, yesterday signed a few executive orders, one targeting flag burning. That is something that the president would like to see outlawed. The Supreme Court has ruled this matter before and indicated that it is a form of expression protected by the First Amendment. But that is something that, of course, is precedent, but it could be overturned in case this does get challenged in the federal courts and works its way back up to the U.S. Supreme Court once again. The president is still focused on his efforts to bring down crime in a number of major American cities. As you know, he deployed the National Guard here in the nation's capital and is threatening to do the same in a number of other American cities such as Chicago, Baltimore, New York City. The president has not pulled the trigger on that just yet, but those Democratic governors of Illinois and Maryland and New York State say they will not invite the National Guard into their states.
Because didn't he say something like, I shouldn't order them, we should be invited in, or something to that effect?
He did say something to that effect, but as you know, I don't believe that your governor, Gavin Newsom, invited the National Guard into Los Angeles when that happened just a few weeks ago. The president obviously has a different point of view related to having the National Guard deployed to these major cities. And if you look at J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, he's really pushed back hard against President Trump. Things that can be said for West Ford. He's the governor of Maryland. Neither of those governors say they have any intention of inviting the National Guard into their states.
Does Trump seem like genuinely kind of surprised that the governors are more open to the idea of coming in to help crack down on crime in their cities?
I don't think he's that surprised. We're talking about Democratic governors, and in the case of both West Ford and J.B. Pritzker, they have national ambitions. They likely will be running for the Democratic nomination in 2028. So this is certainly a way for them to elevate their profile nationally. So I don't think the president is all that surprised in terms of the pushback that he's getting from those two politicians in particular.
Okay, but White House correspondent John Decker, we're going to let you go now because we don't have other things to do besides just hang out.
Thanks a lot, Amy. Have a great day.
We'll talk to you soon. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The family of one of the most vocal accusers of Jeffrey Epstein has criticized the Department of Justice for releasing the audio of an interview with his former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell. ABC's Eric Kutersky says the family claims it allows her to try to rewrite history.
The family of Virginia Dufresne furious after DOJ released audio and transcripts of Maxwell's 9-hour sit-down with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who used to be President Trump's personal lawyer.
He says the family's also upset with Maxwell being transferred to a minimum security prison camp after the interview. President Trump has fired Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Coker.
In a letter posted on Truth Social, he said that he is firing Cook because of allegations that she committed mortgage fraud. Cook was appointed by President Biden and was set to serve in the role until 2038.
ABC's Stephanie Ramos says the firing comes as Trump keeps up his pressure on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. The president's defending the U.S. government securing a 10% stake in Silicon Valley chipmaker Intel. Critics say the administration is ignoring free market principles by partially taking over a public company. Trump says the deal has made $11 million for the U.S.
Yeah, there will be other cases who have that opportunity, you know. And then you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shame. It's not a shame. It's called business.
Intel says it could pose risks to its business from potentially harming international sales, limiting its ability to secure future government grants. A former Mexican cartel kingpin has pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges. The man known as El Mayo led the Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. During his hearing yesterday in New York, he apologized for flooding the U.S. with cocaine and other illicit drugs and took responsibility for his actions. El Mayo, who's 77, will be sentenced to life in prison January 13th. Venezuela is deploying about 15,000 troops to its border with Colombia in a stated effort to fight drug trafficking. comes as the U.S. has sent warships to the region in an operation against drug cartels. The Trump administration has accused Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro of working with the cartels and has issued a $50 million reward for Maduro's capture. A powerful dust storm has caused some damage in Phoenix, Arizona, including at Sky Harbor Airport.
Tower wall moving. Drivers facing rain and winds up to 70 miles per hour. The dust storm, commonly referred to as a blue, rolled in, plunging the city into near zero visibility.
ABC Sophie Flake says the storm knocked out power yesterday, grounded flights, and blew off part of the roof of Terminal 4's concourse near Bend in Honolulu. They're pretty freaky.
When COVID hit, all of the girls that worked in our bar, like 7 of them, were living in my house. Right? So we got stuck here, and 2 or 3 of our friends got stuck here. All the time. They were coming over to my house, and the girls were fucking, they weren't even asking for money. They were just getting drunk with us, and we were fucking them.
Celebrity dog trainer Chrissy Joy tells KMI it's a great time to do something other than just walk your canine pal.
No, I feel disgusted when living with the second piece on moral. I might be worried, I might be an ex-boy, doesn't matter. I have values and morals, and I will love and treat. So when he puts me out and she would not, I would just be like, yeah, it would be fucked up. You know, instead of, yes, I didn't figure it out. I don't know. Especially when I was not. Yes, I am here. Just come. Please. Yes.
Let's get the latest on
Always, what are you talking about? Oh my god, I'm scared. Come here. I'm here. Go. Jump. What? I'm really scared. Oh, it's not have nothing for you. What is there?
Jump. It's like 6 inches.
Just go together. I can't hear it.
Yeah, no audio. Will you scoot up a little bit? No, up. Trying to get your shot there so I can see your fury.
Here. Look out. Scrub. Jason. Thank you. This is what happened. Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I don't know what happened. Cowboy, no, listen to me.
Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today. 310-299-9960. 310-299-9960. This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Rams released linebacker Brendan Jackson as he must get down to the mandatory 53 by this afternoon. Emmett Sheehan, which 7 scoreless up the Dodgers, shut out the Reds in LA. Angels manager Ron Washington said he recovered from quadruple bypass heart surgery. Hopes get the opportunity to return to managing next season. Angels shut out the Rangers. I'm Ron Moss.
DraftKings is all about responsible gaming. It's more fun when it's for fun. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 or older. Age and eligibility vary by jurisdiction.
Sport is sponsored by OPOLaw.com.
Susan Allen here from OPO Law. If your vehicle took a hit, your body probably did too. Whiplash, back pain, head injuries can show up days later. Donate your end. Call OPL Law, 888-OPL-WINS, or OPLLaw.com.
All the rest of the states are looking at this. Republicans are going to do the same thing in red states. Democrats are going to do the same thing in blue states. And there will be no more swing districts. If you can imagine, it would be more polarized than it is today. This morning at 6 on KFI AM 640. Stimulating life source of house water filtration system. A couple things that I did when I bought a new house. One of them is called life sources. Why? Because, it's high-end, but it filters water. I mean, beautifully, delicious water in addition to an insanely safe filter system. And that is your dishes, your clothes, your drinking, and it is effectively bottled water. Where else do you do that? So call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, visit lifesourcewater.com, lifesourcewater.com. It's the Labor Day sale from the store. Southern California's trusted to the California Dream and Sleep.
Right now, during our Labor Day sale, save up to $1,000 on the best brands and up to $700 in temporary adjustable sets.
Plus, with your good credit, get 0% financing for 36 months with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down.
So get a dream price on a mattress so how you California Dream every night during Sin Sleep's Labor Day sale.
Sin Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price on your mattress. It's free!
I work hard on my 10 all year. When I do everything in Lisa's world. Now, your top reasons to visit Open.
We've got Labor Day specials at Good Times Cafe, Colson, Fiesta Taco, and Big Top all weekend.
Number 2.
Cedric the Entertainer, live September 19th.
And the number 1 reason.
Just because it's Labor Day doesn't mean your summer vacay is over. Our rates in September are as low as $109.
Morongo, Good Times. If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone plus 5 people internet for just $30 each per month in auto pay plus taxes and fees. And with 5G internet, setup is easy with just one more and no technician needed. Which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by the Blue Speeds Intelligence Statement for 2024 to 2025, Gary Marshall stood for license unlimited internet for customers who work with Blue Speeds lower by customers for the reduction of the opportunity of organization and streams and SDLs for only their pricing. AM 640 more stimulating talk.
Oh, God.
Is this the only song that he ever had? Any have other songs?
No, Turtles from the Ninja Turtles movie.
Oh, yeah, that's an historic.
That's good. Go Turtles.
Okay. That's the only one I know. That's it. It's 5:21 on your wake-up call. Good Tuesday morning to you. I'm Amy King. Thanks for starting your day with us. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rapper Lil Nas X is pleaded not guilty to 4 felony charges in connection with his arrest last week in Studio City. Remember, it came after he was found wandering down Ventura Boulevard wearing only his underwear and cowboy boots. The Town Road singer allegedly charged at and punched police officers. He's facing charges of battery on a police officer and resisting arrest. No murders have been reported in Washington, D.C. since President Trump deployed the National Guard to the nation's capital. The D.C. Police Union is touting a drop in crime since the arrival of Guard members. Compared to the 14 days prior to federal control week taken, robbery is down 42%, violent crime down 25%. No winner from the Powerball drawing last night. That pushes the next one up to $815 million. The drawing on Wednesday will offer the 14th largest prize in U.S. lottery history. There hasn't been a drawing with a grand prize winner in Powerball since May 31st. It's Handle of the News coming up at 6:05. President's trying to block California's move to do some redistricting like Texas did. We'll see what's up with that. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Peter Harlopoulos. Good morning, Peter. Yeah, thanks for coming on. So I was just mentioning a couple minutes ago that Gilmore Abrego Garcia has been, I would say, busy. He's had a lot of ins and outs and moves and all kinds of craziness in the last couple of months. But now he's back in custody. So can you bring us up to speed on where we are at with this gentleman?
Yeah, at this point, Gilmore Abrego has denied the Virginia holding cell. He's under threat of deportation once again. Nick was to his lawyers. The Trump administration has offered him a deal. He pleads guilty to the charges human trafficking, substance, and friendly Costa Rica and would take him as refugee. If he refuses to plead guilty, they say they're going to send him to Uganda. Immigration officials still family no connection. At this point, the punishment months after the Trump administration took a president stand of bringing him back to the United States from El Salvador so that he could face criminal charges in Tennessee. They're now getting him to stay here, trying to get him out of the country. For now, a federal judge is pumping the brakes on that, but it's really the latest chapter of an ongoing saga. But his family's really been at the center of the Trump administration's immigration policy for the last 6 months.
Okay, and Peter, you mentioned the judge put a stay on deporting him to Uganda for now.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, Judge Paul issued a temporary restraining order. They said that absolutely forbids the Trump administration from sending this man outside the country. Now, there's been a history here. This judge has been dealing with the Trump administration for months. The Trump administration has allegedly flattered multiple court orders from this judge and even refused to comply with the Supreme Court order to bring him back, bring this man back to the United States from El Salvador. So this judge was very precocious yesterday when she issued this order. The judge making it absolutely clear no ifs, ands, or buts. Illegal to bring this man to the United States. Now being held in Mississippi, Virginia.
Okay, what changed? Because as you mentioned, they wanted to prosecute, but now they either want a deal or they just want to get him going. So do we know what changed?
You know, it's hard to say because on one hand, the facts of this case don't change much of anything. That's been aggressively moving towards a trial. I will know that over the last 2 weeks, one kind of thing that has opened the door to this is the fact that the United States has reached an agreement with Uganda to accept migrants from the United States. So, the policy of the Trump administration has been good for the last few months, deporting individuals to countries that are their place of origin. So in this case, Uganda is willing to accept migrants. The Trump administration has done this with a few other countries in Central America and a few countries in Africa. For example, some migrants have to South Sudan, for example. It's a bit of a deterrent effect with that door basically open. It has provided the Trump administration a bit of leverage to basically force the no-brainer into guilty or face deportation. That's country has never been before.
Well, so they don't want to try him at all.
At this point, according to Gilmore Abrego lawyers, they're basically saying that they judicial sources that he may threaten with either pleading guilty despite the fact that he doesn't believe that he's guilty of these charges so that he gets to a safer country or face deportation to a dangerous place that he's never been to before. And, that's the social history to be up there. Also, his family here, his wife, his multiple children here. So there's certainly enough that incentivizes him to stay in the United States, and his lawyers want to stay here and face those charges and go to trial.
So do we know what's next or when any new movement is? Because we've got a stay in place. He can't be deported until at least the end of the month.
So at this point, the judge is saying that he's going to issue a ruling as quickly as possible as far as the just outcome. So he's saying even putting this temporary restraining order on top for about 14 days. So functionally, shouldn't have to make a decision soon. And of course, the purpose behind what the Trump administration does here, they have had a history of flattering of court orders. So I guess we'll have to see whether or not they find a workaround that still allows them to comply with the court order while carrying out their immigration policies.
ABC's Peter Harlopoulos, thanks so much for bringing us up to speed. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
The survivors of the fire in Altadena in January have called on the State Department of Insurance to take immediate action to provide wildfire relief and to hold insurers accountable after months of delays and denials of claims. Members of the Eaton Fire Survivors Network joined state representatives yesterday to call on Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara to comply with 5 requests. They included more transparency in loss estimates and to make the department's claim process more transparent. Transportation leaders in California have announced a new Senate bill to create more funding for high-speed rail following the loss of $4 billion in federal money. Democratic Senator Dave Cortese, who chairs the Senate Transportation Committee, says funding uncertainties could delay the rail even more and continue to push up costs. The project is years behind schedule and is now estimated to cost up to $128 million. High-speed rail was approved by voters back in 2008, 17 years ago, and it was estimated at that time that it was going to cost $33 billion. Organizers of the 2028 LA Olympic and Paralympics have unveiled their impact and sustainability plan. It outlines how LA 28 will support local businesses, expand youth sports, and implement sustainable solutions. They say they plan to use existing venues for the games, as well as reduce the games' carbon footprint by using existing public transportation and electric vehicles, among other things. And doesn't the mayor still think she wants a no-car Olympics? Has she ever driven around LA trying to get around on public transportation? California aims to cut chronic school absenteeism by half over the next 5 years as it works to restore attendance post-COVID-19. The State Department of Education has released a California attendance guide to help districts. The chronic absenteeism rate rose to 30% in 2021 and 22 when most schools had reopened after the height of the pandemic. That dropped to 20% for the 2023-24 school year. And Governor Newsom is ramping up his online trolling targeting President Trump with a pop-up shop.
Newsom posted on X, the Patriot Shop is now open at store.gavinnewsom.com and has sold over $100,000 worth of merch. It's the latest move in his recent campaign, mocking Trump's social media style. Customers can purchase items from the shop, including a Newsom 2026 mug, a "Don't Poke the Bear" yard sign, a baseball cap with the phrase "Newsom was right about everything," and a Chosen One shirt featuring Newsom having hands laid on him by Kid Rock, Tucker Carlson, and an angelic Hulk Hogan. Mark Roner, KFI News.
Yeah, okay. Still ahead on Wake Up Call. We're using our credit cards less, but using our debit cards more. On the face, that looks like a good thing, right? Put yourself into any kind of debt at all? Well, the host of How to Money on KFI, Joel Larsgaard's going to join us before the top of the hour to tell us both the upside and the downside of that new trend. Southland weather for KFI, it's sunny after morning, low clouds, a little bit cooler than we've seen. Highs in the upper 70s at the beaches, low to mid 80s for Metro LA and Lucy, upper 80s to mid 90s for the valleys, 90s in the IE and Antelope Valley. We do have a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon in the mountains and high desert areas. Sunny and warm through the week, highs right about what we're seeing today. 67 right now in Orange, 70 in Huntington Beach. We're going to crash into Tarzan on the 101.
The news here is it's looks like it's completely out of lanes. Everything's off on the right shoulder. It was a pretty bad crash. All slipped up for a car that rolling northbound right around the Yanka. The lanes have been reopened. Traffic recovering back from Tampa Avenue. 91 westbound past Green River. We have a pickup truck versus a car there in the right lane. Not seeing a huge delay yet. We just double check that. Yeah, it's you can see a delay, but it's not horrible yet. If you're trying to go for southbound 14 Escondido Canyon, 2 vehicles got tangled up, and the 210 eastbound at Glendora Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Cole Schreiber. Listen to the Stephen J. Kluman podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with famous attorney Robert Shapiro. Switch to Boost Mobile and get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month forever. Visit our Boost store today. After 30 days, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Unlimited plan. Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Lovely Store. Do you suffer from sore feet, back, ear, and pain? If you are Our support system has helped many families like Tim. I always tell my colleagues who have sore feet, this is the greatest thing. All you think is show them, and I believe in the product so much. When you have something that works, you kind of want to share it. What worked for me, maybe it can work for you. Or do you wake up at night with heel pain like Crystal?
I would wake up in the middle of the night with pain, my heels, my arch. So I went to the dentist, and ever since then, I've been pain free. I'm here every day wherever I walk, the gym, I work, right?
Get back to walking, working, and exercising, and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, and no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop in the Good Feet store today for a free Medicaid test. We have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good store.
Checking manager Dave Roberts, Thursday, August 28th at the Verizon store in Pasadena, 368 South Lake Avenue from 5 to 6. The event starts at 4, so show up early for your chance to win tickets and merch. That's Thursday, August 28th. Brought to you by Verizon. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can you sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. And 50% off a limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base and sleeper. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This Labor Day, employers get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get next day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Eligible inside orders through 9/10/25. Selection varies by location. 4x4 PM subject to product and rate availability. Fees based on purchase and solutions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
The way they give it the format, it's all really good. KFI is the most honest. The other stations seem to do a lot of political correct nonsense. It's wrong.
It's everyday consistency or new.
KFI because they tell it like it is. He shows it everywhere.
Oh, you like listening to boring stuff? No, listen to KFI 640. I love KFI. I love listening to them. KFI.
We're stimulating time.
We're going up beside moment. You know the kind that we're going. Gonna be moving. It is 5:36 on your Tuesday morning wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The mother of the baby that she claims was taken from her in a big fight parking lot in Ukiah is sticking to her story. She and her husband have been arrested on suspicion of murder. The father was out with sheriff's deputies searching a field in Moreno Valley for the 7-month-old's remains on Sunday. But Rebecca Haro, mom, is still saying from jail the baby boy was kidnapped. Relatives of Ron Kozlowski, who's being held hostage by Hamas, made another urgent plea to the U.S. government and the Red Cross to save him and the other surviving hostages. They held a news conference yesterday at the Simon Wiesenthal Center in L.A. The 21-year-old was a security guard at the Nova Festival on October 7th, 2023. His family says he stayed behind to help others and saved several lives before he was taken captive. Gas prices have been slowly rising again in the Southland. Prices are up 1 cent a gallon today to $4.59 for regular unleaded in LA County. That's the highest it's been since June 28th. Prices are also up in Orange County to $4.56 a gallon. That's the highest price in OC since June 24th. Here are some of the stories we're working on in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service says the threat of monsoonal thunderstorms will linger across Southern California again today. Storm activity yesterday caused ground stops at 3 major airports in LA and Orange counties. The FAA said operations at LAX were stopped for almost 2 hours until 3:45, while flights at Long Beach Airport and at John Wayne in Orange County were paused until 4 p.m. Severe storms also hit Riverside County and parts of San Diego County. A state appeals court panel has upheld the conviction of Inglewood Mayor James Butts Jr.'s 39-year-old daughter. She was convicted of assault and conspiracy for masterminding an attack on her landlord in South LA more than 9 years ago in a 56-page ruling. The justices found that the evidence of Butts' guilt was overwhelming. A man who allegedly stabbed a woman outside the Westfield Topanga Mall in Canoga Park has been charged with attempted murder and other crimes. Prosecutors say Shane Suffer first tried to shoot the woman on Thursday at her 2-year-old child, but the gun jammed. Suffer is also charged with attempted kidnapping and possession of an assault weapon. The widow of a doctor shot and killed outside his office in Woodland Hills is suing the doctor's ex-wife.
The ex-wife and 4 others have been charged in the alleged murder-for-hire killing of Dr. Rabbi and Restream. Attorney Alex Guerrero says Restream's widow and young child are entitled to assets and they say the ex-wife fraudulently transferred.
You can't believe that there's been assets that have been hidden and or moved to avoid any sort of civil forfeiture.
Restream shot the gun last year near his home. His widow says their daughter is entitled to property she accuses the ex-wife of keeping. They've sued for wrongful death and emotional distress. Michael Monks, KFI News.
President Trump has signed an executive order directing the Justice Department to investigate the burning of the American flag and to prosecute any crimes.
When you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways. There's some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it.
The executive order challenges a 1989 Supreme Court ruling that protects flag burning as political expression. Trump argues that flag burning incites violence and should result in a 1-year jail sentence. Some customers are going to have to pay more to fly Southwest Airlines. The Dallas-based airline is going to require passengers who don't fit into one seat to purchase a second seat ahead of the flight. They say that they can request a refund after the flight is done if there was at least one empty seat on the flight. There wasn't an empty seat, apparently they'll have to pay for both. Southwest's open seating policy ends January 27th of next year. Time to get your business with Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe. Morning, Courtney.
Morning. Today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it is. You know what? It's like I was watching the news this morning before I came in, and the host said, and it's Wednesday, August 26th. I'm like, no, it's not. And then my editor, Carla, was like, I thought it was Wednesday. I don't know why we're all ahead of ourselves this morning.
It's feeling like the longest week.
Right? Maybe it's because it's before a holiday or something.
Yeah, counting down to the 3-day weekend. And by the way, markets are closed on Monday too for the holidays.
Oh, I guess that means we won't be talking to you on Monday.
I know, I'm off on Monday.
Yeah, the rest of us will be here. Okay, let's get down to business. AI is making it harder for the young ones to find a job.
The explosive popularity of AI has definitely shaken the workforce, especially for younger job seekers out there. Stanford University researchers found that employment has dropped 14% in the last 3 years for people just starting out in fields determined to be the most exposed to AI. We're talking accountants, software developers, administrative assistants. But it's better news for people who've been around a while, so that's good news for older workers. Employment trends have remained the same or improved for more experienced workers in those same fields.
Okay. YouTube's in a standoff. What's going on with that?
Yes, YouTube TV says it's in talks for a new agreement to carry Fox channels, but if the deal isn't reached, Fox News, Fox Sports, and Fox Business will go dark tomorrow on the streaming service. YouTube adds that Fox is asking for payments that are far higher than what other networks with similar offerings receive. But by the way, the deadline will not be in June, so watch out for that. Watch Fox on YouTube TV.
Okay. I am amazed about this. The little boo-boo dolls. Everybody's losing their mind over them, and people are finding ways to profit from them.
I can't believe I'm talking about the boo-boo economy, the boo-boo economy, which is kind of weird to say, especially when I think about my kids everywhere we go. Mommy, I want to look at them. But people have gone wild for these dolls, and we haven't seen them. They're plush dolls, and they have teeth in it. But what people are excited about them is that they're in a mystery blind box. That's their packaging. So
course, plus a lot of big celebrities love to show off their labubu's. We're talking about Brad Pitt there. But Brad Pitt has a labubu doll. Come on. That's a labubu. But they're more than toys. They become this big, vast global marketplace. So people are actually making money by renting out their dolls by the day. We're being paid money. So not only are they doing this resale, they're hoping that the values will skyrocket in the resale market. They're doing other things to make some money off of the
Okay, so here's another little thing that I discovered when we went to Midsummer Scream, which is this horror Halloween convention, and they had some Labubu dolls, and this, like, there's a whole fake market too, like whether they're actually genuine and whether you can tell if they're genuine. And of course, the person at the stall was like, "Yeah, they're genuine." Well, of course. And I'm like, "What if she doesn't know if they're genuine?" And apparently, there's something like you get a black light and you hold it up to their foot, and if it's genuine, it's got some sort of an emblem on it.
Yeah, I was hearing my kids talk about Labubus. Trying to make Labubus. I guess, you know what? There could be, like for people who have those expensive bags, they have people who come in and authorize to make sure that they're real, not fake, and maybe we can have that with Labubus. You and I can start this other moving company together with their black light looking at Labubus.
Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about stocks. What's going on with stocks today?
Taking a look at stocks, major benchmarks. We're looking at Boston stock. President Trump's the House Federal Reserve Governor this week. There were allegations. He has allegations against her that she falsified mortgage documents. That's playing on the markets because it's all about a battle for control over the Fed, and it's definitely unnerving investors. One point out, no charges have been filed against the Dow futures are down 40 points, and this is building on yesterday's losses. The Dow's down 341 points to finish out the day.
Okay, and just one last note in case you forgot. Things are getting spicy at Starbucks starting today.
Yes, pumpkin spice lattes back. I cannot fall already, but I guess we're talking football too. But the fan favorite drink and the other fall menu items are available today. By the way, what the spot is the new Italian sausage eggplants. So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, okay, I'm trying. I love their eggplants. Those are delicious.
Yes, big favorite in my family.
Getting in your business and getting in your fridge. It's Bloomberg Sport Game Dynamo. Thanks so much, Courtney. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you later.
I'm craving Starbucks egg bite. Thank you so much. All right, let's take a look at your traffic. We've got a crash in Corona on the 91.
Last time I saw that wasn't so bad. It's gotten bad. The westbound side of the 91 past Green River, we've got a pickup truck versus a car in the right lane. You're going to start to see slowing off and on the way back in the van. And so let's means getting out of Riverside over there. Slow drive for you. Northbound side of the 405 there in Sherman. I was right there with 101. You reports of a vehicle facing the wrong way in lanes. Apparently hit something. And a whole lot of slow northbound side of 5 freeway into the East LA interchange and then continuing north 101. It stays slow almost up to the 110. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm with Pulse right.
Celebrate 25 years with American Vision Windows, California's #1 window replacement company. Save up to $2,500 off your project, $250 off each window, and $500 off each door when you buy 4 or more. Book or visit by September 6th to win a full house of windows free. Don't miss our senior night live reopening September 6th, 11 to 3 p.m. with fun food and prizes. Call 888-226-9908 or visit American Vision Windows today. All of the valid for other factors to buy housing website for details. Offers price not 3025 677
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. Sunday night saw the highly anticipated return of the Minnesota Lynx to defeat Collier, who had been out since August 2nd, missing 7 games with an ankle injury. Collier wasted no time for a return, picking up on her MVP campaign season, shooting 11 of 16 from plus 9 rebounds to lead the Lynx to a 97-84 win over the Indiana Fever. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on Apple Podcasts. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribocycline, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross. Anthem Blue Cross and Chiquis Verdes have teamed up with the Sparks to help students in Los Angeles learn to grow and prepare their own healthy food and will provide nutrition education to students and families. Learn more at anthem.com/ch/Sparks. Anthem Blue Cross is the treatment of Blue Cross in California.
Gee, you mean this is why you're misleading people? Besides the 21 states with the largest economy, he did not mention that we have the highest income tax, the highest sales tax, the highest gas prices by far, the highest electricity rates by a 2-to-1 margin, the highest unemployment, the highest operating rate, most people on Medicaid, the most homeless people. He mentioned any John Covell, and he's been the governor now for almost 7 years.
This afternoon at 1 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. You worked hard for your 401k, but if you left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things can be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960, 310-299-9960. Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also happen. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code back at lifelock.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
For the next Bill Handle show, how much money would you have to be offered to relocate to move from California to Oklahoma for $10,000? No. $50,000? Not a chance. $100,000? This is Oklahoma. But lots of Californians are moving to Oklahoma for $10,000. And that's coming up after 7 a.m. today for the next Handle show.
8552 on your wake-up call this Tuesday morning. Speaking of money, how about this? At the U.S. Open, they're selling caviar-topped chicken nuggets. I know. You should see Kono's face. And they're $100. $100. Would you do that? That just sounds disgusting. All right. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Republicans filed an emergency petition challenging the state's redistricting plan. Republicans are trying to get the state Supreme Court to remove Governor Newsom's plan from the November ballot. Republican leaders argue that Democratic lawmakers violated state laws by skipping a required 30-day public review period. A brush fire in Napa County has forced the evacuation of some residents near Calistoga. Officials say the picket fires burned over 6,800 acres and 13% surrounding. The fire is also threatening areas of Hope Valley, Etna Springs, and Inglewood. So far, the fire hasn't burned any grapes, but the smoke is a threat. It can affect the taste of the grapes, and that can affect the whole harvest. November 1st is going to be Fernando Valenzuela Day in California. State lawmakers made the declaration yesterday. State Assembly member Sharon Quirk-Silva says it's to highlight the Dodger pitching legend's positive impact on the Latino and Hispanic communities. November 1st was Valenzuela's birthday. Let's say good morning now to the host of How to Money on KFI, Joel Larsgaard. And Joel, I would think that maybe you would think that $100 chicken nuggets from caviar is not a good way to use your money.
Hey, you got me salivating right now. That sounds terrible. Maybe both those things separately. I don't know. I've had caviar once. I wasn't super impressed. And if you've got the money and you really want caviar nuggets, I mean, do your thing. But yeah, going into debt for it, that's why I have a problem.
Okay, so let's talk about going into debt. Credit cards spending is slowing, but debit card use is up. And on the face, that sounds like a good thing.
It does. And so let's dig into the details just a little bit. Like, it is interesting to see that people are turning back to their debit cards and they're putting down their credit cards at least a little bit more than they have been. And I think there has been, of course, an over-reliance on credit cards in this country. We've seen, that headline number of overall credit card debt just continue to increase, surpassing $1 trillion last year. And so you might think, okay, good, people are spending a little bit less on their credit and being a little more thoughtful, because when they spend their debit card, it means there's actually money in their account. And to some degree, I think that is true, and I'm okay with it. But I also am working something for the economy as well. But I am also, I like credit cards for multiple reasons. Yeah, you can use them properly, which means paying them off on time and in full. And part of that is because of the protections that credit cards afford. Like, if someone takes your credit card, if you lose your credit card, you drop it on the ground, someone else picks it up and starts spending money willy-nilly like you're just not responsible for anything wrapped up on the credit card, any purchases that are made. Whereas with a debit card, if you're not paying attention, there is a chance, depending on your bank policy, but according to federal law, you're not as well protected. So it might actually be better, instead of switching to a debit card, you can handle a credit card responsibly. Cash might be the better idea instead.
Okay. And I used to use my debit card exclusively, and then I switched over and started using my credit card. But the worry with the credit card for me, I don't know how you guys are, but it's that even though you go, I'm going to pay it off every month, then you can slip.
Yes, I like the idea of people using credit cards like they would a checkbook back in the day. So I want people to know what their limits are, to write down their purchases. I have a friend who literally has a physical book on their kitchen counter, and when she comes home after doing some shopping, she writes down the purchases, and she's balancing her accounts like she does a checkbook. And I think if you're finding, hey, I like the rewards of credit cards, I like the protections that credit cards offer, but I'm worried about slipping it, overdoing it, finding a way to manually, and there were apps for a minute that were trying to do this thing that didn't stand the test of time. But whatever it takes for you to be able to use that credit card but not overdo it, I think it is really important. And so we put a system that can help you actually stick with a credit card without going overboard. But if you can't do that, I think cash is a better option. And really, what it comes down to, I'm not completely against debit cards. They're just not my favorite. And so I would, if that is a system that helps you stick to your budget, good for you. I think the other thing is too, just there's even been like scientific evidence about tapping to etiquette, but just the ease of making purchases in our modern economy. So finding ways to create barriers between you and your purchase, whether it's a 24-hour wait period that you institute before you buy something, because it's so easy to just need the thing, go buy it right now, and you don't even shop around, and you don't need to think twice about whether or not you already have that thing or you can source it elsewhere. That's the kind of thing that gets us in trouble.
Just be cognizant of it, and I like the idea of just keeping track of what you're purchasing with your credit card, because it's so easy to get away.
100%, and that is one of the biggest downsides of credit cards is, they got the rewards, but people assume, these are rewards when I spend. This is great, and I can't wait to go on that trip that's paid for by my spending. But especially when you look at some of the, you and I talked about this recently, some of the new credit cards that are out, the business model they operate on is essentially, hey, the more fancy subscriptions you have in your life, the more you're going to get rewarded. And so these cards, they don't just become rewards for the purchases you're already going to make. They're trying to influence the things that you're buying. And they're like, hey, no, you should sign up for that Peloton membership. No, you should get a clear pass to go to the airport, spend $100. Yeah, we'll refund half of that. I mean, there's all these ways that these credit cards are pushing us to spend more. They're not just rewarding us with spending more. So yeah, be careful on that too.
Okay, you just mentioned influencing, and so just real quickly, want to touch on how we're letting our political decisions influence our financial decisions.
Yeah, there was a new Gallup talking about how like politics is driving people's thoughts about the economy, where it's going. It's even impacting how they decide to invest. And this isn't shocking. I mean, it's amazing how people feel about the country, largely determined on whether it's an R or a D in the White House. And I think it's, I get why maybe to a certain extent, but I also think we've placed too much emphasis on that singular individual and how they're going to impact the stock market. When you look at history, it turns out that whether it's an R in the White House often have a major impact on stock market returns. And so I hate to see that optimism or pessimism gap be so extreme. And also, people are capitalizing on the fact that we have extreme political beliefs. And there's, for instance, there's an ETF that's like backup focus, right? They created an ETF. It's underperformed the S&P 500 significantly. And at the same time, the expenses are like 15x what they are on the basic S&P 500 funds or total stock market funds that I'm a big fan of. So, yeah, somebody's making money on the fact that we're polarized at the same time, too.
Great. All right, Joel Lursgaard, you can listen to him give you lots and lots of great financial advice like he just did just now. Right here on KFI every Sunday from noon to 2. It's called How to Money. And you can also follow Joel at How to Money Joel on Instagram. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you, Amy.
Let's see. It looks like time's up. Time to go. Thanks for joining us for Wake Up Call. You've got the handle on the news coming up next. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, Southland weather from KFI. Low clouds and sunny, highs in the upper 70s in the beaches, low to mid 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 80s to mid 90s in the valleys, low to upper 90s in the Inland Empire, low to mid 90s for the Antelope Valley. You have a chance of some showers and thunderstorms again in the high desert and mountain areas today. Overnight lows in the 60s and 70s tomorrow, about the same as today, and it's going to stay about the same as today all the way through the week. 66 now in Anaheim, 68 in Redondo Beach, 69 in Studio City, and 67 in El Segundo. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. If you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime. It's on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's listen to Will Colschreiber, who's going to tell us about a crash in Hawthorne on the 105.
This is Hawthorne 105 eastbound French on Boulevard. Looks like we got a solo vehicle crash. The left lane's blocked and started back up traffic there on the eastbound side. The westbound side, you're going to find slowly starting Main Street. So that's a bummer. Also, the 91 westbound past Green River, probably our slowest spot right now. Even though everything's off on the right shoulder, car versus pickup truck there, traffic pretty slow back from the 15. The 5 freeway, very slow there, northbound side of the 5 from the 710 all the way up into the East LA interchange. And then if you're continuing on the 101 out of there, it is slow all the way to the 110 freeway, so just expect delays there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Colschreiber.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas in Mall Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to raise your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest FAI PCs and game-changing tech.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Expert parachutes. Pack 80 parachutes. Jump out of the airplane and
he forgot to put on his parachute, and that was a little bit problematic. How come I can hear the joy in your voice? Can you imagine you jump out of an airplane and you just forget to put your parachute on? At one point you go, uh-oh. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Handle here. Sandy and the morning crew. And meeting this day on Tuesday morning, August. August 22, and we put in there August 22.
I didn't put it in. I just
You changed it to August 22.
last Tuesday.
Oh, I see.
Are you getting upset that she doesn't wipe your butt?
That wasn't bad.
That's what she does. That's for starters.
Hey, Kono, I thought you were going to start the show. You do a little piece from the day before. Bill saying, and can you look up on sleeping.com?
That was a miss. That was on me. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt for you.
You literally, yeah, right?
Got it now. All right. I don't know what the hell date it is.
I know. So, what do you see?
I read
It's almost, you don't have a calendar on your computer.
Oh, I'm using my calendar. No, I don't know how to use it.
Got a clock, a calendar.
Oh, there's a clock. So I don't miss out. I don't know what the hell's going on with my computer. Okay.
It's smarter than you.
Really? That's news. Okay. Let's say hello to everybody. What we need here, a nice blue cut teal, I guess. Very nice. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you will. Good morning. Why am I getting an echo here? Okay. Good morning, Will. There you are. I'm wearing my shirt. Fair enough. Why not? You know what I gotta tell you? There is a whole lot with the clothes you wear that really And good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
How was your birthday yesterday?
It was terrific. I celebrated by working, and then walking, and then working out.
So you got a nice cake.
Yeah, it was cracked it open. It was a big cake and just took a couple of bites, and then that was done. And somebody big dinner last night. Pizza from Domino's. The Domino's pizza, but we put some candles in the pizza. I get the pan pizza, so it's nice and bright. Put a candle in there, and I blew out the candles. Matter of fact, I think barely. Yeah, barely. You saw that.
I saw you trying to blow out the candles.
Yeah.
I was remarking that you are the only blowhard I've ever met who can't blow out anything.
Yeah, I had a tough time. So I think that's what it is. If I'm not mistaken.
It is.
And then Kono, good morning.
Hey, Bill, how old are you?
He's just yeah, no, sure.
I know.
Thank you. Wow. And gravity has hit. The bell ringers are there. I mean, there is no question that we are, yeah, there they are. My dad, boy, he had a gravity bell ringers. My dad used to wear boxer shorts, and very below the level of the bottom of the boxer shorts by about an inch or 2 inches. There they were, swinging back and forth. Boxer shorts. Okay.
I do worry about your obsession with this.
There's a lot of things I'm obsessed with. Yeah, I'm obsessed with gravity. That's true. I am obsessed with gravity.
So, you're obsessed with what is the shirt Amy wears, what color shirt Bill wears, and your balls.
What else I'm obsessed with? Weird. If we're talking about physical attributes, now we were just talking about him. I don't know if we can talk about him in a position.
I've talked about on the air.
Right, and considering gastric surgery. Considering gastric, I
Just tired of being picked on by clown.
there you go. And I had that 20 years ago. I went from 300 pounds. And
You have a lot, right?
I ended up with
Cadillac.
Well, that's a big one. It's not the sleeve. As Neil and I were saying, he's about to get the sleeve, the short sleeve during the summer and long sleeve during the winter. And what I did is I lost with reasons. One of them being my ass. And so what I have is a fluttery ass. So on July 4th, I actually painted red, white, blue. If it's a windy day and I'm out there, you can actually, it's very flag-like. There's a base there.
This servant to the people, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in service of the people to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. Now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called a traditional Jewish Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially, if he were to leave the government at this time, it would be very destabilizing, would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a deep-seated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's especially true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora for two reasons. First of all, because there was a certain degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. That is, of course, Putin's go-to line, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be denazified. That's ridiculous. But there is definitely a history of this that I've explored in other videos with a little more sophistication at night. The second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directed against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible pogrom in 1113, the pogroms of 1648-49 under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course, the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary era, and then the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all of those years, however, you would only get to about 4% of the entire scope of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over that much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern European cooking is essentially Ukrainian cooking. They were exchanging, linguistic terminology. Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukrainian. Give you even in the most intimate of terms, like for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic and Hebrew word, or Abba is actually the Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Vater, because that's like a German term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. And we can go on and on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small mini rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. What does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens? Only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. Those are serious issues. With Poland, 18%. But I wonder if the United States would even come close to that 5% number. That's pretty remarkable. The election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes why that might be so. One thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrated in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the center east of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European models of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards the Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Who are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet would be one way to translate, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians. A civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, although not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelensky in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form, during the 1920s. This is the era known as kolonizatsiya, a period which was, it's hard to translate that term, it's kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian. You see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I will refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941. The Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the bloodlines, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stettlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babin Yar in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babin Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people at this point, including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population of Arhilsviliga, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who are also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps I'll just use one last thing. One of the heroes of this period is a remarkable clergyman named Metropolitan Andrei Shevditsky, who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in his own hand. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and convents to save some 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. And people said, how is that possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Shevditsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, why are you silent? Why saying we need more support for the Jews? We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is the period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identities. It was incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures or even historical periods. And this is the era when there was tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to the Gulag, sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestisyatniki, the 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev would call glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which claims to be, and could be, the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here it has some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a 7-branch candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because well, originally it was named Yekaterinoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. You know, I'm comfortable speaking about contemporary events because I studied in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kyiv. He is really like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that, you know, you'll hear the expression right now. People say Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. This itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, and it was used during the revolutionary period at the beginning of the 20th century, but it was also really capitalized by some of the much more pro-Nazi groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase. Hard for me to really say it with full enthusiasm. But what I can say is it's remarkable to see, as a Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently, this T-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv, in Western Ukraine. It says "Kavod to Ukraina," glory to Ukraine, Yiddish. And to that I can literally say, "Kavod to Giborim," glory to the heroes. Thank you very much for watching. Let us hope that the Russian advance is halted and that a ceasefire is declared and that the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching.
He's concerned after the two shootings, which police say do not appear to be related. Friends of the man killed last Thursday say he was a baseball coach, but also a son, brother, boyfriend.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying my research and preparation for the Kosher report groups on the same this year, where there's three main attractions. First of all, there's the natural beauty of the same river and the countryside of that part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in the region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of Jews in the armed forces of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II. And today, I'd like to speak to you a little bit about Jews involved in DJ. But let's start by having a quick look at the route that we're going to be following. Here's where we'll be beginning at Paris. Of course, you can see the Seine River flows sort of to the northwest into the English Channel and ends up at Le Havre and Honfleur. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating Jewish history that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader that was such importance that some Christian texts refer to the local Jewish leader as the king of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval Judean, or the road of the Jews that exists in Rome today. It was also the site of some fascinating Portuguese and Spanish refugees from the Inquisition, including Juan Delgado, who in the 17th century wrote a lot of really interesting polemics to defend the Jews who had returned to their Jewish identity after fleeing from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus today on D-Day, because some really interesting things associated with the Jews and their military service related to this event. D-Day is, of course, Tuesday, June 6th, 1944, is the day that marks the major Allied landings at Normandy in the huge step forward in fight against Nazis in World War II. It was also known as Operation Neptune. It represented the largest seaborne invasion in history, with 24,000 paratroopers landing in advance to prepare the region as best as possible for the landing of 7,000 sea vessels, and nearly 200,000 naval personnel participated in total. About a quarter of those, by the way, were American. There were tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans, about 20,000 casualties. The Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The same river flows just to the east of the major landing sites, including Omaha Beach, where we'll be spending time looking at the region, and a remarkable museum that's located there. It's an incredibly punishing and difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was going to be coming eventually, so they had reinforced the region, and there was a tremendous amount of difficulty and effort imposed in trying to make the land to several regions. Now, let us understand how Jews related in particular to this war, and especially to Jews, of course, coming from America, had a unique perspective on the war because they realized already by 1942, reports were circulating on the concentration camps and the death camps and the horrible persecution of the Nazis were beating out of Jews. So Jews had a special sense of responsibility with regards to beating back Nazism, and they realized that if they were to be captured, it would be considered to be more dangerous to them than regular American POWs. And so you see Jewish efforts and several different dimensions of activity. In the arts, for example, Jews like Irving Berlin, who's a very well-regarded composer of popular music in the first half of the 20th century, he devoted his talents to writing what has become a major anthem for the American people, God Bless America. And in the lyrics of that song, Berlin specifically alludes to the war in Europe that was on the horizon in 1938 when it was first broadcast. The lyrics include, while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, reconciliation, crisis, and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as to raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Understood in this context, the Jew had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent. You know, you can really understand how much he really did attach himself to America, and this kind of anthem has a tremendous impact on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews activating intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish codebreakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It's really an important place for the intelligence activity kind of work. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish Jewish refugees, somewhat like Berlin, somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy, a math major. These are characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. He headed a department that was casually called the Illuminati, that called for the design of the world's first programmable electronic digital computer, the Colossus. That was instrumental in determining what were the German war plans. Also in the preparation for D-Day, you have people like Fred Malcolm, shown here in this photograph, fourth from the left on the top row. They flew meteorological flights at 20,000 feet to determine the best weather conditions to allow the invasion to happen. He actually was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landing themselves, so looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there are about 550,000 American Jews who served in the U.S. armed forces during World War II. 36,000 of them were decorated, 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,500 were killed in action. About 40% of all Jewish physicians served in the military, a remarkable number. In the landing at D-Day, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin. And that is, like all these other numbers, quite disproportionate because at the time, Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them because they're really quite fascinating. Let's look first at Lieutenant Robert Halpern, who was the child of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Aaron. And I think this combination of Ukrainian and Jewish and heroism is something that we're seeing in our own day as well. He was a part of a self-force U, which was one of the first units that made their way ashore to mark the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stillman that Halpern was involved in an intricate job calling for as much brain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job on which the success of our assault depends, and which not one man in 1,000 would like to have. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving several soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew among the first to arrive on the beaches of Normandy was Abraham Contioti. His boat hit the shore within 67 of each hour, and he was possibly the first of all American soldiers, and maybe even of all Allied soldiers to actually attack the beach. He was 22 years old at the time, a Sephardic Jew from Brooklyn. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported at the time that when his parents were told that their son was involved in the invasion, they went straight to synagogue and they engaged in nearly 4 hours of prayer. I think as a parent, I probably would have done something like that too. On that same boat was Captain Leonard T. Schroeder, a 25-year-old from a Baltimore neighborhood. He was featured in a French magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy, and he said at that time that, "Today I realize that to be the first man ashore is an immense honor, yet I do not merit it more than anyone else. 5 of my men died down there in Normandy. They alone are the heroes." I hope this video gives you a sense of the importance of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those hallowed beaches that absorbed the blood of so many soldiers who went on to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. If you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the same river, the 1,000-year history of Jews in the region, and specifically focusing on the history of Jews in the armed forces, I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you in this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching.
But if the precedent is set, the Supreme Court makes the decision, isn't it supposed to be done?
Yeah, it's a question of interpretation, because what I think what a court will say, this doesn't particularly adhere exactly to what the court has said. As I said, specifically as to you cannot or you can.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, am really looking forward to our scheduled July trip on Kosher Riverboat Cruises as we explore the Jewish history of the same river. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel, and we're going to especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day, we spoke about in the last video. Today, I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise. That is in the medieval city of Rouen. Now, Jews lived in Rouen from about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual architectural evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century Palace of Justice in Rouen, and they knew that it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps up to the appeals court. It was really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building, and upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually the yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable figure of Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel Meir, the grandson of Rashi himself, a really important commentator. Oh my gosh, I'm going to tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing. It was published in January 2020, City of Rouen. And the title, by the way, is Focus, La Maison Sublime, the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they call it that in a minute. The oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Norman Gold, who's really written a lot about the ancient world, about the medieval world, wrote fantastic stuff on a Khazarian document found in Giza, and also some great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was it. And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic architecture. They estimate about 11th century architecture with some amazing views and some interesting kind of decorative elements throughout. And when reconstructed by an artist, obviously these are like kind of the basement and foundations of the building. It probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house, it was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was when they discovered some graffiti scratched into the walls of the basement. Here's a photograph of the rabbi of Lyon at the time, Solomon Perez, who's showing the graffiti to the great rabbi of France, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan, and Jean Cornet, who was the mayor of Lyon. And he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, it's a quote from the Book of Kings. This house refers to this temple, right, in Jerusalem. In this context, it's kind of like a pun, saying this great yeshiva will remain in place. How ironic that it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about this amazing building is not only the fact that this is the oldest building in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Gold's research that the Rashba actually taught here. And when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rashba himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Avraham Ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. And so just to be in the same space with these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. So this whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos that we make as we visit these remarkable sites of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
That says it all, doesn't it? Let's take a look. Amy,
Here's
I lied.
Is the kid my 24-hour user?
Yeah, that too.
Okay, here's the latest. The mom who claims her baby was kidnapped is sticking with her story from behind bars, even as her husband told the sheriff's deputy.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the Kusha Riverboat cruises along the Seine River later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy in particular. I came across something just recently that was just so fascinating. It may be a little bit geeky and a little bit specifically for those who are interested in a deep dive to how history is actually written, but I just can't help it. I got to tell you about it. This is so fascinating. This is a discovery of Professor Norman Gould, a great scholar who really was one of the most prominent scholars looking at things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot of really unusual discoveries in the Cairo Geniza specifically. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholarship that I barely remember from my graduate school days, because with the internet, everything has changed. Basically, he came across a published text. He saw something funny in the way the text was published. He said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are things you had to do before the internet was invented. And by looking at the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in one of his most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick brick of a book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance, because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book in advance and we'll have a lot of fun talking about it. At any rate, what's the story here? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin as a whole. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts written in Hebrew characters, whereas Jews today still have the custom of not disposing of works that are written with religious intent. For example, if they include the name of God in them, those are called shemos. They put them instead in a place called a Geniza, which is like a storeroom or a treasure house, something like that. And then eventually they are buried. But the Jews of Old Cairo, a place called Fustat, actually regarded anything written in Hebrew characters, regardless of the nature of its content, as deserving of, going into the Geniza, and they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finished going through all these little scraps of paper putting together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews in Egypt and Palestine under the Fatimid Caliphs, which was published in 2 volumes in Oxford in the 20s. And he found one particular document have such pathos that he actually printed it in full. It deals with a man named Mar Rubein Ben Isaac. Mar is like a title of respect. He apparently was some landowner. And Jacob Mann identifies this place of origin as one Rodez in France, which is in the region of Languedoc, which is nowhere near Rouen or Normandy. It's in the south. But the spelling of the Hebrew text did not seem right at all. It would have had to have been spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet Rodez, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like Rodose. Now, it's unusual for the scribe of an original document to make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document. It's kind of like a notary public. They don't want to make mistakes. So how is it possible that it was referred as Rodez? So Professor Gould went to England to find out. Now, for those of you who were born after 1980, you might be wondering, why would you go all the way to England to find this document? Why don't you just look it up online, right? Like Google? Now, you have to remember, of course, this is the era before Google. It's the only way to see these things nowadays. But I did, in fact, since, I'm in that transitional generation. I was born sometime before 1980. I went and looked it up at the British Library, which has wonderfully digitized so many of these Cairo-Geniza manuscripts. You can see here that the catalog information still records it as Rodez, according to Professor Mann. they'll probably update this once they see this video, or once they read, Norman Gold's book on Jewish conformity. And here is the actual document. Isn't this great? We can actually see the document up close. What does the document say? Well, basically, it's a letter of introduction. One Mar Reuben ben Isaac went to this scribe named Abraham at a Mediterranean port, probably the city of Ar, and that would mean that he likely took the same river and then connected in Paris to get to the Rhone River, and then it made his way south. And if you're curious, yes, Kosher Riverboat Cruises does cruise both the Seine and the Rhone, so you can actually duplicate Mar Reuben and Isaac's itinerary. At any rate, why did he leave this place in France, Rodez, apparently? It's because he tells this very sad story that his son was killed in a forest by brigands, and he went to the local authorities to seek some redress to find the criminals, things like that. But the authorities, discovering that this was his only child, so sad, the authorities decided to simply dispossess him of his land since he had no inheritor. He said, fine, you're not going to leave the land to anyone else, we're going to take it for ourselves. Now, this was, by the way, a huge transgression of medieval law in many different places, as Professor Gold describes in his book. And part of the reason why this document is so fascinating is because it indicates a breach in what would have been the normal circumstances of that era. At any rate, Mar Reuben ben Isaac, heartsick at the loss of his son, devastated by the loss of his physical property. He was, of course, a landowner, which was also significant. He decided he wanted to go to Jerusalem and to settle there and ultimately to be buried in land. And he made his way down to the Mediterranean and then over to most likely Beirut. And he stopped in the very large Jewish community of Damascus, where this letter served as a letter of introduction. Okay, so fascinating. Now, let's look at the kind of geeky stuff about how do we connect this from Rodez to Iran. So if you look at the key passage in the text here, I've blown it up. You can see here where I've circled the text. That's the place name, Meir. It looks like Rodos. That's how Professor Mann read it. And it could be Rados or Rodez, but he identified it as Rodez, which would have been in the south. However, this bothered Professor Gold. If you look more carefully, consonant by consonant is letter, and you see in the next line there's this word, the kesef, which is a very common word. It means with money. And if you look at the third letter, of course, Hebrew written right to left, it is the third from the right, there's a samach there, an S sound. And it looks significantly different from the final letter, the first word of Rodos. And in fact, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see that the samach and the final mem are very, very slightly different, especially if you look at the lower right corner, where final mem in Rodom is slightly more, it's got more of a 90-degree angle, and the samach is more kind of like a 45-degree angle. This tiny, tiny difference makes all the difference in the world for how we read that word. Rather than reading it like Professor Mann does as Rodez, reading it rather quickly, a very, very careful look at this text suggests that it's not Rodos or Rodes, but Rodom. That makes a lot more sense. Now, where is Rodom? The original Latin name for Rouen was Rotomagus, and in the medieval period it was shortened to Rotom or Rodom. That would be the Hebrew use, and the pronunciation later shifted to Rouen. So, in other words, what Professor Gold did by looking consonant by consonant is he was able to shift the location of his letter from the south of France to Normandy to the city of Rouen. Now, there are tons of fascinating implications of placing this in Normandy rather than the south of France. I don't want to make this video much longer. Please have a look at Professor Gold's book for all the discussion. It goes about 50 pages today. But let's just finish the story of Reuben ben Isaac specifically. So If you look at the other side of this document, verso, you see there is several different hands, not described from Ar, but that continues the story. And amazingly, by looking more broadly in the Geniza archive, another document turned up, which deals with this same person and continues the story. I'm going to quote from that second document found in the Geniza now, which is clearly identified without doubt as being associated with Ruben ben Isaac. This man, the other document says, the bearer of this letter, was one of the most important members of the community where he lived and was wealthy. The ruler of his land cast a punishment on him, and he fled, coming to Damascus for the land of Israel. But brigands attacked him and plundered all that he had, inflicting wounds on him. He was thus in great despair, and when he came to Jerusalem, he said, I will go on to Egypt. Perhaps they will give me some provisions for the way so that I can return to my place. Your custom, dear associate, is to do good toward all who come to Egypt. Do so the same with this man. Perhaps he will eventually return to his place. Right, so now we can put the whole story together. The man suffered tremendous tragedy in Normandy. He decided, no, I'm going to retire to the land of Israel and be buried there. He made his way over to Damascus, got more letters of introduction, but on the way to Jerusalem, unfortunately, he was attacked again, lost all of his possessions. He was not able to make a go of it. He could not make Aliyah. He decided, I'm going to head back to France. I'm going to go via Egypt, which also had a strong Jewish community. I will get, one last burst of support in Egypt, and then I'll make my way to Rouen, where I'll try to put my life together again. It appears that he was unable to return to Rouen because he would not have left such important documents behind. Chances are he simply ran out of energy and decided to settle in Egypt and eventually died there, and his documents eventually made their way into the Cairo Museum. It's a fascinating story. Sorry for taking you down a little bit of a geeky path into how historians really do the tough work, but I hope you found this interesting anyways. I hope you'll be able to join us on this amazing cruise on the Seine River. There's some fantastic, amazing medieval Jewish history in Normandy, and especially on the coast, where we'll be focusing, of course, on Jewish military history and Jewish military heroism because of the tremendous significance of that location for World War II and World War I as well. Thank you very much for listening.
I'll tell you what we are going to look at redistricting issue and what's going on in Republicans, what they're saying versus what the Democrats are doing here in California. KFI AM 640.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that very soon we will be embarking on yet another kosher riverboat cruise, this time on the Seine River, and it's going to give us a phenomenal opportunity to explore the amazing history of Jews of France. This cruise is also specially themed on Jewish heroism, primarily because of the work people up the Seine River to Normandy, and then visit the beaches where D-Day occurred, and we will be marking with special ceremonies for those who served in the armed forces. But today, what I'd like to do is look a little bit more closely at our origin on this cruise, that is, of course, the city of Paris, and specifically, I want to look at the role
News brought to you by Zipper Solaris. The man
really the basic
used
framework
heating a
of
woman and
modern
not being
Jewish
around during a concert.
So let's just look at what happened in the late 1860s. Of course, France has this amazing revolution in 1789, and they proclaimed this document the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's, it's basically saying, equal rights for every man, at any rate, something separate. And so Jews began to say, wait, what about us? What's the schlecht? What's wrong with us? Why don't we get this as well? And so the French revolutionary government thought about it for a little while, and they realized that they had gotten themselves in a mantra because the Jews were traditionally considered Jews. However, there was a big split in the Jewish population. Let's have a look at this map here. This is what France looked like. This is an ecclesiastical map of the 18th century. While I'm on this map, let's have a quick look at where we're going to land in Paris, and then we're going to take our road up the Seine River to the English Channel, and where that arrow is where the beaches and back down. So back to our discussion, there's really two significant populations of Jews in France this time. There were in the south Sephardic Jews, and in the northeast the Ashkenazic Jews. The Sephardic Jews in the Bordeaux, for example, tended to be far more acculturated to French norms. They spoke French fluently. They dressed like French citizens, and they had a much more diverse economic profile, and so they really were much more kind of like integrated into French society, even though they lacked the same rights as French Catholics. In the eastern section of the bordering Germany, you have the huge mass of Yiddish-speaking, largely much more Orthodox Germanic Jews or Ashkenazic Jews. And so there was a lot of concern in the French population, primarily with these Ashkenazic Jews. We actually these very different foreigners or foreign seeking people, even though they've lived in this region for 1,000 years. And we really just consider them Frenchmen as well. So basically, in 1790, the French government said, all right, we will accept the Sephardic Jews. And then a year later, it was inevitable. It was the logic of the whole idea of the revolution. They accepted the Ashkenazi Jews as well. There were a lot of complaints, however, for the next decades, and then back and forth, with a lot of people appealing to the government, saying, all of our business rights changed, and the economy changed quite a bit because now Jews have much more freedom. They're no longer artificially restricted by discriminatory legislation. And so they ended up appealing to Napoleon. Napoleon was troubled by this question. He said, well, why don't we assemble a representative group of Jews and ask them what they really intend to do here as citizens of France? Can they ratify their patriotism? And in his typically grand kind of way, he said, I think we should assemble the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, the great court of 71 judges that had not sat for 900 years, but Napoleon liked to think big, and so he said, let's put it together again. He issued a call, and Jews from all over Europe, primarily those who were of the Hasidic bent, much more open to modernization and the form of Jewish tradition and so on, but nevertheless headed by this remarkable individual, Rabbi David Simpson, who was a very well-respected, highly Orthodox author who had created the Yad David commentary on the Mishnah. He was a very well-respected, erudite scholar, and Napoleon gave him his great hat. I wish I could get a hat like this to wear to shul on Shabbos. That would be amazing. At any rate, David Simpson became the president of this unruly body of Jews from all over. It's called the Sanhedrin. And when they came together, first actually under the Assembly of Notables, Napoleon presented them with 12 questions. So these 12 questions were basically designed to try to measure to what degree do these French Jews consider themselves essentially French. If, for example, France were to be attacked by Germany, which happens with regularity, would these Jews on the border defend France, or would they, God forbid, join with the great enemy? As this is a question, by the way, the Assembly of Notables stood up and said, "Jusqu'à la mort, we will defend France to the enemy." Napoleon asked a lot of really interesting questions, 12 of them in total. Rabbi Zinsheim was in charge of formulating the written responses, and essentially his draft response sort of articulated a way in which French Jews could maintain their communal identity and degree of independence, while nevertheless being patriotically attached to the French nation, recognizing the responsibilities to the larger civic quality of France and so on. In a word, he really brought it down to a concept that has just advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel of the Talmud, Dina de Malchuta Dina, the law of the land is the law. There's a lot more to say about that particular concept, but basically, this satisfied Napoleon and confirmed earlier decisions of 1790 and 1791, granting the Jews equal rights in France. There's more to say about this, but let's just have a look at some of the artwork period. Here's a remarkable that shows Napoleon, the great Napoleon, reestablishing the religion of Judaism in 1806. And you can see he's got kind of like this imperial sort of robe, like Caesar with laurels and things like that. And he is graciously reaching out his hand to lift up the fallen Judaism. The Judaism there is like forlorn, and the Ten Commandments fall into the grasp on the ground. There's the menorah from the temple in the background, and sort of like the Judean wilderness leading off into the space. And Napoleon, who was holding, the tablets of no law, is the great hero. And here's one more that I find absolutely amazing. This is actually something that was a medallion that was struck for Napoleon in his honor by the Jewish community in France. And you can see on the left, of course, the profile of the emperor, and on the right, behind the cross, there is Napoleon in a godlike sort of posture, actually handing the Ten Commandments to a servile Moses. I don't know how this was anywhere near acceptable, but nevertheless, this was a kind of, slavish honoring of Napoleon that went on, at least among some circles of French Jews. I should point out that while there were some Jews that regard Napoleon as being tremendous, and in fact they looked at his name and Naval as translated as Electo, good portion, and they had almost messianic pretensions for it in a way. There were other Jews who violently opposed him. The Hasidic group, further to the east, of course, regarded him with great suspicion. And in fact, there were some measures that Napoleon put in place that would lend credibility to that particular posture. At any rate, that's a very quick look at a key moment in French Jewish history that had implications really for Jews and modernity as a whole. As many countries moved towards a kind of civic democracy, what was the rule and how do they deal with distinct communities like the Jews within our populations? So, more to say about that. I just want to put in another plug. I'm really so excited that we're going to be cruising again. It's been so long. For those of you who are interested, it's absolutely fantastic experience. We have, about 100 people on these boats, and they're kind of like floating chateaus. We have maybe 3 times a day on the boat. We have amazing food from Mountain Green. And I imagine those bus tours are a lot of fun too. But one of the really nice things is you don't have to unpack and go to another hotel and unpack again. The hotel travels with you on the river. And all you do is you stop and you go out and you walk. And it's a manageable group, like 100 odd passengers. It's just beautiful. You get to know people. And we have friends that my wife and I have made for years now. So if you're able and interested, I would love to see you on this cruise and spend some time with you. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this particular video, and I look forward to speaking to you. Thanks very much for watching.
And of course, that means 95 Democratic seats will new seats will be established. Direct fight with Texas. The president is now weighing in and said he plans to sue.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. On Sunday, we'll be marking Yom Yerushalayim, Sunday, May 29th, 2022, which falls out of the Hebrew calendar on the 28th day of the month of Iyar. And Jerusalem Day is a modern event that was commemorated by the State of Israel on the first year after the conquest of Eastern Jerusalem, which allowed the city to be united again after 1948. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is to give just a little bit of a historical overview of how this came to pass, and look very briefly at some of the ongoing political controversy that surrounds this particular event, and also a little bit of the religious controversy, because even though the unification of Jerusalem is something that obviously Jews look upon with tremendous favor, there are nevertheless differences of opinion over what to do about this particular event. Okay, so let's do the history. First of all, Jerusalem. It is the ancient capital of the Jewish people. The earliest mention of it, however, is in the pre-Israelite period, when the Egyptians mentioned it in their execration texts. Execration texts are really amazing things. They are these kind of like clay tablets, or sometimes they're shaped like figurines, and the Egyptians would list all the people and places that they really didn't like, and then they would, have some kind of ritual humiliation or destruction of that object, smashing them up, burning them, sometimes even worse things. So Jerusalem is mentioned in an execration text that dates from about the 19th or 20th century before the Common Era. The Canaanite inhabitants were the Jebusites, and they are described in the Bible as the inhabitants that were conquered by King David, and that's when David named it his capital. His son Solomon, of course, rebuilt the temple there, and ever since then, for the last 3,000 years, it has been the undisputed capital of the Jewish people. Although they did have a civil war, of course, Samaria became a very important site and so on, but we'll skip over that. The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia, and it received many other names, such as Isla Capitolina by the Romans, Beit al-Maqdis by the Fatimid dynasty, and finally Al-Quds by Arabs in the contemporary world. By the time we get to the 20th century, Jerusalem is held by the Ottoman Empire based in Istanbul, and when it fell in the context of World War I, then the British took it over on December of 1917. The next few decades are known as the era of the British Mandate, because technically the land of Israel and also surrounding areas as well was given to the British as a mandate from the League of Nations to basically administer it. There was always a Jewish presence in Jerusalem from ancient times right through to modern times, but sometimes it was very tiny. But when we get to the 19th century in particular, from about the 1870s and 1880s, there is a growing stream of Jews who are seeking to make Israel their home, and the population in Jerusalem in particular is expanding. There is also a growing Arab population at the same time, as there is increasing wealth and prosperity in the region. Then these things go hand in hand. There's a lot more migration from outside the land of Israel, both Jewish and Arab. After several decades and World War II, the British are ready to leave. They asked the United Nations, which is the successor organization to the League of Nations, to say, we're having a really hard time. Tensions between Jews and Arabs in Jerusalem and in the region as a whole are increasing, and we'd like to leave, please. So they asked the United Nations to come up with a plan to somehow deal with the competing claims for Jerusalem and the entire region. The United Nations come up with this partition plan in 1947, which was actually pretty bizarre. It involved dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. Here you can see a period map that shows on the left the 3 green areas belong to the purported Jewish state, and this basically corresponds with more or less where their concentrations of settlement were. And on the right, you see the sort of goldenrod color. That is the regions that were to be given to the Arabs. And the 7th, so there's 3 and 3, that makes 6. The 7th area was Jerusalem, which was to be an international zone, because nobody could agree exactly how they would divide the holy city. What ends up happening is the Jews, even though it is kind of a strange plan, they agree to the plan, because after all, it represents the very first moment that Jews are able to reestablish their sovereignty in the land of Israel, since they were exiled in the 1st century of the Common Era, and war ensues almost immediately. The war lasts for a little over a year, as you can see in these 3 maps. But in the end, remarkably, the Jews are able to consolidate the territory and even expand it somewhat as the armistice comes into place in 1949. So between 1948 and 1967, Jerusalem is a divided city, think Berlin, with the primary areas of Jewish settlement prior to the war trapped on the Jordanian side of the border. In 1967, there is another major war, the Six-Day War, which is a lot to talk about. It has a tremendous impact on politics in the region even to this day. But basically, the Israelis stave off an impending attack from the Egyptians, the Syrians in particular, and remarkably, largely through very effective use of air power, they actually consolidate their territory even more and expand it to include, as you see in this map here, which is provided from a more left-wing source, so you can see some of the names. People will always argue about what names you use for different places. I don't want to get into that, but the map on the left, you can see that Syria loses territory in Golan Heights. Egypt loses a massive amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, and including the Gaza Strip, and then the so-called West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. Many Israelis prefer to use the Hebrew name, from Shomron, for this region. That is occupied by the Israelis. Now, there's a lot to say about this as well. It's heavily populated by Palestinians who are certainly not happy to be under Israeli sovereignty at this time, but the Israelis do not annex it outright. What they do annex, what they take for Israel permanently, is East Jerusalem with a large Arab population. And that means that Jerusalem, the city, is once again united, but at great cost, which of course still has contemporary political ramifications to this day. It is the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967 that is specifically celebrated on this day, Yom Yerushalayim. Now let's just talk very briefly about two ongoing issues regarding Yom Yerushalayim. Obviously, for Jews, and especially for religious Jews who see the establishment of the State of Israel as perhaps the unfolding of the Messianic era, that this is the Reshit Tzmichat Gevulatenu, the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. This is a hugely important event, and it's really of cosmic and metaphysical proportions. So there are many Jews who find themselves in that particular ideological camp who say, oh my gosh, we should go full on with a holiday. We should, recite specific prayers that are only recited at times of great celebration and so on. And others say that, wow, this is really a great political event for the Jews, but maybe we should hold off on some of those other things. Who says we're qualified to establish holidays? And still other Jews will say, no, we disagree with this either religiously or politically and want to downplay Yom Yerushalayim. I leave that up to you to decide exactly where you want to fall in that particular spectrum. And at the same time, the second issue is, of course, that Jerusalem is reunited or reunified, at least on a political level, on an administrative level, and it is hardly unified in terms of the peace and stability of the region, which of course sees Jerusalem not as the city of peace, but rather as a city of strife. Hopefully we will one day see a resolution of all of these events, and we will be able to celebrate Yom Yerushalayim with a full heart of enthusiasm for the happiness of all the residents of Israel and the Middle East and the globe as a whole. Okay, that's taking you very quickly through a historical perspective on what exactly is this day of Yerushalayim. I also want to say that I prepared this video as part of the promotion for the Kosher Riverboat Cruises, which is an organization that I'm really happy to be working with. I love cruising with KRC. We're going to be going to the Seine River in just a little over a month now, and we're going to cruise from Paris along the Seine River up to the coast of Normandy, and we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism. And that's really the connection with this particular topic. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the 28th, this coming Sunday, It's also a moment of great Jewish heroism as the Jews were able to reestablish themselves in their ancient capital after 3,000 years. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you are free and able to join us on this Kosher Riverboat cruise, we'd love to have you and talk a lot more about these things. Thank you very much for watching.
Listen to Go, GOT, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome. My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning through them.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Blois incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. This video is intended for educational purposes only. I prepared this video, of course, in context of my research, getting ready for the Great Kosher Riverboat Cruises trip to the Seine River, which is going to be so exciting. It's just a few weeks away, and we have only 6 cabins left. I'm very excited to see the response to this particular trip. But to dive into our material in particular, the scope of Jewish history in France, which is so fascinating, has nevertheless a big lacuna in it. Basically, from the early 14th century until the later part of the 18th century, there's not a lot happening Jewish in France. Why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on to earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east, which we'll talk about at the end of this video very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of French Jewish history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France and Provence, but for the most part, there's a big gap for a few hundred years because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to talk about today, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous example of the blood libel, and a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact that the First Crusade of 1096 had on the early Ashkenazic population in the region of northern France, but emanating from England came a new challenge, and that would be the challenge of ritual murder. This first surfaced in 1144 in Norwich, when a young child was found, and the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of mysterious ritual murder charge. I want to underline the fact that these ritual murder and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity, but nevertheless, the whole idea of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children, it just seems to stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve pedophilia and, God forbid, these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection to this that unfortunately has attached to the Jews, and it's just one of those self-perpetuating myths. At any rate, you can have a look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread slowly to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century, and they make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century. Some of the ritual murder and blood libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example of Simon of Trent, in which case the church was actually involved to a certain degree, even extending beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, entombed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling Ashkenazi community. We have a lot of accounts that corroborate the essential story of what happened in Blois. Many of these accounts were reported by Christian sources as well as Jewish sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived the centuries. Especially important for understanding are well corroborated accounts that emanate from nearby Orléans and from Paris, and they especially involve one particular figure who was the recipient of many of these documents, the great Tosafist Rabbeinu Yaakov Tam. He was the grandson of the famous Rashi, extremely important in interpreting the Talmud, and this is one of the incidents that occupied the last years of his life as Jews from around France asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the southwest of Paris. While I'm on the same map, here's roughly where we will be traveling on this trip as we make our way down the Seine River from Paris to Normandy and then back. One of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Proceedings of the American Academy of Jewish Research, and he essentially takes us through the story. What exactly happened? So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the Loire River with a load of untanned skins, right? The leather worker, basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess, soak it in various solutions until it finally make it into leather. So apparently he had some skins, I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load, early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing along the banks of the Loire River, one of those skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a Christian servant who mistakenly took this bloody skin for the body of a child. And perhaps he had somehow heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France as well, who knows. But he went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had some kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Salina. Now, this relationship, in one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohev, from the word ahava, or love. In Hebrew, the word ohev can mean love or like, and so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a closer relationship, a more romantic relationship even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favor, that he favored her. Who was this Pulsina? She was apparently a very successful moneylender. We discussed in other videos the role that Jews played in early commerce and credit at this time of year. So Pulsina was arrested by Thibault. Why he was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Pulsina, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Pulsina, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this moneylender. And this is a pattern that we also see in many Jewish communities where moneylenders, if they're good at their job and extend a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jews. We see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, Thibault, perhaps acting with the strong urging of his wife Alex, imprisons not only Pulsina, but also the entire community. About 31 later they would actually be burned at the stake. The entire episode, by the way, is so moving that I mentioned how Robert Chazen wrote this article in his youth. The great Genesis scholar, S.D. Goitein, he wrote a play on this in 1927, which is really quite amazing. At any rate, the community responded right away with collecting a bribe of 220 pounds to try and release this community of 30-odd people who were arrested, and this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low because after the incident, they ended up having to find 1,000 pounds to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis VII, who agreed with the Jews, as is something that typically happens in these blood libel cases, where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, will say, no, it's not true. The Jews don't do this. Please stop, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories. But nevertheless, they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible as what. They often are a very convenient target for the justified anger of a community. In Blois, there was no body ever found, and there was no child ever reported missing. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. But nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Thibault, Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually executed the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, which corresponded to May 26th of 1171. The martyrs included Consolina and two of her daughters. In terms of the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Blois, the entire Jewish population of Blois, was only 40 people, most likely 40 adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, wiping out almost the entire community. We don't know exactly what happened to some of the others. The children, however, were forcibly converted to Christianity and were lost to the Jewish community. As a result, a fast day was instituted that is observed even up to the present day in many communities because of the many other tragedies that happened later on this date, such as some of the Khmelnytsky massacres in 1648-49. This particular date, 20th of Sivan, which is coming up as I record this, is recognized as a fast day, 1,000 years later. Dr. Chazen makes some very salient historical observations about this entire sad tragedy. This was a formative element in the development of a centralized authority among Jewish communities in Ashkenaz. Let us recall that we're speaking about tiny, essentially pioneering settlements. They're only there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. These are relatively new settlements in terms of the scope of Jewish history. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also, Dr. Chazen points out, really emphasizes the role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbeinu Tam played in directing the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which would only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and would drive Jews further and further to the east, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian Continent. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 1171. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France, with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experiences via video. Thank you very much for watching.
Basketball court open because the players get dribbling.
The deck, corny, room-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're doing well. Today, I'd like to speak to you about someone who has become kind of a hero, a scholarly mentor to me. I'm speaking about Cecil Roth, the great 20th century historian. And I found that quite recently his work has intersected with my own work and my own life, actually, in three distinct ways. So I thought, hey, let's make a video about Cecil Roth. So let me tell you quickly about those three ways, each of which is a small plug. The first is I'm going to be going on 2 history cruises this year, in which I'm going to rely very heavily on Cecil Roth. One of those trips is along the Seine River, and in fact, the video that you see behind me is a really cool kind of panorama of the various rooms and places in the boat that we'll be sailing on. And the second cruise is going to be to Venice, and Cecil Roth, of course, is primarily known in his research specialization as a historian of Italian Jews, so I'll be relying very heavily on him. The second major way in which his work is intersected with my own is that, God willing, I'll be speaking in New Jersey twice this month. And I'll be speaking about the meaning of Jewish history, looking at how historians have made an impact on the way we shape our understanding of the past. We're going to start by looking at Josephus, looking at the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, and then we're going to move in the second talk to the medieval period, looking at people like David Gans and several other historians, and then finally we're going to look at the modern period, and Cecil Roth is one of those figures that is so important for us understanding how we got to be where we are today. So I'm going to put details about where I'm speaking in Teaneck and then in Fairlawn in the information box if you are available, and in New Jersey this month. And third, I'm really excited to be working with Cecil Roth's scholarship on my own attempt to create a survey of Jewish history. This is a forthcoming 3-volume work that's going to be appearing under the imprint of foreign publishers in Jerusalem. So Cecil Roth has become so important to me in these 3 distinct ways. Let's talk a little bit about him now that we've had this longish introduction. He was born on March 5th of 1899, although some of the official records actually record his date as March 11th. The family history indicates that his father, who was a Polish immigrant, somehow missed a date to register his son's birth properly, and so it was delayed by several days until March 11th. Some records apparently reflect that later date. Cecil was one of 4 brothers. One of them, Leon, actually became a professor of philosophy at Hebrew University. He received a traditional secular education, and his father enjoyed a private Hebrew tutor. His mother was English born, and so Cecil Roth had kind of an upbringing that was open to the Eastern European influence, but also firmly rooted in his English background. He served in World War I as a private, and he saw combat. As a religious Jew, he was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a chaplain and officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Merton College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating with a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because 2 of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them, and nevertheless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I've relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating when you look at their early life together, because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. Means almost all of the 20s and the 30s, he was a freelance historian. There's huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success. But he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture, things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for positions was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. Despite his really stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, he was never honored by becoming a fellow of the college from which he was graduated. And he overheard people saying that no students of the Jewish persuasion would be welcome in the senior common room, and apparently not senior fellows. He engaged, however, in incredible output, despite his precarious finances, and his total number of publications, as we shall see, numbered in the hundreds. He ultimately was appointed to be a reader in post-biblical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford teaching as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later, he went on to have some visiting appointments at Queens College in New York City, also Stern College at Yeshiva University, and as we shall see, a rather unfortunate appointment at Bar Ilan University at the end of his life. His activity during the late 30s and into World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was, of course, fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewish history and Italian history in general. But he was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank of private for the 1 year that he was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held it back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism. And he did this in two ways. One way was by collaborating with Arthur Schick on his really impressive Haggadah that had a very strong anti-Nazi tone to it. And there's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Schick Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo Haggadah. He published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Haggadah of the Chinese Jews, and so on, which I understand has an absolutely delicious set of recipes. No, just kidding. His major work on the Holocaust was a book called The Jewish Contribution to Civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism. Whereas Hitler and Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for its downfall, Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contribution, as the title indicates, the Jews made to civilization. There's a fascinating note in an article by Elisa Lawson, who wrote a dissertation on Roth's contribution to English history in particular. And I hadn't seen this myself, but apparently he dedicated a different book directly to Hitler himself, a book on the Sassoon dynasty, again, speaking to the idea of the Jews making tremendous contributions to world history. And with his uniquely fluid style, Elisa Lawson quotes an open letter to Adolf Hitler that Cecil Roth published in his book on the Sassoon dynasty, expressing, here I quote, profound execration and abhorrence, not merely as a Jew and as an Englishman, but as a human being, for you, your ideas, your ideals, your methods, and all that you stand for. Very powerful kind of statement. He and his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian learned societies because of his opposition to Mussolini, who was, of course, an ally of Hitler. But in the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contributions to their history. Here's a rather remarkable coin, medallion that was minted in his honor. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was criticized was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated deep enthusiasm for the history of the Jewish people. He once said, "A man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the events in their history." It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of Saulo Baron, very important historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have huge this notion that Jewish history is all about books and pogroms, right? Like there's discrimination and all kinds of violence, followed by scholarship and huge achievements. Now, there's some merit to looking at history that way, but Cecil Roth could hardly be called a member of that school, and he often pointed a penetrating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history as well. And he has been defended by no less a scholar than David Ruderman, who wrote a tremendous article, championing the kind of work that Cecil Roth did and criticizing the critics who overstate his idealistic view of Italian-Jewish relations in particular. He was really a much more objective historian than some of those critics give credit for. Nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of the Jewish people in a much more nationalistic sense. She wrote that he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short History of the Jewish People, was translated into Russian and published in a samizdat edition, meaning a self-published, pirated edition, which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets, when people would get a book, they would translate it, and then they would laboriously type it out with like tiny onion skin thin papers, trying to type up to 8 copies at a time and then circulating them just through networks. And she says he would have been delighted to hear that his book was pirated in this way. And she wrote that he used to say, "If any work of mine has been the cause of even one Jew of uncertain allegiance to Judaism to return to the heritage to which he was born," he often said, "I would not consider that my work had been in vain." So you get a sense of his attachment to Judaism and how he expressed that in his works. He wrote tens of monographs, general histories of the Jews, works on art history, analysis of Haggadahs, things like that. The last count of his bibliography extends to 779 publications. Incredible. Many of them translated into other languages. He loved biographies in particular. He wrote, when he was criticized sometimes for looking at strange individuals, he said, "If I have preferred the picturesque to the drab and devoted space to the curious as well as to the important, I do not feel that an apology is needed." Because he gets sense of humor as well. I wish there was some YouTube of him speaking. In fact, I'm going to go search right after I make this video. But his most colossal contribution, which is often overlooked, is the fact that he served as the editor-in-chief of the massive multi-volume Encyclopedia Judaica, which is without doubt the largest, most far-reaching comprehensive piece of Jewish scholarship since the Babylonian Talmud. It is a massive work of scholarship. I myself use it quite frequently. I refer to it very often. And every now and then when I'm reading, I'll come across a passage and I'll say, wow, this is like so well written and well expressed. And I'll look down and I'll see the little initials, CR, that in fact that particular article was written by Cecil Roth himself. But just to get a sense of kind of his approach and his skills that could bring to bear in producing this particular massive work of Jewish scholarship, when he wrote that aforementioned book, The Jewish Contributions to Civilization, 1938, he had one of his senior students prepare an index. When he went and he looked over the index, he was horrified to see that it did not include any names of women. So he went back to the students and said, well, how come there are no women mentioned here? I wrote about so many women. And he said, well, I didn't think they were important enough to make it into the index. So he chucked the index, and he went and he asked his wife Irene to go over and repair that flaw. And of course, that's how it was published. Irene Roth says this was the primary contribution to her husband's scholarship. But it gives you a sense how here in the 1930s, he's thinking very seriously about these things. He was a great popular historian, involved in all kinds of multimedia activities as well. Here you can see an interesting picture of him with Cecil B. DeMille, the great director who produced the Ten Commandments, among many other films, and he once wrote a note to him, from one Cecil to another Cecil. Although Cecil Roth's Hebrew name was Bezalel, I don't know if Cecil B. DeMille had a Hebrew name. Towards the end of his career, he made more and more trips to Israel. He had visited when he was a much younger man, but ultimately settled there for the last decades of his life, as he was especially working with the Encyclopedia Judaica, based in Jerusalem, and later also with an office in New York. Here you can see a photograph of he and his wife Irene on the tarmac arriving in Israel. Back then, I actually remember getting off planes and walking across the tarmac. I don't think they do that too often, especially at international airports. Unfortunately, at the end of his career, when he had achieved already so much, he was the subject of a terrible defamation that had a tremendous toll on him and unfortunately cost the larger world much of his energies as a scholar. In 1964, he had been appointed to be a professor at Bar-Ilan University in Israel, which is a great school that has strong ties to the observant Jewish community. And a scurrilous account was published in an Israeli magazine in Hebrew that misquoted Roth in his writing The Short History of the Jews. Specifically, there's one passage. I'm going to read it to you in full, and then I'm going to say how it was abused by the author of this article to indicate how far-reaching this crisis was. So here's the quotation in full. It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity. So in other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those historians who deny the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, which was published in a religious circulation, stopped after words, that may be so. In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, it is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so. Stop, period. Oh my gosh. So this portrayed Cecil Roth completely contrary to his personal lifestyle, his personal religious views, and so on, not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Cecil Roth suffered a heart attack. The university strove to defend him, but ultimately decided that he would resign from that position, and he did not continue as a professor there. It's just horrible to see this example of what we call today cancel culture attacking a scholar of great merit like Cecil Roth. At any rate, he continued his work lecturing and teaching at other schools, and especially his work on the Encyclopedia Judaica, and died in 1970, and here is a photograph of his tombstone in Israel. So by way of conclusion, here's a beautiful photograph of him hard at work in his Oxford library. Cecil Roth is one of those great scholars of the 20th century that, saw so much publication and had such a tremendous arc of career, unfortunately ending in this kind of infamy in Bar-Ilan, but at the same time also achieving this massive, enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. I have to say that I myself really am drawn to him as a figure in so many ways. I really appreciate the fact that he hated correcting galleys. He used to hate, galleys are like when they typeset the book and things like that they send the author back the copies and you have to read every word that you already wrote. And you can make small changes like, correcting spelling errors and things like that, but you really shouldn't add big chunks of paragraphs. because it throws off the formatting. So I hate that too. I hate looking at calendars. I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he wrote, or he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young and old among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just radiates from the page when you read his work. And you know what? I have fun too. So I really feel a tremendous amount of sympathy for Cecil Roth. I hope that some of you will be able to join me in discussing Cecil Roth's work, either in this Shabbos or the next at Congregation B'nai Yeshua in Teaneck and at Congregation Darkei Noam in Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises who will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his role as an art historian. He had remarkable sensitivity to finding antique works and analyzing them. And last of all, if you're not able to join me in New Jersey, not able to join me in Europe, I hope you will join me on the page when we publish this book with foreign publishers that is going to rely very heavily on the approach of Cecil Roth. Okay, I thank you very much for watching this longish video, and look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Anywhere, the same money, $2,400. What do they get in Tulsa? 5-bedroom, 3-bath house with a yard. Not much of a yard in an apartment building on the west side of LA. For $2,400, who are we dreaming? And there's another reason.
What a great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on the Seine cruise. Very excited about it. But I've been with David for about 5 or 6 cruises now. And if this is your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl, or like a summer camp reunion for older adults, and it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the part I play, is to try and give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, which is going to be about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give you a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history, and then we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I didn't introduce myself properly. Henry Abramson. Here is an old picture of me from before I grew my beard. Great. I am a dean at Touro College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of the world's greatest universities. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people, published by Current Press. It'll come out, God willing, and starting in 2 years. So here's where we're going to travel. You can see this map here. Paris is right in the center of this blue line. If you were to go upriver, you get to Troy, which is one of the most places, of course, associated with Rashi, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization there. But we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and then Le Havre, and we spent some time at the embarkation point D-Day and so on. So we'll be traveling downriver to the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, at the end to get to Paris. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity, really, a kind of explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish Jewish minds to this very day and constitutes a staple in particular of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at Rouen. This is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their, not city hall, but their court system and we're going to spend a lot of time particularly discussing the Ballet Totsafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and his the surrounding culture, which especially invested a tremendous amount of energy into developing the ancient texts of the Talmud and trying to understand how they could be applied to the High Middle Ages. And of course, the teachings of the Baalei Tosfot continue to inspire Jews to this very day and have tremendous relevance. We're also going to be looking, of course, at some military history because we'll be looking at the Battle of the Storm, we'll be looking at the embarkation of D-Day, and I have my colleague Captain Irv, who is going to give us some real insight into what it means to participate in the military as a Jewish individual historically and so on. So we have a varied history that's going to look at the medieval period in particular, when you have this great high point of Jewish cultural activity here. We're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, there's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself have to be absolutely fascinated with the history of Abraham Ibn Ezra, noted biblical commentator and scientist. You see a medieval representation of him holding his astrolabe. He was one of the very few medieval Jews, there are more than one, who actually have a crater on the moon named after them. So we have a lot of fascinating things to say about Ibn Ezra. He spent the last 10 years of his life here in Normandy, then went to London for a couple of years before he finally passed away. He has a lot to teach us. We're looking forward to talking about him. We'll be looking at the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasidei, the pious ones, it's been reused. Hasidim today generally referred to movements like Chabad and Breslev and so on, which come out of Eastern Europe in the 18th century. But the term Hasidim goes way, way back. It goes back to King David. The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were also called the Hasidim. So there was an unusual, bizarre period in Jewish history. It lasted about 150 years. It was very active here that adopted a tremendous amount of strange Hasidic practices, which they're quite foreign to the way Judaism developed afterwards, but nevertheless quite fascinating. You see here in this image. I am going to have a printout for it on Shabbos, but this is, for example, a beautiful illuminated manuscript from the holiday of Shavuot. It's actually held now in the British Museum. It's called the Tripartite Machzor. You can see on the left, you have Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, receiving the Ten Commandments here, handing it off to Aaron, who is the high priest, and looks like he's wearing a bishop's mitre, like an actual ecclesiastical hat. And then behind them, kind of like a hierarchy, you have a group of men all wearing a Jewish hat that Jews were required to wear from the 13th century onward. And then behind them, you have this really strange grouping of animal-headed women, where because of the strange way of thinking of the city Ashkenaz, they did not want to portray women's faces. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, we've actually gone backwards. Now we don't portray women at all. They were not so strong back then, but you can see they're all portrayed with kind of calves' heads or dog heads and things like that. They're actually, though, rather sympathetic in nature. They're sort of cute, which is they're not meant to be like ugly. It's a fascinating period. We'll look at that. We're also going to look at the period of modernity, when the Jews of France were the first ones to receive full legal emancipation. It was a huge shock. Here you have a remarkable depiction of Napoleon, who is shown here in a rather self-serving depiction that was not unlike his character, where he's raising up a fallen woman that represents Judaism. He's holding on to the Ten Commandments here, and Napoleon is giving Jews a hand, literally, by raising them up from the status. Unfortunately, that legal emancipation was not anywhere near a social emancipation, as we shall discuss in the later lectures of this cruise. And then we're also going to look, of course, at the Dreyfus trial and its implications, which were global in nature, and see quite a bit through really what's happening in France today, where we're in an extremely challenging time. Jews in France are quite threatened in many ways, and there's a massive departure of French Jews from this region because of the multifaceted anti-Semitic forces that have come to bear on that population here. So that's basically the scope of my presentation. We will do a very quick survey of all of Jewish history. I find it fascinating. I hope you will as well. And with that, I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Captain Elson.
Michael Crozier, KFI News.
today. It's been in place since 2004, set aside in recognition of our virtues.
So why am I here? I'm here to answer this question. Is being in the army or in the military a job or a nice Jewish boy or a girl? Before we go into that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Chaplain Captain Herb Elson. Just a little shy of 6 years ago, I retired after 35 years in the Navy. My wife Fran is here with me. We came into the Navy right out of seminary, and 2 weeks after ordination, we were already on the plane to Okinawa, Japan. Now, we came into the military for only 3 years. We served 3 years, do a little travel, and get a little experience. And 35 years later, they finally kicked me out of the military. The joke is that they still have a claw mark on my desk as they dragged me away. It was really a great experience. Currently, I'm the director of the JWB Jewish Chaplains Council. We're a not-for-profit Jewish organization, God help us all, whose mission is to provide meaningful Jewish living for Jews in the military. Just to tell you a little bit about what we're going to be learning about during this cruise. We're going to be learning a lot about battles of World War I and World War II. We're going to be learning together about the Battle of the Somme and then the invasion of Normandy. But we thought it was important also that we're able to connect the Jews that fought then to the Jews that are serving now. And I really like these two pictures. The picture on the left is a picture of a Jewish service in France in 1944, and the picture on the right is a picture of a service in Iraq in 2013. Moving ahead, here's a picture on the left of two service members in Vietnam. Does anybody know who the service member is on the right? No, it's definitely not. The name of this gentleman was Oliver Shalom David Bruckenthal. David Bruckenthal was originally from Long Island. He served in the Coast Guard, and he was the first Coast Guardsman killed in combat since World War II. As a matter of fact, he was awarded the Silver Star. He passed away about 12 years ago, and he is one of the first Jews to have a U.S. Coast Guard cutter named after him. So one of the things that we're going to do in the next couple of days is we're going to hear these stories of valor, not only the Battle of the Somme, but not only in Normandy, but we're going to be hearing stories of valor of men and women who are serving today, serving now. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Jews in the military. I'm going to give you some numbers you're going to forget, but I want you to remember the date, April 9th, 1917. All right, April 9th, 1917, because we're going to talk a lot about how the beginning of World War I, the American Jewish community came together to support the men and women serving, support the men who were coming into uniform. We're going to learn a lot about some of the choices that the American Jewish community had to make when it came to coming together. Dare I say it, so kick me off the ship. Reformed, conservative, and Orthodox Jewish communities came together to support the men and women in the military. Shabbos afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the halakhic challenges that Jews in the military are facing today. We're going to talk about what is different in the military today. What is different about wartime today that really challenges us as Jews and challenges our halakhic principles. And finally, we're going to hear about stories of heroism. We're going to hear what Jews did then and what Jews did now. All right, so I'm just going to ask you a little question just to whet your appetite here. All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew to die in the Revolutionary War? But no? We're going to play this group against this group. That one's yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. Was Francis Dominic from Savannah, Georgia.
Yo, what's going on, Splangy?
Started by supporting the
Can you hear me?
Revolutionary War financially, and eventually he fought in the Revolutionary War, was the first Jew to kill. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely correct. We had said originally we thought it was a Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in the Civil War, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes? All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew to die in the Revolutionary War? Anybody know? We're going to play this group against this group. That one's yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. His name was Francis Salvatore. He was from Savannah, Georgia. He actually started by supporting the rebels, the Revolutionary War, financially, and eventually he fought for the Revolutionary War. Was the first Jew to kill. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely correct. We had said originally we thought it was Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in the Civil War, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group has 1 point. All right, the next one. Another easy one. I'll give you a hint. He was a Navy guy, okay? Who was the biggest Jewish hero of the War of 1812? You're going to love this. I'm going to tell you later on a fascinating story of Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Does anybody know what made Uriah P. Levy so famous, besides being the hero of the War of 1812? Yes, ma'am. Well, that's later on, right? He preserved Monticello. Yes, sir? Yeah, sadly, he abolished corporal punishment in the Navy. He also instituted grog aboard Navy ships. Anybody else? What made him famous? Yes, okay. You don't have to hear my way. Commodore Uriah P. Levy was the most court-martialed admiral in the Navy. He was court-martialed 6 times. 6 times. All on made-up charges because of anti-Semitism, and he beat the rap each of those times. Okay, Commodore Uriah Levy. Very good. All right. How many Jews won the Medal of Honor, World War I? That's a hard one. No, actually 4. 4 Jewish service members, 4 Jewish army guys won the Medal of Honor. Okay, next one. This one's easy, and if you don't know the answer, you'll get the answer tonight in the movie. But who was famous Jewish comedian served as an artilleryman during World War II? Not Danny Kaye. I heard it over here. Mel Brooks, yes. You're going to see him in the movie tonight. Mel Brooks, God help us, enlisted in the Army, and he trained to be a radioman, but typical Army, they sent him to be an artilleryman and fought in World War II. All right, very good. Let's move ahead to Korea. This is an amazing, amazing story. What's the name of a Jewish hero who won the Medal of Honor during the Korean War? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, and please tell me when my time is up. The name of the person is Tibor Rubin. Tibor Rubin was born in Europe. He was sent to the camps during the Holocaust. He survived the camps and came to the United States. And at 17 years old, at the beginning of the Korean War, joined the U.S. Army to thank the United States for liberating the camps. Tibor Rubin fought in Korea. He actually was sent by an anti-Semitic sergeant up to this one hill saying, you get up in that hill and don't give up that hill so the rest of us can retreat. And the Chinese masses came. Tibor Rubin protected the hill. His entire unit escaped, and he was captured. He was captured by the Chinese. He served 2 years in Chinese prisoner of war camp. But what made it really remarkable was that Timur Rubin at night would escape from the camp and steal food and bring it back for his fellow inmates. For that action, he was first awarded the Silver Star, and many years later, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. Timur Rubin passed away 2 years ago. Really fascinating time. And then finally, I'll give you a little gimmick. What's the name of the TV commentator? I believe he's CNN, who's a Jewish Medal of Honor winner from Vietnam. You'll see him every once in a while. Yes. No, Larry King did not win the Medal of Honor, but he did serve. Anybody else? Colonel Jack Jacobs. You'll see him on CNN every once in a while. The military expert, Jewish Medal of Honor. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to share with you about the men and women in uniform today and some of the really magnificent things they're doing while proudly being Jewish. Thank you very much.
Here's the latest. State and local officials are getting together in Pacific Palisades today to mark another milestone in the city's recovery efforts following the wildfire. Drug kingpin El Mayo has apologized for flooding the U.S. with cocaine. And Governor Newsom continues to troll President Trump. He's now got a new online store.
Again, and now we're back. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to give a... Who's been with us before? Can I have a show of hands? Okay. Right. Talk to these guys if you have. So they came back. So that's a good thing. All right. And on the count of three, everyone, I want you to say where you're from. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. We got the loud stuff. Yes. Oh, there is. So we're going to keep this short. I know everyone doesn't want to sit there and talk 24/7 and just give you some quick information. Everybody can relax. We have a very, very, very packed schedule, but that should give you free time to get off the boat, wander around. We have some basic information that we want to give everybody as well. First, want to introduce the crew so you know who is who, and then you can go. And if you have any questions, ask them. Okay, don't ask me. So first, I want to say David Krause, who's our tour director, our European director. We have Cullen, who is our hotel manager. Not hotel manager. Cruise director, sorry, he's been demoted. We have Henry Abramson, our doctor Henry Abramson. We have, where is Stuart Weiss? Stuart Weiss. Rabbi, oh my gosh, we're all on first name basis here. It's fine. It's very relaxed. That's how we're going to do this. I am David Lawrence. We also have, I don't wear my name tag. We have Captain Irv Elson. Rabbi Captain Irv Elson. Sorry, I'm missing out everybody's name. So, some basic information as we get started. I know we just, I don't know if you saw it when you just arrived for those early people. We had an 18-wheeler that just showed up from England, from London, and you take everything off the boat. Oh, Naomi, you're right in front of me. Naomi Malcolm, our food extraordinaire. I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I'm not going to say Naomi every other minute now, so because I forgot about you. So I'm just going to say the name. So at around 11 o'clock, our semi showed up, packed to the brim. Everything came off the boat, and all our stuff came on it. We turn over a ship, we make it kosher. It is quite the feat. I think something only Malcolm could do. Who's downstairs getting your dinner ready. And so, and I want to thank you for everybody's patience. I know going through the airport during Fashion Week is interesting. Going through Paris during Fashion Week is interesting. If you ever get an Uber or a cab, congratulations, you did it. It only took me about 45 minutes this morning. So, a couple of things we want to talk about. If anybody, and again, our basic policy is on board, we make sure that people had, their vaccines or said they had their vaccines. Also, if everybody does have their vaccine, so we want to make sure that they do. That is the ship policy. If someone for any reason is not feeling well, just let us know and take it easy. If people want to get administered a COVID test, I believe we have some on board. But again, we're not going to test everybody. It's just something that we don't do. And again, we're just asking people if they're not feeling well, just let us know. Also, the quick thing about drink credit. So every boat that we're on is different. Some include everything, some don't. So this boat during all meals with breakfast, open bar with breakfast. Preliminary one. Right? It's fun. Gotta have it. Okay, so for lunches and dinner, all beer and wine and all soft drinks and everything included. During dinner as well, we have our coffee service. We have our early morning coffee service. We have it at breakfast. We have it at tea time. And we have it during the meals as well. So that's how it works. Then any other additional drinks that we have, we can purchase from the bar, and we give everybody an onboard credit. So everybody has $100 of onboard credit to go use the gift shop, at the hairdresser, get a massage, whatever you want. So we will be extending that to everybody as well. Did I miss anything? I had literally a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go over the schedule. So every day is going to be like, you're going to get up on your pillows. You're going to get a schedule that's basically your times when you're going to talk about the board talks. You don't want to spend too much time doing it. But we're going to do a brief update of what we're going to be doing the next day, so you can prepare for it. We had also, I'm sure you had asked by Tanya, or bugged by Tanya, who's this very strong Colombian lady who has to get all her information on a spreadsheet, about the two tours that we have on one of the days. We either have home floor or we have the Somme, which is a World War I day. So we wanted to get a basic idea of who wanted to do what. We have that list. If people want to change, should not be a problem. Just let us know ahead of time so we can make sure we have room on the bus. We have two buses going to on floor. We have one bus on the all-day tour for the Somme. So we'll go over that as we go over that. All right, I have any other brief questions, but I'm sure you'll have a lot to pull us out afterwards and talk to us. But again, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to have beautiful weather all week long because it does not rain on our tours, and this is a fact. Okay, people have been on our last cruises. Did it rain on the tour? We've been doing this for about 11 years. It doesn't rain when we tour. It can rain in between when we're traveling. It can't rain when we tour.
Start of fall this year, it's hotter than hell. Starbucks, artificial start of fall, actually. Pumpkin spice latte season has arrived. I'm sure you'll be talking about that and their new turkey.
Good morning. It was absolutely fantastic. Shabbos here in Guam. Really enjoyed it. Very late night though, because the sun goes down quite late. Shabbos didn't end until after 11:15. Today is a more somber day. We've got an early start because we're heading over to the Battle of the Somme, which is a very important site in the history of World War I, and it's going to be more of a tour of the battlefields and a tour of the cemetery. Apparently, have a fantastic museum there. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure it's going to be a very educational experience, although a very somber one indeed. And right now, at the Anzac Memorial for Australia and New Zealand troops that fought so nobly here on this particular ridge, not too far from the location of Amiens, France, and we're able to secure this particular location from the German advance. It's considered a turning point in the war in 1918. It really allowed the Allies to actually win in this region. There are primarily Christians buried here from those forces, but there are also Jews and also Hindus buried here as well. The markers are all uniform, basically name, rank, and date, but families were allowed to add personal epitaphs as well. And some of them are very heartbreaking. I mean, these are young boys, 17, 18, 19 years old. Behind me here is one fallen Jewish soldier. You can see that his epitaph reads, his name was N. Marks, an Australian man, age 18, and the quotation, the personal epitaph, the family reads, a young life nobly given, God rest his soul. I'm always a little torn when I see taking this rated military cemetery overseas. On the one hand, young lad Levitsky, 20 years old, fell, died away from family, away from his community, and it's just sad. It breaks your heart. On the other hand, he's buried amongst his shipmates. He's buried among his fellow soldiers. The military is the only profession where you work with people that would literally die for you. And that's what he's surrounded by. I actually feel a little guilty just putting one stone where people kill him. Every single one of them. I love your chat. All around them. שוכן במרומים, המצא מנוחה נכונה, על כנפי השכינה, במעלות קדושים וטהורים, כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים. למשפט אחינו אנשי חיל, אשר הערגו עמדת נפשם באק, ארצנו לחירות העולם, לכם ברחמים. אז תראה בצדק כנפך לעולמים, ושרוד יסתור החיים לנשמתם. לא יישא גוי גוי חרב, ולא ילמדו את מלחמה, ונאמר אמן. Exalted and compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure. To all the men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country and the defense of freedom of the world. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. And let us learn that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they study war anymore. And together let us say, behind me is a dramatic memorial to soldiers from Newfoundland who fought here in World War I. You get a sense of the nature of trench warfare. And you can see the landscape behind me is studded with, studded isn't the right word, it's just drilled with all these trenches here who actually reinforce some of them with planking together. It's easier to walk along. And there are several rows of trenches for various purposes and communication between them. And if I just turn around here so you can see what's going on the other side, behind me, I can see that stone flint. That's actually where the German front lines were. And you can see that the actual trenches extend for something like 100 meters. And then beyond it is the actual no man's land, which is where that sort of fencing is located. There were about 6,000 people killed here on July 1st, 1916. An incredibly awful battle, terrible charge as they came out of the trenches, which were by then clogged with war dead, and tried to make their way across no man's land to the so-called danger tree, which you might be able to see in the background there, and the German machine guns, which could fire 500 bullets a minute, just simply mowed them down. It's one of the most horrific massacres of the World War I on this location. I often think what it would have been like for that 18, 19, 20-year-old sitting here in this trench, cold, scared, hungry, and what motivates him when he gets a signal to step up and climb over the trench and walk across the battlefield. And what kind of motivation does this person have? Does he do it for king and country? Does he do it for his brother to his left or to his right? Does he do it for greater honor? And you find newfound respect for the people that fought this war, for the ideals of freedom that they fought so valiantly for. And this trench has really become sacred space. I think it's extremely poignant, and I want to specifically give appreciation to David Krause for putting this cemetery specifically on our agenda, because it allows us to go a little higher above our national particularist sensibilities and understand that war is so destructive to both sides. And especially in World War I, I want to just harken back to something that Vic said earlier in our trip, and also place it within the significance of the Jewish calendar. So Vic said that World War I was in many ways, part two of a three-part war, with World War II, of course,
being the third. The first being the Franco-Prussian War, second being World War I, and the third being World War II. There's no question in my mind, I think it's an interesting thesis, but there's no question in my mind, and I was taught in graduate school, that World War I was definitely World War II Part 1 because of the disastrous arrangements made in the peace treaties afterwards and virtually guaranteed that the Second World War would be fought. The Second World War, of course, is something that we as Jews especially associate with the horrific consequences. But what I'd like to specifically point out to your attention is that the time of year that we're in right now, we're just about to begin the 3 weeks period of national mourning. And when you go back to 1914, of course, World War I, in many ways, if you want to pick a specific date, you could look maybe at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which happened around Sylvester the Thomas. But I think one of the most widely recognized dates would be August 1914, which was the date that both Russia and England declared war and the former hostilities were began. And that, of course, occurred on National Jewish Memorial Day, Tisha B'Av, the same date that represents a series of cataclysms in Jewish history, from the destruction of both temples in Jerusalem on that day, from the expulsion, liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. So many terrible things happened on Tisha B'Av. In many ways, the events that we are commemorating with this specific tour are really looking back to that long arc of Jewish history, which seems to cycle around Tisha B'Av as a day of national distress.
The same as today. 69 now in Fullerton, 70 in Mission Viejo. We've got some slowing at Van Nuys on the 405.
All the freeways are actually really heavy today. It's back to school day for Long Beach Unified School District. So,
good morning. We're docked in Le Havre, which is near the mouth of the Seine River. It's going to just very close by empty into the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. And we're at what is for many of the passengers on this particular cruise a destination that they've been waiting for a long time, because we're going to go visit the beaches where D-Day occurred. We're going to Omaha Beach in particular, and it promises to be a very meaningful day. Many of the people on this excursion with Kosher River Boat Cruises are actually descendants of young men who landed on these beaches in the defense of Western civilization against Nazism, and so it's going to be a very moving day for all of us.
We are now in Normandy, on the Normandy beaches, where one of the arguably the most important historical event of the Civil War took place, which was the 1944 6th of June D-Day invasion of Europe, when Allies, Anglo-American forces, joined by many fighting nations, Canadians, Czechs, Poles, about 20 different nations fighting the Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of the harbor, is known as Mulberry, which was actually the backbone of the first couple hours and days of the invasion, through which millions of tons of equipment was shipped to support the advancing units. And all of these concrete blocks were prefabricated in England by the Allies before the invasion. They were brought here on ships. It's a giant fleet of Allied ships. They were dropped here, and they created this artificial backbone of the advancing Allied units.
So right now I'm on Omaha Beach. This is where the Americans landed. You can see, looking out behind me, the ocean looks like a fairly flat, sandy beach. Everything seems to make sense. But what's absolutely terrifying about this thought of making the landing here is you look at the bluffs behind me, and I never really could understand this until I see this for myself. They're so close to the sand, and they're really quite steep, and they were riddled with German bunkers. In fact, they have a replica of a bunker right up there. You can see what it must have been like. That's actually one of the bunkers, but they have the bunkers at the top of the ridge there. And how would it be possible
to actually make your way up those really steep cliff-like hills to get onto the rest of the territory here. It's absolutely terrifying. The air support was not able to take out the German guns on the ridges, and it was just simply a brute force attack on this particular beach. But ultimately, this was what saved Europe. This was the attack that really began the end of the Third Reich. And just imagine the amount of blood that was spilled on these sands.
My name is Michael Kurzman. We're here with the Kosher River Cruises at Omaha Beach today. My dad was Marcus Kurzman, who actually landed here several days after D-Day. Born in Berlin, came as a young man, and then at 18, joined the military and fought here. Don't know much about his battles. I do know that he fought the Battle of the Bulge, and he was very proud of having been an American soldier, and went on to lead a very good Jewish life, wonderful family and friends, and we're very proud, and I'm just so incredibly moved. I just cry him all the time. You know, he was here wearing his dog tags today, and it's very meaningful to me.
I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, just standing on this sand. You can feel, even though there's kids playing and people bathing and running, and you can feel that there's something special about this place. As in a lot of these places, I'm torn. My wife and I were talking. If I feel offended by, this is such a holy place, and there's people, sunbathing and so on. So on the one hand, you say, yeah, it's terrible. How can they do that here? On the other hand, I think the boys the men who were here, 44, said, that's exactly what we're fighting for, so that people can lay on the beach in peace and, not be scared to be sent to prison to get shot. This is the freedom that these men want for us, and it is the debt that can never be repaid.
If you were a Christian serviceman, you certainly wanted to return home to your family, like everyone who fought here. But if you were captured, at least if you were an American, you could be assured that you would be treated theoretically under the Geneva Conventions of War. But if you were a Jewish serviceman and you were captured, then chances are you would be treated far more harshly and sent directly to the concentration camp. So many Jewish servicemen were aware of this and either elected not to have their religious designation marked on their dog tags in case they were captured, and for other reasons, people may not have indicated their Jewish background. So in an unknown number of circumstances, we know that about 4.2% of the soldiers who landed here were Jewish. That, by the way, is slightly disproportionate. There were about 3.6% of the American war-ready population was Jewish, so we were participating at a higher number than our proportion. But an unknown number of them were Jewish and were buried under Latin crosses like these. A man named Shalom Lamb and Rabbi J.J. Schachter of Yeshiva University discovered this, and simply by coming across the name of this individual, Benjamin Garadetsky, and they thought, it sounds a lot like a Jewish name. It's rather unusual to see a name Garadetsky on a non-Jew. So they went back and they did quite a bit of genealogical research, and they discovered that, in fact, he was of Jewish origin. So after tremendous work, contacting members of the family in America, they were able to recreate that he was, in fact, a Jewish individual, and with their permission and with a massive file documenting their research, they made a petition to the American government, which agreed to change the cross to a Star of David. And in fact, they've done several others, and one more at least in this particular cemetery, another one in the Philippines, and their work continues. It's very hard it's a chesed shel emes. It's just a mark of kindness. And all I can think about is, I wonder what Benjamin Gorodetsky did in his lifetime that he should merit to be buried with Buras Yisrael in this unusual place.
I keep coming in your chat. I don't care. Oh, dude, the real.
This was a place
oh, dog.
where the future
We're gonna talk.
of the entire world would be decided. Would Hitler and the Nazis have their way? Would the whole world come under their evil dominion? Or would justice and liberty and goodness triumph? Thank God we know the answer to that question. To the Jewish people, it was certainly a question of existential survival. For we know what the plan was of the Nazi regime to eliminate and murder every Jew in the world. Indeed, even as D-Day was proceeding, thank God successfully, the Nazis were intensifying the extermination of Jews throughout Europe. I wear this shirt, my father's army uniform, my father's Yukrono Libracha, who spent 3.5 years in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines fighting against the Japanese. But as he told me, as soon as the declaration of war was given, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush, to come to the ad hoc centers that had been set up to enlist every able-bodied American who wished to serve. And there was no question, there was no hesitation, there was no regret. There was some trepidation, but there was a certainty that this was the obligation for everyone in order to come to the aid of not only the United States of America, but to all good people throughout the world. This should not be lost either on we ourselves or on our children and grandchildren, to teach them that there are things worth fighting for and even worth dying for. God willing, we should live for it, but be prepared as well to give everything in order to ensure that this is a safe and good world in which to live.
Our God and God of our ancestors, give salvation to nations and strength to governments. Let's safeguard our country, the United States of America, and the people who dwell therein. Supreme Sovereign of all, protect and help our President. Shield us against all sickness and injury, and grant to him and to all constituted officers to our government such wisdom and understanding that they will lead our nation in justice and righteousness. We beseech you, O God, to shield and protect our armed forces in the air, on the sea, and on land. Bless them always with victory, and they do your will, and with the dominion of purity and truth throughout the land, and the reign of righteousness be established on earth with liberty and freedom for all mankind.
Let's get just the helicopter. What is this shit? What do you want it to be, baby? Dude, Chuck, you're the man. I was a member of your fucking Discord before you even told me. Shout out to Mod City.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Recently, I spent a couple of weeks in Budapest, and I came across this really remarkable, unusual memorial statue. It was a creation of Tomas Sabo in 1991, commissioned by the Karl Lutz Board of Switzerland and supported by the Budapest City Council. And it's really an unusual kind of...
Shout out to Duck, to a Duck.
It's a sculpture, a 3D sculpture, that takes advantage of
Shout out to Adam Duck.
low to the ground. A lot of it is like right on the ground, and quite a bit of it is actually attached to a nearby building. So it really uses space in an unusual way. And it features this strange kind of prone figure who is somehow wrapped in a long article of clothing that appears to be binding him uncomfortably. He's prone and he's like trying to get up. He's got some kind of like, it looks like either a turban with a sort of a knot on it, but I think it's some kind of like maybe an impression of the tefillin shalosh that Jews wear during morning prayers, the kind of black leather box. But anyway, he's reaching up with his right hand, and looming above him is this kind of angelic figure in a very different color, in a very shiny bronze kind of color, who is like lowering down to him some kind of like article of clothing, some kind of textile that appears to be sort of like a lifeline, and it appears like the angelic figure is like trying to raise up this downtrodden figure. I had the great privilege of spending 2 weeks in this beautiful city of Budapest as a guest of the Ashkenazim, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi history. They're doing some really high-level work that I found absolutely fascinating. I gave a course on the birth of Ashkenaz, followed by a symposium on the Piaseczny Rabbi, who is someone who's I've spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about, but that's going to take us a little far afield. My wife and I stayed in a beautiful apartment at the edge of the Budapest ghetto. This is a representation of it, which is actually just outside the currently very active Jewish school in Budapest. And the statue of Lutz is on Dobruca, which is the largest east-west thoroughfare that you can see sort of going up towards the right on the image of this map. At any rate, there are many, many monuments commemorating those who rescued Jews in the Holocaust. The two most famous are Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who has many monuments in his memory. He was deeply involved in saving Jews in his diplomatic capacity, and just after the war, he disappeared. He was most likely taken away by the Soviets and later killed. A statue was created commemorating his heroism that shows a man with a club upraised, about to strike a horrible snake that he's grasping in his left hand.
Oh, I saw this guy jumping crocodiles in Australia.
Probably because the Soviets were responsible for killing Wallenberg. It was taken away just the night before it was supposed to be unveiled in 1941. The statue was placed in front of a factory, and when it was daily pharmaceutical firm Teva bought that factory many years later, they asked for permission to move the statue to where it was intended to be displayed in the capital city in Budapest. That was denied, but later they were able to create a duplicate that stands there today. So this is one of the many monuments to Raoul Wallenberg, who did very similar kind of work to Karl Lutz during the Holocaust. Also, a very different kind of memorial to Angel Sanz-Briz, who was a Spanish diplomat who did the same kind of work as these heroic individuals, Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz. His memorial is a very large and colorful mural that is quite prominent on the streets of the Jewish center. Anyway, let's try to understand something about Karl Lutz. When you look at the plaque below, it's not going to help too much unless you read Hungarian, but basically it starts with a quote from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves a single life, it is as if they have saved an entire world." And it is a memorial to a man named Karl Lutz. Now, who is Karl Lutz? I was so taken by this unusual statue, I had to find out more about this particular individual, especially because just nearby, on the other side of the statue, there's this monolith that is taken from Karl Lutz's own personal writings, in which he speaks about how he felt so privileged to be able to help save people. And then he asked the question, where was God? Just problematic, troublesome. Like, where was God in saving these people? Why am I left to do it? Is what I think of when I read this passage. But let us return to Karl Lutz. What is the story behind his rescue of the Jews? He was born in 1895 in Switzerland, and at a very young age, he immigrated to the United States, where he lived for 20 years. He ended up working in the Swiss consulate in Washington, and then he was stationed in Jaffa, which was in pre-state Israel, in the Yishuv, mandatory Palestine. And he served there from 1935 to 1942. So he really got to know a lot of the contemporary 20th century politics of the Jewish people as a whole, as viewed from that crucial posting. At one point in 1936, when there was a riot against the Jews, this was during the darkest period of the white paper era, he watched a Jew being lynched and was very much affected by the violence of that particular riot. Later, he was posted in Budapest, and when the Nazis took over Hungary in 1944, I should mention one thing here. For those of you who are less familiar with the history of the war, one of the unusual aspects of the Holocaust in Hungary is that Hungarian Jews specifically were largely protected from the worst aspects of the Holocaust until very late in the war. The Hungarians were actually allies of the Nazis, and that meant that they had a considerably high degree of autonomy with how they were to implement a lot of the anti-Semitic regulation. And to be sure, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism, and it was a fascist party, but they kind of slow-walked the worst aspects of Nazi anti-Semitism, specifically the deportation to the death camps, especially for Jews who had Hungarian citizenship. They were much less tolerant of Jews who were refugees in Hungary at that time, but that takes us beyond the scope of our discussion. At any rate, when it was very clear that the Nazis were going to lose the war, Hungary, pushed hard against them, and that's when the Nazis said, okay, that's it. They took over Hungary, so rather than it being an allied state, they simply took it over, and that's when a rapid drive to deport the Jews of Budapest and the rest of Hungary was undertaken by the Nazis and their Hungarian collaborators. So in that rush to murder as many Jews as possible in 1944, that's when Karl Lutz and others got extremely active. Lutz did have the right to issue 8,000 protective letters. Here you can see an example of one of those letters. And he pushed the envelope of the law as much as he could to extend those letters not to individuals, but to entire families. And he wrote all of them as rapidly as he could to try and extend protection under the Swiss flag to these Jews. He was personally quite heroic. At one point, he even saw fascists abusing a Jewish woman and throw her into the Danube, which was one of the most sadistic methods of choice of the fascists at that time. And he dove into the Danube after her and rescued her and then scolded the fascists themselves. A great amount of personal courage that he took on behalf of people that he didn't even know. So as a result, tens of thousands of people were rescued by his diplomatic heroism, and he was later recognized by Yad Vashem, the Israel Holocaust Memorial Authority, as one of the righteous of the nations. So that helps me put a lot of that particularly evocative statue in Budapest into perspective, and I see much more about how this represents Karl Lutz extending a hand of rescue, literally extending a textile that's meant to be a rope to rescue the downtrodden Jews and to bring them out of their dire situation. Very, very moving. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. The late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to quote the classic Jewish telegram, "Start worrying, details to follow." I thought that given our specific moment today, we should have a look at what does the greatest Jewish pessimist of all Jewish history have to say about the possibility of shaping our destiny. If I had to pick one person who is a candidate for that competition, I would say it has to be Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, an incredibly brilliant biblical commentator and scientist of the 12th century. He was reduced to such terrible situation that he would write out his manuscripts and sell them. Sometimes the only copy of a manuscript, a book that he had written, and then he had to write it all over again from memory. Let's have a look at some of his poetry to get a sense of his personality, and then I'd like to talk to you about how do we suggest that we orient ourselves towards the future. Please forgive my Ashkenazic attempt to reproduce the Sephardic pronunciation. Ashkim bebeit asar omrim kvar racham. Avo leit erev omrim kvar shachar. O yale markav, o yale mishkav, o yale ish ani nolad litkochav. So this great translation by T. Carney. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he's already ridden away. When I come in the evening, he says, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or climbs to the bed. Woe to the poor man, born to misfortune. Now that phrase, born to misfortune, nolad litkochav, has a lot of weight in the Jewish tradition. It means literally, or translated literally, he was born without a star. Or if you want it in more colloquial speech, he's born without muscle. We say Mazal Tov, right? Which sometimes that's understood to mean something like congratulations, well done, things like that. But what it really means is good constellation and auspicious horoscope. This is a reflection of the long tradition of astrology in Judaism, which goes well back into the Talmud period and before. This was something deeply important to Ibn Ezra because not only was he a tremendous expert of the biblical text and the Talmudic text, he was also a scientist. And he is often depicted, for example, holding an astrolabe, which is this very important medieval device that allowed people to navigate using the stars. So he believed that he was born with an exceptionally poor mazal. But the fact is, he also had an optimistic streak. And you see in a fascinating book he wrote called the Sefer Oladot, Jews, like everyone, are affected by the constellations. However, there is some wiggle room. Like, let's say, for example, if your mazal is to be the chief, the boss, then if you're born in a lowly socioeconomic state, then you might only become the boss of, I don't know, the foreman of a construction crew. But if you're born in a higher socioeconomic state, you could become the king of an empire, right? You're going to be the boss, but it's going to be within the parameters of your socioeconomic status. You can, however, change these things by, for example, moving to a different time zone, quite literally, because your relationship to the stars, as they circle in the night sky, will change based on where you live on the globe. He also, of course, is heavily reliant on the discussions in Talmud about how a person can change their mazal through acts of kindness, through acts of chesed. But even though the Ibn Ezra was known for his lament of his shlech mazel, of his unfortunate constellation, his biblical commentary is brilliant, his poetry is absolutely sublime, and his contribution to astronomy was recognized in the broader world because there is actually a crater on the moon named after Ibn Ezra. I hope you found it interesting, and God willing, this week will be good. Thanks very much.
Making their plea on ABK Live in the KFI 24-hour
Hello, my name is Henry. I'm a historian, and I spend most of my professional energy thinking about the long history of the Jewish people. It says in the beginning of Tractate Megillah, Reish Lakish says, this is the source of the proverbial statement that Hashem never sends any kind of affliction to the Jewish people without first creating a remedy for that affliction, without first creating a cure for the illness, without first creating the solution to the problem. And I think in terms of what's going on right now, what could possibly be the cure for the horrible conduct of October 7th? And we continue to agonize over the men, women, and children who still remain in unspeakable conditions. I wonder, we see the mock-up of where is the reform. So, one of the occupational hazards of being a historian is that dates tend to reverberate throughout history. I use dates from my pin numbers, all kinds of things like that, because you just have to remember things. And there are certain events in history which are so big that we can't even think of a word for them. We can actually end up using the date, like, for example, 9/11. 2001, our term is the terrific time. The United States of America, we just simply follow by the date. The British have the same thing with the attack on the transit system in July of 2005. We call it simply 7/7. So we too have simply October 7th until we think of a name to describe this. That's where we. But that makes me think of another October 7th was seared in my history. And that is Jewish heroism that initially went almost unrecognized. This, of course, was the revolt of the Rothschild against the Nazis in 1944. A very non-circle The Rothschild were the most degraded, most abused prisoners of the Nazis who were used for the horrific task of having to process the bodies of other Jews through gas chambers. We know about this particular doing, but highly symbolic, which actually shut down the Pretoria, allowing time for the Allies to get in there. But there were records of the perspective of the Jews who participated in that revolt, more importantly, amazing and horrific writings of a man named Rabbi. He was one of these authors who wrote about his Holocaust memoirs, little fragments, little bits of paper when he would get something. He literally buried those bits of paper all over Auschwitz in the actual ashes of Jews burned. He figured that at some point history would come back and dig up those ashes. They would find these notes he described. He described how there was a turning point for him in March of 1944. There was a large group of women from Czechoslovakia, Jewish women, who were to be gassed all at once. It was such a large affair that the Nazis had actually invited senior officers to participate in watching the murder of these women. They humiliated them, stripped them, forced them to march into a central room. The Sonderkommando were there, standing with their backs to Nazi officers, watching this large group of Jewish women. All of a sudden, to Gradowski's amazement, and to the Nazis' horror, something very unusual to read directly from his memoirs, they discovered in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for them. All at once, spontaneously, song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there, in that bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song. The melody of the song does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage must pour into their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Latino. Amazing description of something that turned Gradowski around. He said, if these women who knew they were going to their deaths would stand up to the Nazis, if they could be stiff-necked at this moment, certainly he and the others would do. That was the genesis of that heroic activism. And I believe this is an example of how we would feel at the heroism of those women, the heroism of That represents the stiff-neckedness of Jewish people. They refuse to give up. They refuse to abandon their countries. They refuse to abandon their own security. That's the right to exist in classes. That's really the school that was created to stop these all see this crisis speedily with a safe return of all the safe return of all the hostages to their families.
Some who are outside of their also beach and on the area outside slope from basically the 710 on up towards about Rosecrans Avenue with Southern California.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support and the fact that you're willing to sign on and say, yes, I'd like to learn more about this unusual people and their long history. So thank you so much for participating as subscribers and as members. Okay, let's go very quickly through the history of this channel. I think it has some utility for us to understand where we've been. The first upload was on November 12, 2009. Back then, I had a small adult education group, about 10 students. This was when we lived in Miami, Florida. It's really nice to see you on this experiment. I'm going to try and do a little YouTube thing. Let's see if it works. You're in my office here. And I just wanted to say a great thank you to Penny Pash for offering her home to the Shear, and also to Eileen for putting the whole thing together. It was really a tremendous boost for me. It's so nice to be together with them. In 2012, again, at the suggestion of my wife, I was teaching these adult education lectures at the Young Israel of Bal Harbor, Florida. Very wonderful place to teach, a wonderful community. And we had about 50 participants every week in these, lectures. And I was initially giving them without recording them until suddenly I thought, why not just put the actual lecture online? I know we're trying to get people to come together in person. That's great, but you know what? Let's open up the audience to the entire global classroom. So the first upload there was January 26, 2012. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy when we talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home, so at least I can come here and do the things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home, I think. I then experimented a little bit with direct-to-YouTube videos, thinking about what are the essential things that people should know about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series in October 2014. And that allowed me to experiment a lot more with the technology end of it, which is not something I learned in graduate school, but I'm thinking it's really important that we teach our graduate students specifically this. And those came out starting in October 2014, but the experiments will be especially important when we got to the COVID pandemic of 2020, where it was no longer possible for us to gather in large numbers. And all of a sudden, YouTube became especially important for teaching Jewish history. Then the personal change in my life in the fall of 2015, I was promoted to the campus in Brooklyn, New York, Touro College, now Touro University. And I started doing the same kind of thing there in the college campus with the Jewish History at Avenue J series. This was also great. Larger audiences enjoyed it quite a bit. And we raised about $20,000 for student scholarships with voluntary donations and sponsorships of lectures. And that was also, really nice too. I have to add to that in the spring of 2017, after some political events that were happening at the UN, I realized that there's a lot of power in these videos and this growing audience for social advocacy. And so I began the series, which I called Israel, the Land and Its People. And it went beyond the academic blah, blah, blah to providing information that could be consumed on a much more popular mass level and hopefully educating people about the situation in the Middle East and helping them to understand the kind of difficulty that Israel finds itself in. I want to say 3 institutional thank yous. First of all, when we moved to New York, we were in the Young Israel Forum Cedar-based community. I especially appreciate my relationship with Rabbi Yaakov Trump, who was open to the spirit of experimentation and also was gracious enough to let me use the synagogue together with Rabbi Moshe Teitelbaum, his predecessor, and offer the adult education there. And sometimes we did that in tandem. We also had some opportunities to do some really exciting things, like, for example, when I discovered
Happy Monday, buddy. Happy Monday. How are you wearing SD? I was an SD. I like SD. We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 breezy every day. And that all-American wind swept. Yeah, but we're down surfing beach where you sure was, buddy. I was down my favorite. I was down at Mission, little honky tonk. Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego was kind of
friends of mine now.
Yeah, it's not great. But then you get around inside, outskirts, the Hoya, great. Let's work out there. Rancho, La Jolla is very wealthy white people who look like they're in a musical. Everybody's walking around like they're about to sing a song. There's some money. There's some money up there. If you want a super comfy life, you want to stroll the streets and have a live-on brunch with your disposable income. Yeah, La Jolla's the place.
And actually go to the sites where
it's that gym, that Lifetime gym we worked at. This will be surprising to you, but there are some attractive, very tan people there. A lot of females. Yeah, money will. I love that. They were like, you ever see this thing, the stat where it's like, people who play tennis live longer than anybody else. Racket sports. That's because they're rich. That's not because they play tennis. It's because when you afford tennis, you got money, nutrition, less stress. If you have time to play tennis, you get stress.
And finally,
you clearly love that. You live in the South, or Cape Cod. If my son was down with that,
saying, hey,
it's just where I come from, it's the people I know, it's just not a thing. If my son was down and play tennis or golf, I'm like, please don't say that, though. Please don't jump. It's like when I have an argument with Sam Tripoli, I'll say something very reasonable. He goes, Brian's power bottom, and that's the thing about him. He starts doing this, like I'm constantly getting mad. So can you not turn all golfers and tennis players into a cup? Well, it's just a soft thing, but it's also like it's a very title. You gotta have some money. You gotta have a coach. You have money, and you gotta be surrounded by a bunch of little cucks too. Because think about it. If you take just think about it. If you take 5 boys and you go, hey fellas, we have 5 tennis rackets and we have a football. And if those 5 boys are going, give me the football, put some mascara on. There's also a man coming over there. No, Brendan, please. So it's different if you're like Spanish or like born in like soccer's different, but if you're like upper echelon like Spanish, if you're born in Barcelona. Don't say about your head though. You're doing this now. You're going like this. It's still okay. You're saying. I feel like you're still. It's just soft. No, it's not, dude. It is. No, please. It's a softer life. Tennis is a very word. Yeah.
And second,
it's work. Yeah. So fucking ballerina is work. No, man. Gymnastics is work. Yeah. Swimming is work. Yeah. Come on, dude. If you have like young boys like 9, it's like none of them are going, I'll take the tennis. No, hold on. He doesn't say I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that. He does this. If he's tall, strong, and athletic, he ain't playing. I think it's like really important. Please. It's like
what a strange historical moment to be in.
Dad,
there are
it's the same for workers boxing.
People who are especially interested in Jewish history has to commit to subscribing to videos to learn more about it. That in itself is mind-boggling. It's also strange from an academic perspective because I grew up
it's not, dude, please. You gotta understand, it's like
most of my academic career
it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man. Yeah, so please, come off the ground when I have to. I want to play tennis because the ball, I'm going to hit the ball 120 miles an hour. That's fine.
Thank God I received.
Very competitive world sport.
I
want to make all the money. That's just not all I meant.
all those things.
Come on, man.
YouTube,
It's a very like Cali, like
it's a totally different
Florida
category.
camp. You go to camp. You go to tennis
I was
camp.
talking to one of my
You have a
kids
coach.
just this morning. And,
You get a psychological coach. You know,
he's
it's a lot
been
of money.
through all of the academic trajectory. I think he's proud of me. I think he says, yeah, my dad does that academic stuff. But when he heard about this award,
you're different. You grew up in a beautiful sport, and it's a lot of money if you can make it.
It's a lot of jobs. And I don't think he sold a lot of his friends when I really sport. Getting 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I think Ari Maddie, he dated like the number 8 girl in the world. And she said she had so much money. Yeah, she was.
My son,
really attractive to Warlock.
That's the best.
Yes.
Finally, let me
There's some timepiece guys on that tour too, 6'6", like Taylor Fritz, 6'6", handsome as shit. The guys, some of these guys are that Italian guy, handsome guy, 6'6", 6'5",
all of us together,
big boys, 210, 220.
and more importantly, I am inspired.
Come on, man, please. Listen,
I want to.
Don't tell them to run into each other, bro.
Just we're the queer and you're the queer awareness of Jewish history. I'm very grateful to be a small vehicle of doing that, and there are many other
like New
YouTubers
Zealand,
online who are doing that as well.
Kiwis.
Like
Tell them to play
Arnold, for
tennis.
example,
Let me know it goes in their village.
videos with animation and stuff.
Those guys run into each
I'll
other.
find the Samoans who, hey, Pete, I know you guys are huge. Listen, who wants tennis?
There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. He's too big, too bulky. You gotta have
You know what it is? They're too tough.
you gotta be looser. You gotta be thinner than that. You're just tough.
Ideas in mind.
You gotta play for a long time.
100,000 members of this community. So please stay with the channel.
I never grown up in Aurora. I never really get to play tennis.
Very, very grateful.
You might be the first person I've ever played tennis.
And I look forward to
it's not.
There's going to be a lot of tactics
more years to come.
No.
Thank you.
Probably not.
I did the bench too.
All right, man. Let's move on, dude. Don't get sad.
That's all right.
No,
that's all right.
No, it's not that.
You guys played that indoor racquetball stuff? Absolutely not.
Sure.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me tell you right up front, this is some of the different videos that most of the ones that I put on the channel. The reason is because it's actually a product of placement. Now, just bear with me. We will have some Jewish history, and I think some interesting Jewish history. I've actually had a lot of fun making this video. I got this really nice email from Shinny at Flexus Pro, and they make standing desks. He said to me, hey, would you like to include one of our desks in your video? And I said, great. And I was really happy for two reasons. First of all, because my daughter and son-in-law, who do a lot of work at home, they both have standing desks, and I have long coveted them.
He said,
And
I'm
I'll tell you a
not
little bit more
athletic, so
about
my
why I
game
coveted them
jiu-jitsu was one of the
later on
control.
in this video. And secondly, because now I can officially say
you're the
I
goat.
am an influencer. I actually signed an
But his
influencer
ability
contract
to
that I would
read
talk
someone's
about
body,
this desk
feel where
in this
you're going
video.
to be
Now,
3 steps
I do
ahead.
get lots of
All that
offers
is part of
to
being athletic.
sell this or sell that, and typically they're either spam,
John
crazy
Jones,
things, or they're products that I have no interest
John
in
Jones
whatsoever.
is in
But a standing desk is something that I'm
NFL
really
players,
keen on. So
he's not considered athletic.
now, I thought to myself, though, how am I going to talk
Not
about
exposed to
standing
it, just
desks?
can't.
I'm devoted to history. Still, my son-in-law, the owner of a Flexus podcast, says, why don't you talk about the history of Jewish
But then
furniture?
how do you
And
There's
it's
like a
perfect
dominant
because
chess
there's
player,
one
not athletic.
humble piece of
football
Jewish
player, best
furniture
quarterback,
that I happen
best
to have
fighter
a
in the
deep
world,
amount of
two guys
attachment
that
to,
are not
and I
that
believe
athletic.
it's pretty uniquely Jewish.
Yeah,
What
so
I'm talking
Tom
about
Brady.
right now is,
Slower,
ironically, the Stender.
Yeah, you would
And
list
those
Tom
of you
Brady
who
as like the best athlete.
spent time in
But then there's
yeshivas,
like guys
I'm
like
sure you
Lamar
have
Jackson.
seen these things. The Yiddish word Stender means literally
Yes, control 6
stander,
yards from his
and
knees
it
or
is
sitting
a
down and stuff. But
fixture
having said
in
all that,
yeshivot,
one master
still
anywhere where you
choose,
have
still
traditional Jewish
choose the
study.
guy who's got
Here's
games
a
and
look
ships. I mean,
at
games
my
and shit.
Stender
Well, you want
from
both. And that's
the
what
base
Patrick
measures
Mahomes.
downstairs where I do a lot of my studying.
But
It's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a podium
Yeah, but then,
or a
so,
lectern,
but that's part of being
and
athletic.
it allows you to set a book on it, a little lip
And
there.
so I would say
It's a
that
very
makes you
efficient
athletic.
way
Your
of
brain,
actually
and your
working
feel
with
for the game,
text.
your
Now,
ability to do.
No, because
this is
Travis
especially
Kelce,
important
right?
because in
Part of what makes
Jewish
him a great
history, of
athlete is
course,
finding
the Jews are
the
known
hole
as,
in the open.
in
Trying to get
Arabic,
let's say we put
people of the
Travis
book
Kelce's
that
brain in
have
your
long
body.
been associated
He's not
with
touching
long hours of
the NFL.
textual study.
That's right. The reason
And how
he's in the
exactly
NFL is because he
was
ran
that done?
a 4 or 5 in the
Actually,
40,
did people
6'6",
learn these texts?
4 5 4 6.
There is a lot of suggestions and passages in early rabbinic texts that suggests that students would typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi. And that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about when you're actually working with a physical document? Either an old manuscript scroll, or even a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like an early book with handwritten pages. I mean, it's hard to like hold these things where you're sitting down, especially if you're trying to jot things down the side or something. How do you do that? So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text moved to kind of like desks, whereas we see in this 14th century example of medieval copyists, some kind of like angled thing that was set on a table. You can see that there's a second one that's kind of like sticking up on the like a second that allows the original to be placed and then the copyist, the scribe, can actually write the letters out like that. And this is great for like writing and larger text and so on. And we'll come back to when we talk about the standing desk. But what about for individual study where you're just focused on trying to learn the text? That's where the Stender comes in. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent, who took these pictures of me in the basement this morning. Here's me standing at my Stender, and you can see obviously it's great for standing and learning a text, or for prayer as well. In fact, it's not impossible that this kind of lecture may have been either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them, I gotta tell you, they will not do the job the way the Jews need it, because it's obviously intended for only standing, whereas a Stender has much more flexibility than a standard podium, and I'll show you why. Here, you can lean over with the lectern, and this is really good for like changing your posture and changing your blood flow and stuff like that. And most importantly, you can also sit at the Stender. I know it's called a Stender for standing, but it's often used sitting. And in many yeshivas, you will see hundreds of these things, with each individual student having their own Stender and being able to move between standing, leaning forward, sitting, as they wildly gesticulate and argue about the meaning of the text with their study partners. So the Stender is like a really humble, basic piece of study furniture that proved to be extremely functional and durable. We have photographs that clearly show it being in use, but it's quite likely it goes back centuries upon centuries. But we don't have much literature on it because it's a piece of furniture after all. Here's my own Stender from my home. It's a little bit different. It's also a stripped down version, but it has a couple other nice things on it. You see these wheels here on the side. Those are kind of like screws. You can loosen them, and then not only can you change the height of the Stender, kind of like a flexor spot, and you can also, with that sort of thing, you see, loosen up and change the angle, which I like to use it sometimes flat on top. I don't believe it, but I couldn't books that I'm not learning, but then I angle it when I actually sit down or standing. It's been a shitstorm that you blew out. Now let's do the actual product placement. Why would you want a standing desk? Why would I want a standing desk? Well, specifically because I read this book with my wife. Listened to it actually on audio. There's so much fascinating information about why standing desks is good for your health. Specifically,
Gaza is mentioned 20 just about just certain things, like certain things that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like maybe sometimes there's certain things out there that you can't measure. You can talk about Gaza all you want, but what's been going on since.
Let's have a look at these standing desks. It's basically like,
and I don't think
see it's a flat piece of desk, and you can put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight bearing capacity, and I think it would be beneath my dignity to actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have done that. It can easily hold my weight and possibly
I'm more and more as I get older, I'm starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any of it.
It goes up and down with a touch of a button. I really love it here.
We're talking about Rogan, like,
right now. Here we go.
He's our good friend, but he has such an interesting people on the podcast. Sometimes I wonder,
right?
Sometimes I
And I
wonder,
can't
like,
tell you how convenient it is to be able to do
like
this.
sometimes when I talk to them, I'm like, I don't know if I have much to add here.
It's quiet.
All your
It
really
is
interesting
really
people you
super
talk to. Now,
stable.
obviously, we're
Here's
friends.
one
We
other
talk
thing
about
that's
dumb
kind
shit.
of cool. Once I got this standing
look them
desk,
up.
I found
Shit,
that
just
a
like
lot
friends
of
and some people like
impromptu
that
meetings
by
are a lot shorter. Because when people come into my office to talk to me about one thing or another, and I'm already standing, and they feel they should be standing too, and they don't get too comfortable.
So what I do now is when I want to know about a supplement or I want to know about something, I call him.
What I really
because he knows a
this
lot.
all makes me think. I love my Stender, which is pretty basic, and I love my new Flexus Spot standing desk. All it has is such a family stuff.
His
But chances are, if you're really niche market,
Do you ever hear that
so those
expression?
who
I
want to
think
get a
Bird
traditional
Johnson
Stender,
said,
go to your local big store.
average
There's
people
some
talk
online,
about
there's kind of a funky
events,
one with curved
or
metal
like average
plates
people
and
talk about
Here's a much more traditional set.
medium
This
minds
is
talk
the
about
I love
events,
this. This is
great
like
minds talk
giving
about
it as a
ideas.
custom gift. Every man's best friend. You thought it was a dog, but no.
Like you
it's
ever
a
know some
Stender.
people
But
gossip
if
and that's
you
their whole
want
life.
this
And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well.
then
That'd
you
be a
gotta go to
fucking
Flex
lazy
Spot as
mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just online hate.
I'm just so delighted to
And then there are people that talk about events. So there's
thank you, Jimmy,
what's going on in the
for
world,
reaching
you
out
know,
to me
and
asking me
everybody
to
has an
include this in
opinion,
the
and they're all
video.
mad about
I
it.
think it's
Some
going
of
to
them,
make
they are.
my work
And then
life
people talk about
a lot
larger, broader
more
ideas.
healthy
Yeah,
and pleasurable, and I look forward to using this desk to make lots more Jewish history videos for all of you. Please be sure to check the links in the description box and use code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for
also not
watching.
that entertaining.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
Well, comedy. We want to do comedy. That's what we do.
Yeah, we just you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like it's like
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's coming to us for great ideas.
I might.
Hello, most valued members of the Lander Culture Men Base Measures Autonomous Community. So delighted to invite you to our first annual breakfast, which is scheduled for Sunday, December 15th at 9:30 a.m. here on our beautiful campus in Queens, New York. We're going to have a keynote roundtable that is specifically directed at the question of Jewish education,
like this real
and
tree
it will
cameras
be
in.
moderated by Rabbi
That looks so much like the first light.
and
So
the
when you go
participants
to
will be
continue where
none
exactly.
other than Rosh Yeshiva Rabbi Yonatan Sachs and Rabbi Nahal Rabbi Yosef Samashine. It promises to be an extremely enlightening and inspirational event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic
some podcasts are
institution.
just based
Thank you very much
guest
for watching.
driven.
Please see below for more information and to RSVP.
There's a lot of people do that. And then, like some of the boys, they're football driven. So it's like, right, there's a place for all of it.
Yes, all of it.
And then with like the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, I mean, they're never going to run out of content.
Hello,
Like they'll
fellow
break down
students
crimes
of
from
Jewish
1981 and shit.
so excited that this
People always
shop
dying,
is
so they're never going to run out of
in the
content.
community of Roslyn, New York, at the famous Roslyn
You've
Synagogue.
got to read that book.
I'm
I
really
think it's the
delighted to be
murderer.
invited by Rabbi
You've got to
Danster
read
and
that. I
the
think you
community
love it.
to serve as a
The
scholar of
FBI
Muslims there
profile.
on the
Dude,
topic of
the way he breaks down shit,
in
you're like,
Jewish history. And here's a quick
like,
sense
they,
of
like
what
they
we're
can
going to
tell
talk about. On
everything.
Friday
They
night,
just
we'll begin
they
with a
know
discussion
what you
that's
are and who
appropriate
you
for
are.
this time of year. We're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told in a very childish fashion, with very clear-cut good guys, very clear-cut bad guys.
longer than I have.
Actually
And
get to the nuts and bolts of the story. It's quite a bit messier.
You can tell like
It's dark.
different animals and
That's why
bugs
we're
and
going to look
stuff.
at the secret
No, buddy, I've
history
had
of
all
Hanukkah.
sorts of shit
Because
on my
there's a lot
house.
of
So
material from
I've been
that
tripping.
unique
So the
period of
last
history
2
that we
weeks,
can
I
derive
heard stuff like
for
in my
our own
attic,
times as a
either in the living room or in my bedroom. So ghosts.
secondly, on
Before I was
Shabbos,
like, okay, it must be like a squirrel or something. I can hear like
specifically
a rat.
the ways
I
in
said,
which
shit, stuff awesome. But then
and
I was in my
Sephardic
bedroom
Jews
and
have
finally I
dealt
heard
with the communal traumas that they were exposed to over the
like
long
someone's like
course
walking on
of
the
their
roof.
history.
That's right.
And
That's
understand
what
that the Rothschild community is very
All right, thanks for the
diverse.
advice, guys.
So
Yeah, I was
we're
gonna say,
look
like,
at a comparative
I literally
approach
took my gun and I went outside to look at the roof and someone's like, you see anything? No.
as to how we can handle
So
the
something's in the attic. It's like
then
pointed
after
ghost,
midnight,
but
I'm
if it's
looking
not a
forward to
ghost,
examining one particular
it's
population
definitely
that is
haunted.
so
That's clear as
fascinating
day.
and very
Yeah,
rarely
do you have
spoken
What's a
about.
posse?
See, this is the saga of Bukhara Jewry.
Sometimes that can be the
Central Asia.
reverberation of somebody in another apartment, though.
Amazing story.
He's not in the
Does Anne Frank live in your attic?
No, well, maybe she does now. But there's nobody above you,
Story
right?
that's
No.
not often told, and I'm looking forward to discussing it with all of you. And then finally,
So you guys still have stuff in your attic? No,
If I have an attic.
we do, but I haven't heard anything up there. Have you gone in the attic or just
on the topic of the issue becomes the
well, you don't want to solve it that
I'm
bad.
going to go at the roof, but I'm not going to find inside the attic. Too afraid? What are you afraid you're going to find?
Some freaking homeless person living in there. So you're just like, boys, chilling in your crib right now.
Here's another thing, too. I'm like paranoid about my everything being locked. So my back door was unlocked.
Talk about the back and
Of
forth.
course, it's going to be an accident.
Your chance as a human being.
But now that Israel is under so much pressure, it's especially important for us to
He's writing your shit right now.
Yeah.
He's probably like, God, this guy sucks. All like kimchi.
You know what'd be funny is if it was actually Chin and he has a split personality.
We will go beyond it up to the Oscar cards at own times.
Kind of a small person.
Like a fast done.
Or it's just a
Just so we
split.
get
Yeah.
a sense of how Israel
Or it's just a small person. Yeah. Or it's your imaginary personality. Do you have an imaginary
Or there's nothing. There's also that.
Or Chin, you're so lonely that you are imagining friends up there.
No.
Let me join you
You
guys.
spend too much time alone in your house.
Or again, we go back to it's a ghost.
Hey, Chen, are you on a dating app?
No, I don't like those.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Well, I feel like you could
Dating apps are
Other
great.
you're a
things
single
of
guy.
Jewish. You know, I consider myself incredibly.
Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick 6 with DraftKings. Pick your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers. Just hit more or less on two or more player stats. All right? We got Texas, Ohio State kicking it off. What, dude? What? And the upside, massive. Outplay the field and Big 6 dishes out payouts way beyond the minimums. New to DraftKings, just drop $5 on your first pick, set, and you'll score 15 bonus Big 6 picks, right? Down the DraftKings Pick 6 app, use the code FIGHTER to get $50 and Pick 6 bonus picks. And ride the upside with Pick 6 all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6, the ground is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. But don't worry, I'm good. I don't need dating apps. If I think a girl's cute, I literally walk up to them in person. Like, hey, how's it going? I'm talking to you. Imagine good. Yeah, and guess what? Sometimes it didn't work. It was super embarrassing. I saw girls talking like,
Records of achievement and volunteers and all
cards in your pocket.
Early in the
I
morning,
know what this pigeon
we walk into our
fucking
baseball
died.
gym.
You guys embarrassing. Oh, God. But you learn. You learn.
Too much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of
Can
people.
you imagine how rough
By
it is?
7:45 a.m., I'm there with them. My day goes from 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. I love it.
Maybe next
So
time.
7:40 a.m.
Nobody was
start
better
with
than that.
their morning prayers.
He'd
After
go
they
to
wrap
like
those
whoever
up,
it was,
then
like when
they
he was
have
younger, he'd act like he was going to
class
really
at 4
famous people.
o'clock.
I'd be like, hey, can I ask you a question? Like, when you look at these cards, and I'd be like, what?
The
He would just start doing the trick. Yeah, and then blow your mind. Yeah, like this photo of him, like,
We're talking about chin.
and then this is what happens.
We're talking about chin hiding pigeons.
Famous people would go, wait, you go.
After 3 p.m., do they really get down to their secular
I
studies?
cannot
You should say this, you should go.
Do
You
they
ever been
ever
to date a
dive
plane?
into those
I'm
secular
not him,
studies?
but watch this.
Organic, extreme
My tricks with
bias,
cigarettes. Dude,
advanced
that's
marketing,
the best ones.
management,
If you could
artificial
smoke in here, I would
intelligence.
show you some of it.
These foods are really
What you cigarette tricks? Because I
They
used to
are
smoke.
going to be the leaders of the
And you know,
Jewish
because
people
you know,
of
that's
the
where
next
you,
generation.
if
They
you're
have
at, there's like a cigarette patio,
demonstrated
yeah, and
tremendous
some girls,
success.
you know,
Their
they're,
alumni network is
they're always wanting to
fantastic.
bum a cigarette
I
off,
can't
and they just start a
believe
conversation. Like,
so
oh, that's a trick.
fortunate we come
Oh,
to
so you're
work
just hanging
every
out there,
day
wait for
dealing
the
with
parade.
these
I wouldn't
kinds
do
of
it purpose, but
These
anytime I
kinds
got
of
a girl smoke,
food
what you say?
service personnel, everyone here is
That's
totally
good. And it would work,
committed to the
Jim?
same thing.
I would
We
say
have
it's like 50,
extracurricular
50,
activities
60,
that
40.
literally go till
I think,
midnight.
honestly, if the
That's
girl
my emphasize.
is somewhat interesting, she's going to let you do that and be like,
I
oh,
love these students.
either
I
she's
love my
stupid,
colleagues.
whatever.
And I really
But it's
want
just being able to approach and talk. That's the number one
support
thing.
them.
Guys don't do
Some
that.
of our students come
Too
with
afraid.
very,
They're
very
scared.
high
Your opening line should be like, have you ever seen a
It's very
6
hard
foot
not to
3 inch
turn away
Asian?
anyone for financial aid.
And they're like,
Really bet
Here I
our
am.
students to succeed
That's right.
and lead the Jewish people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support.
please do consider
Give
giving
me
to
the
this
Rampage
charity.
stuff. I want to see
March
on it.
25th and 26th. And right now, we've
So
got
just
a
play the video
4
first.
times match in place.
What's happening? Yeah, so he was live on, you know what Kick is? It's like a streaming and people comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA.
Yeah.
He's in on it. It's a work. And he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head. And he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologized to him, like, dude, this is what we do. Like, you came to a fucking wrestling match. And then another wrestler goes, Another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want. I got your back. So then he's ringside. He's on Kick. You know, it's a toxic environment. Haters and trolls are talking shit, like hyping him up. Like, oh, you're gay. You're a bitch. You're not gonna do shit. He's like, I bet I will. Well, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Watch this. He goes, if I can get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And then, you know, online's like, you won't do it. You won't do it. He's like, say less. Watch this. And he goes in there because this was planned for him to go in there. Slams him, knock the guy out. And then he just gets him out, unloads 18 unanswered shots, 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'll just play this for you. Which was brutal. Yeah, we actually can't play this clip.
Yeah, I've seen it actually. I was sorry to see it. It's so brutal.
It's so bad.
It's so bad, and it's so insane. And you got to be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
No, he was doing something else with another streamer.
You
brought it to his attention. You can see he's like, fuck.
You and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because he has a great relationship with his son. Well, I love watching them mess with each other. And this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him where he's a young kid, finally gets some fame, and he's reading the comments because that's the way I think Kick works. And they're calling him a bitch and he's soft, so he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this. It's worth it.
It's worth it. No, he doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not worth it. So he's going, watch this. I'll show you I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Jim on the shop show. It's like when you're in elementary school, and all those kids will chuck around. You go, fuck them up. Fight. They're spectators. They just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. Because they're not going to get in trouble. They're like, yeah, punch him in the face. Like, you do it. None of them will do it. So he has these online trolls encouraging him, so he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble for this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today.
I think he will go to jail for this.
I think now it depends if the wrestler, Psycho Stu, whatever the fuck his name is, presses charges.
I don't think you need to press charges. I think the state can press charges. Yeah.
So if
this is assault.
But if that wrestler goes, it was a work and he just went over the top, he didn't know.
This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring up an attempted murder charge. He's in shit.
You tell Rampage's face, I think just like,
yeah, Rampage loves his son.
Yeah.
You wish the best because I feel for Rampage.
Really grateful because
it's so puzzling. This kid did this. Like, what are you doing? Part of it's like trying to live in your dad's,
you've been appreciating,
shadow. And I
please
don't know.
consider appreciating my students.
I don't know, man. Have you talked to Rampage at all?
Yeah, I've talked to him.
Everything you can
How's he
here
doing?
on this
He's
podcast,
got good.
not turn away.
Just
I need
It's like his whole world. He's obviously a great father. He has his son. You have your son. He's 25. He's young, dumb, and full of cum. You know, that's what he's just sometimes when you're young, you're a complete moron.
You're just irrational and didn't realize what the fuck he's doing.
He's gonna look back on his life when he's 45 and go, oh my god.
I mean, think about if he spends 5 years in prison.
It's very possible. It's very possible. And frankly, I don't have an argument for why he should be punished here.
No, I woke up this morning. Even last night before I talked Rampage, originally how we started talking, I go, how can I defend him? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on here? How can I defend him? Because I love Rampage. And then I get all the links for lunch. I'm like, there ain't no defending this. It's tough. No, there's nothing you
can't do it.
Help each other.
Could have killed the guy, actually. And the guy may not be the same, by the way. That's like...
He's in stable but critical condition.
He is? Oh, he's in critical condition. Yeah. Oh, he's in real shit.
You imagine if that guy were to pass away?
It's very possible. Brain bleed.
Yeah.
Is he conscious, the guy?
I didn't hear anything.
Can you look that up?
I don't have any update. The last one I saw was,
that was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on, it seems, the bystanders.
Well, again, because it was a fix, so he was supposed to originally go in there and do something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine, but Stuart Smith is a beloved friend, a long time uncle of mine. Don't say mine. I get the chance to speak with him. His case is not as positive as I hope. I hope he will make a full recovery. Stu has been nothing but gracious guy in my family.
Okay, nothing. Wow, dude. That is so bad.
Wow. He says Wrestler Psycho Stu is in stable but critical condition. 5 hours ago. So that's fine. So stable but critical.
So bad. So bad.
So what exactly does stable but critical mean?
It means that
it's not getting any worse than
they've stabilized him, but he's still on all these machines.
It could go south.
Yeah, they gotta watch him 24/7.
Raja and Rampage would have prayed to God that doesn't go south.
Yikes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes.
Stable critical means a person has life-threatening condition, critical. Their vital signs are not currently deteriorating, indicating they are not getting worse in the immediate future. Okay. So since while the situation is grave, it could be worse, and the immediate crisis has passed, as the patient's health is holding steady for now, allowing medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's not good.
That is major brain
damage. What was he thinking? Everyone agrees it was so hard to watch.
You know what it is? It's indefensible.
Yeah. It's also premeditated. He's on kick on what? Bet you I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Because I'm gonna knock him out. Say I won't. He's reading the cops online.
It's one thing to knock somebody out, it's another thing to keep punching him until he's like.
He was out for a long
time. How
time.
many times? 22 times?
It's 22. The last thing I even knocking him out is too much. I agree. Following up is wild.
And he's an MMA fighter or something?
Yeah, I think he's had like 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah, man, really bad. Really bad. He'll be.
It's 22 or something.
I'm just going to do some serious time. And any money he makes for a long time will go to this guy.
It depends if that's.
That's the most navigable by smaller river beds that we'll be taking our pictures. And most of it is built in these old, like terrace landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side. And there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlements. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the
psychos, I almost call him Psycho Mike. It depends if that,
especially
if that Psycho Stu sues him
very well
and presses charges.
Some tension in the 14th century after
He will.
Black Death.
I would assume, yeah. Especially if you don't know. Yeah. Says Mr. Beast is going to help him out.
But
Hope he does.
that period, there's still a.
I hope that guy's okay, man. I really do.
For everyone's sake.
Culture that Portugal is a great
Dude,
in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, now they're
it's not good.
Several lost teeth.
Yeah, they said his teeth were like shattered and blood in his mouth.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size buy 2 tickets.
Look, when I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard for me. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, worst breath in the world. The worst breath in the world, and he was huge, and he was spilling into my seat.
Yeah, but you gotta buy 2 seats, big boy. You have to.
I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's rare that it happens though, so it's not like it's like, oh my God, thank God, finally. But if the rare occasion you get that big boy next to you, yeah, dude, you might.
But it's so expensive for people. Like that's $800, instead of 400. That makes a big difference in your budget.
Yeah, but stop eating so much and save money for your flight.
Well, that would be the idea. If you're not going to fly much, if you can't afford it,
you hit the road.
I get it. I mean, some people are really just too big for those seats. They just are.
Remember that girl with the big butt? That Brazilian girl, she had like a giant ass. She was Brazil.
My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was next to this gigantic woman. And she was like, "Look at this." She was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section.
Let me take a break, Jim.
Come on.
All right, next one is Lil Nas X walking.
I thought this was like a publicity thing. Two thoughts on this. Little Nas X
coming out?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party. Meanwhile, walking around his tidy whities. Two thoughts on this. One is, one thought. The tidy whities never look so good, and he's got a very good body. He's in great shape.
Super dainty.
Well, but it's he's in shape. Where at? You know where it's at. Go ahead, babe. Now, is he hallucinating?
He's in cowboy boots.
They said OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital.
So I wonder maybe if he's
I don't think he's OD'ing. I just think he's tripping.
I think he's tripping. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hollywood. I've been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night if there's no cars driving by.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's Hollywood.
Yeah, that makes sense. Listen, you know what? Celebrity gets boring. Money gets boring. You got to shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
Well, why did they arrest him?
I don't know if they arrested him. He went to the
They
hospital.
put him in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told officer responded, found him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right, in the middle of the road, so you can't.
After Nas charged at the officers, they were subdued and put him in handcuffs. I'll charge him at a possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge at officers in boots and underwear.
Still face charges with, I'm sure he's not. And he was treated at a hospital.
So I think he's just tripping on the streets.
Yes.
It could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms. And, people tend to.
Oh, he took his pants off.
Yeah.
You can't have that.
You can.
These are 4 in the morning.
I did so many mushrooms that I don't remember anything I did. Nothing. I was told.
I remember what you did.
I was told.
And if we could tell that story on the air, God.
Yeah,
I laughed so fucking hard.
I want to hear it, damn it.
I'll tell you off air, Chin, because Brian be so fucking.
Well, apparently, I was in the fetal position, farting really loud
and yelling a word.
Yeah, no. That's bad.
It's so funny.
But mushrooms made you that? You sure wasn't something else?
I did 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was in hell.
I thought you were doing ayahuasca.
I was 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was.
Oh yeah, they call it the God dose.
Apparently, I was asking for a manager because I was in hell, and I kept asking for a manager because I was like,
Brian was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. He stopped farting and was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny. And then you told me that story, like, dude, you gotta try it. I'm like, get the fuck out.
You know, you learn when you do that many mushrooms, don't do mushrooms.
Yeah.
I mean, not even a little bit.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. Like, PTSD.
Yeah, I don't remember any of it.
I was just all those people like, dude, do mushrooms and
my body was like,
fuck
it's like, you were having a hard time. I go like, what do you mean? It's like, well, yeah, you were just like, thought everybody was coming after you and you were trying to like get help, and so you were saying things to like manage to wake up. And I was like,
it's so funny.
I was saying
the real
all
story
kinds
off
of
here.
bad words.
Yeah, dude, it's so fucking funny.
I was screaming fuck and I was farting and I was doing
It's so funny.
Are we off air?
We can be.
Let's take a little break because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You're thinking about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Well, Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states. Let's take a little break, guys.
You know what we did?
Just to come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina at good nights. That's the first thing I want to say.
Second thing I want to say,
and I need auto parts, bro.
Dude, I need car parts. Dude, my shop's up and running. I need car parts, so I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts and knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. If they don't have it, they order it, it shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back. They're in stock. They usually have everything, all right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Alrighty, Jalen Brown. Brendan, do you know who Jalen Brown is?
Yeah, he plays for the Celtics, one of the best players in the league.
There you go. His father was arrested for attempted murder. So apparently his car dinged another person's car, or vice versa, and he got pissed off, and he ended up stabbing this guy in the stomach multiple times.
Whoa. What?
Parking lot dispute.
You're stabbing a youth football coach. Wow. So he stabbed him a bunch of times in the stomach because they bumped into each other?
Yeah, dinged the car.
So he dinged the door of a Lincoln Navigator, not the end of the world.
You gotta not do that.
So then the homeboy got out of the car, his name's Cross. They got out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off and said it was simply a bump before calling him a bitch ass. After back and forth, one claims the two agreed to duke it out, but when Cross' back was turned, Brown pulled out an object from his right side and swung his arm in stabbing motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him?
No, it's an attempted murder.
What are you doing?
The woman stated Brown's 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! What?
Left-handed grab. So shoulder.
Oh my God!
Back, abdomen. So he's
7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
Weird because his son's not that tall.
And the 5'9", 160-pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him. Yeah, you don't want to fight a giant with a knife. Also, did you need the knife, 7-footer?
Yeah, that's some bitch ass shit. Why would you take your knife out? Door ding? I can't have some issues.
Look at the size of him.
So the guy's in critical condition.
Yeah.
But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the Dula River.
Jesus, I don't know what to say about that.
Rode for a little while. He eventually reached out to the
Claim the victim's inside were hanging out.
Oh my God.
Oh, fuck. I've heard stories about that too.
Spanish crown once again as a prominent courtier.
Well, he's going to jail.
Over the course of his life,
For a long time.
Yeah, and frankly, again, should.
Blood.
There we go, baby.
Then take a little break as my bed pack lifts. I had an issue that I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
Not even you.
Uneven on the, like when you see a giant Hummer, but a real Hummer that's uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like, oh,
2 bars.
it's scary. Jeez.
Very
Oh my goodness.
Alright, what do you got, Jim?
Alright, how about this? Gervonta Davis is guaranteed.
I call bullshit.
Paul.
Me too.
I call bullshit.
$200 million is a lot of money.
It says 150 to 200 million.
No, that'd be the most any athlete's ever made in one event, in one night. Where are they getting that money?
And it's Netflix.
Okay, Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million, I would believe. Not 200 million.
20 million seems realistic. Even because Netflix is bigger, there's no pay-per-view model, so. And Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lighter weight class. So 20 to even 40 I can get, that's a lot. 40 I can understand.
When push comes to shove, though, you know, like 20.
Like Canelo's getting that 40. But Javante Davis, he was, especially on Showtime, he's a big pay-per-view star.
Yeah.
He's a knockout artist. 200 mil is just completely false.
Yeah, I mean,
swipe. What it says? Swipe to read more. What else does it say? Oh, there's that. That's probably from the original.
God, Jake is so much bigger.
Yeah, man.
So much bigger.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. If he thinks this is gonna make him legitimate in boxing, I just don't get why he do it.
Yeah.
This guy gets it. He goes, yeah, that number's not true at all.
Yeah.
Once again,
no way. Way too much money.
This time he ended up in Italy, where
what else you got, Jim? There's no way that's real.
Continuing in
Have you guys heard about this? The interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? I just saw some highlight her saying Trump. She never saw him do anything bad, right?
She never really saw anything, really, right?
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this because she's hoping to get pardoned from Trump?
I think she's doing this so she. My feeling is that there may not have been much to it in terms of like Jeffrey Epstein definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that, but
so her exact quote is, "I don't recall ever seeing." She's referring to Trump. I don't ever recall ever seeing him in the House, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any appropriate setting in any way. I don't know.
Never seen him in his house, for instance. Actually, never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. It was never inappropriate with anybody. In the time that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
So when now did you see she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed himself?
That's interesting. I do think that she was also like Trump. So when that Steele dossier came out about him having piss parties and all those orgies, people were like, "Hey, Trump is a germaphobe. There's not a shot he would do that. A total germaphobe." So there was also that. You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or just saying people?
People were like, anybody who knows that that's a lie. Which of course.
So there goes Ghislaine Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird too. Like, I never saw him. Let me out, dude. I didn't see shit. So you be a little careful with it, you know?
Hard for the president to pardon somebody who was convicted of actually taking part in child, with 14 and 15-year-old girls being sexually raped, really.
She goes, I do not believe he died by suicide.
Wow.
There was a massive exodus of Jews.
I do not believe he died by suicide.
And do you believe that do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
I was like, no. How the fuck would I know?
Yeah, you don't want to mess around. You don't want to say that. Because if he didn't die by suicide, these are people that can get to anybody. So.
All right. There's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend, and Rob was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese girl. He's just signing on their little Chinese tits.
Oh my God.
They're all ran off them.
It's funny how signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like,
is she gonna get that tattoo? That's weird. I wouldn't know how Chinese girls be doing this. They're all ran off. Yeah, Rob's a fucking superstar. He's champion of the UFC. Yeah, UFC's big in China.
Yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, China, they're huge, huh? They must get a lot of attention.
They're big everywhere.
Yeah. They're actually big in Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like, they can go to a Hollywood party and people are like, oh, you know,
maybe.
a lot of
Rob's a little tough.
A lot of actors go, or I don't know. I mean, you got approached by pretty famous people.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah.
The hybrid.
Yeah, the trainer, like Izzy, like the main guys, Sugar Sean, those guys.
Wow, they get a lot of love.
John Jones, they're huge.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be around John Jones.
I'll tell you everybody.
Baddest man on the planet.
My best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on Shannon Sharp's podcast.
Was it?
Oh, it's good.
Really? I gotta watch it. Really? What did he talk about?
He talked about John. He talked about and Shannon. Dude, he's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was really good. Because he had such a good question. He goes, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, because remember John was 28, he was like 34, because if you were the same age in your prime, because you'll beat John. And most fighters would be like, absolutely. DC went, no. Because that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard, and he was better. That's it. I would never beat him.
That's it.
Isn't that interesting?
Sometimes, sure.
And then the best thing was, all that stuff's fun to talk about, the fighting, all that stuff. But, Shannon Sharp, he was talking about kids. And he was like, your son, he was like, why are these, he was like, you have a son, he has all the resources, and you were, Olympian, captain Olympian. You forget how good DC was.
God, two-time Olympian. He was a captain of the Olympic team. Come on.
Captain. He was a captain. And then also, light heavyweight champion, strike force heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion. Literally the greatest resume you've ever seen.
Beat Stipe.
Yeah. So he lost to Stipe too. But he talks about, he's like, so your son has all the resources you do. He goes, does he have the same chance? And DC's like, no. No, he goes, because I came from nothing, so I wanted to get out of it. So I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources, and he laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, he does wrestling 3 days a week, then he works with a personal trainer for his football. Because I tell my son, you have all the resources to make it, and I'm proud of you for putting your best foot forward and trying this. And if you make it, great. But if not, you have me as a dad, so you're still you're not going broke. You're good. He's like, those kids that make it, they have there's no other alternative. So those Dagestanians, they come. He's like, I was poor here. They're poor. You're talking about concrete walls.
He works in a factory 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So he's like, so for them, it's just the way of life. There's nothing you have to make sure you know.
We've got mixtapes, Friday night diners, cruising down the inside of your friends at Vero. What's 2025 got?
And I said, my biggest concern, all you did is my one neighbor realized backyard. It's the biggest backyard I've ever seen.
Do you even remember what it's like to really be here? Out here, time doesn't race, it breathes. Have you forgotten that? Then maybe that's why the 80s are calling it back.
Tigers, more athletic, more athletic, better at sports, same with Boston.
The 80s wasn't just about
But my
neon
whole thing
lights
was,
and mixtapes. It was about
I have
being
this
here.
huge house, I have all the resources, I have private
No
coaching,
screens
I
in your
have
face,
all
no
stuff,
noise in your
I have all that.
Just
But I wanted to make it
the 80s
get
miss
out
you. We all
do
do.
something more. I think
Maybe it's time to
back
came
up.
back.
This isn't celebration. So yeah, you want to make it anything you want to make it. It's not desperate.
You know the 80s miss you, right?
Or bust, dude. And I would do you would have to, and I tell Tiger, and he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint, you would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. You'd have to, my dad, let's go. I'm like, nope, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog when that dog is in satin sheets at night? What's the answer? What's the answer? And when you think about this, and this is what DC and Shannon were talking about, is a great fucking example. When you think of kids whose dads were legends, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of those kids, they're never as good as their dads because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So then they were talking about, a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey. Their dads were good, but they weren't great. It's always the kids whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, oh shit, I'm going to outwork my
I
dad.
think in that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. It's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
Yeah, but they have to.
There's that extra gear though. That's that extra.
There's just that dog in the kid where it's just like it's almost like they're born with it. You know, I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball, and like he was in a game, and he was just like it was like the effort he was making, like that extra effort. And my friend said, who watched a lot of basketball, goes, God, he'd be a bitch to fight.
Oh yeah,
like
dog.
You have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang described Michael Jordan, he said about his heart, his dog. He goes, if he was on the Titanic, it wouldn't have sunk.
Yeah.
He would have plugged a hole through his
figured
hand.
it out. Yeah, he's not going out like that. Yeah, I don't know.
That's probably the best way.
I don't know how you get that out of the kiddo.
I think some of it's innate. It's just so.
And then there's like Kobe grew up pretty nice, right? Like he grew up nice, and then Steph.
He wanted to be great.
Yeah, Steph Curry, and when you think about those guys, like their dads were in the NBA, so they grew up around it.
I think those guys might have seen a window of greatness. They might have been like, if I keep doing this, I can actually become great.
They also have the resources, because if your dad played in the NBA, he goes, hey man, bring your elbow in like this, you're gonna fucking listen. Yes. So there's that. Yes. I don't know what you do.
My biggest problem. Help is always out.
I get it. Yeah, I don't know what you do with kiddos. I don't get it. You know?
Not either.
I create that fucking dog, damn. Because I tell you, there's me and you at night, I would have fucking had circles.
No, don't tell him that.
Oh no, he has to help you.
No, but you're just that's trophy dad shit. Just shut up and say, I love watching you play.
Because he goes, oh really? And so you gotta.
Oh, it motivates him.
Yeah, all right, completely different. You're dealing with two different.
So he's very
competitive. Okay. He's competitive, but you gotta have that where, like, by any means necessary.
I mean, he's 9.
That's what you see it, bud. That's what you see it.
Yeah, well, okay. Be careful. It's a dicey. It's a balancing act right there.
It's a balancing act, but if you know,
it's having fun too, though.
Of course, that's number one. But it's also you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. And it's not knocking. You never played high level sports. You can tell right away the kids that are at least gonna play high school. The kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're never gonna make it. They're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, part of it's just that, if you have the physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro.
No, even that's not enough. So if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're going to get to the point in high school, if they're playing good enough high school sports or college, everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how it goes.
But I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one and become great. So it just depends.
Yeah, it's a weird balance.
It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player on the team.
No.
Like, that kid never makes it.
Right.
Peaks at 9.
Right. They've done a lot of studies.
You don't want that.
I've had podcasts with certain guys like that who will look at that data and you're like, wow, that's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy, the big dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team.
Yep.
And you know what his dad said? It's like, you need to practice. He wasn't like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do these fucking days. He went, looks like you gotta get better. Yeah. And he came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB in home runs. I think he's tied with Otani.
There you go.
Yeah. Gotta get better. Yeah.
And sometimes there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it and you give him a break and moves on. I don't know. It's a battle. It's a delicate. Being father, being coach is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand it's serious business.
Yeah. It's a fine.
And you got all these other people that are doing it.
If you go too much, you're gonna go. Whenever I do this, like, my dad's only happy if I fucking ball out, but it's tough because the kids are really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and dad's pissed, they're gonna be like, I'm not doing this, dude. That's right. I'm out.
That's right. Or they end up resenting you and they're the best player ever. To which case I say, well done, sir.
I'll take it.
I say, well done.
Congrats, Dad. He made it.
Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? Now, do you not text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet?
Yeah, it's a fine line, dude.
Do you hate when you're surrounded by all those people? When you can't go to the mall because you'll get mobbed by all those people who are playing games a hero?
Just don't get a hit ball.
Do you go, damn, I wish my dad had been nicer so I can go to this mall, right?
It's a weird thing.
It's a weird thing.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Boston's got some mitts on him. Does he even need a baseball glove?
Bossy has the advantage of an older brother as an example, and he's like, oh, this is how you do it, and then whenever Tiger's taking privates or training, I always bring Bossy since he was 2. So remember, Tiger started 2 years ago.
So you know they did a study, it's really
It's
interesting.
the little brother that has the example.
The little brothers, some of the fastest people in the world, they're usually the youngest of 4 or something like that, because they have
competition.
Yeah, they gotta keep up.
But for Bossy, he doesn't, because he's always training with Tiger's major team friends, and they're 9, 10. So when Bossy made the 8U team at 5, I'm like, dude, this is insane. What do you mean? Like, they're just like Tiger. I'm like, I know, but you should be with kids your age, dude. He just doesn't know.
What else you got, you?
Alrighty, this is a guy that found something in his kitchen. I'll just play the clip for you. And he's walking down with his AR-15.
Oh,
What's his chin with that possum?
Dude, he's got a flashlight.
Who is that?
That's a bear, bro. That guy's.
What is it?
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear. Dude, that dude.
Nice with that gun.
Wow, he's nice. He's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before. Damn. You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans.
Well, look at his gun in his life.
Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that. Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming at him too.
Oh yeah, he's not.
He's Russian.
Dude.
Where's this at?
That's a suppressed gun too.
Did I just have
Go back again. Let me just see that gun one more time. Since I'm in
it's got a refresh on its own.
This guy's nice with it.
Nice with that gun.
He should be protecting the president.
Wow.
Small brown bear though.
Small brown.
That'll destroy his brain.
No, I know.
So much, yeah, but small.
Being cool because like a big ass grizzly.
He thought somebody was in his house. He was like, no.
As soon as that bear lunged at him, pop.
Yeah. Gotta get myself one of them.
Boy, he was
Say that one more time. I just want to see see if it's a suppressed muzzle.
You can barely tell right there, and that's the tip right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it goes by.
It's called. It's not as loud.
Sevierville, Tennessee.
Actually, it's not. It's real. That's really loud. That's very
inside
loud.
the house. That's
His eardrums are ringing right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was.
No.
Oh, it's so loud. If you were there, you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
It's probably the last thing you're worried about when a bear. What? Oh my God!
Well, when she said, oh my God, I guarantee you didn't hear that though. Like that's how.
I bet he heard.
Oh, no, your ears are fucked without a doubt.
Oh man.
But I mean, when you actually shoot an AR-15 outside, you can stop it. But this is
You
inside.
can't do it. You can't shoot an AR-15 without ear protection.
No, you always have to have a fucking protection.
Do we know any more about this guy?
Not about the guy, but the place is called Severe.
He's nice with it.
Tennessee.
As they say, he's nice with it.
Yeah, boy's ready to go.
He's done that before.
Our ARC lectures.
Why was he so locked in, ready to fucking go?
Thought somebody was coming into his house.
Especially
Got that gun. Got ready.
of today, Dr. Henry Abramson.
Yeah.
No violations.
Hell no, there's no violations.
Our scholar in residence.
And
no, that was a perfect.
David
That's a great
Lawrence,
job.
who is the
Does this guy have a military
director
background?
of
He's got it.
River Cruises.
Got it.
My name is David Lawrence.
Yesterday,
Oh, this is different. Homeowner shot beer with a shotgun.
Different. All right, kids. I think that's it. Come see me.
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah. Come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, make sure we get some time up there. Let's just do this last one. This is a an airplane landing, crash landing, and a golf course. This is in Australia, and there's some funny elements to it. You'll see. Wait, crash.
Original and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only is
What?
it is a diaspora
What?
within a diaspora.
Oh, that's pretty good though.
Yeah.
Also,
Not the end of the world.
Great job.
So watch, keep watching.
Of cultural and
He's gonna eat you.
religious and
He's gonna eat you.
Of course. He's eating.
He was too excited to get down there. Yeah. At least people are coming cheesy and shit.
She's going pretty slow.
No, she's good. That dude was just funny though.
No injuries. Yeah, that was a smooth ass landing.
Considering, yeah. So a pilot and then like a student pilot. I'm not sure who was actually piloting there at the time.
Lost power probably.
Yeah, the cops lost.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there.
You just coasted down?
That happened. But the pilot, the co-pilot broke his foot, and his propellers. I mean, the plane was total, but he was fine.
Got the plane's getting fucked up.
Yeah,
But at least you're concerned.
yeah. He put that propeller in our backyard. It's like this. I was like, yeah.
Well, at least they're all right.
My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and call me on his cell phone back when nobody had cell phones.
He had that big one.
And he'd go, Ryan, I got the engine's not firing. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, it's not funny here. Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then I'm in
Short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day, so we'll see. But at good nights. See you there. See you then, kids. Later.
All right, kids. 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas. Win the ultimate truck. I'm driving it today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now. The Drive Fast All Gas race team. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email and phone number, I'm going to send you a little some special discount. So every purchase you get gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's drivefastallgas.com. It's going away in 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
My friend, this is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-of-one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. And the winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically enters you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
Positive direction so that we'll be able to safely make this speech. The plan for today.
This is really the fight of the kid. We're back, pal.
Happy Monday, buddy.
Happy Monday. How you were in SD?
I was in SD. I like SD.
SD's nice.
We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 and breezy every day.
It's tough to beat that way.
And that all-American wind-swept.
Yeah, but were you down like PB? Were you in the
We sure was, buddy. I was
not my favorite.
I was down at Mission, little honky tonk.
Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego was kind of hoodie.
Not kind of, but
yeah, it's not great.
But then you get around
Oceanside, all that shit is cool.
outskirts, beautiful.
La Jolla,
yeah,
great.
Went to La Jolla, great. Went to work out there.
Rancho, it's great out there.
La Jolla is very wealthy white people who look like they're in a musical. Everybody's walking around like they're about to sing a song.
There's some money up there.
There's some money up there. Yeah. If you want a super comfy life, you want to stroll the streets and have a nibble on brunch with your disposable income.
Yeah, La Jolla's the place.
Yeah.
I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not even
in the sense she has that lifetime chick that worked out at this will be surprising to you, but there are some attractive, very handsome people that are females.
That's why you got
money, I love that show. Like, you ever see this stat where it's like, people who play tennis live longer than anybody else. Racket sports. That's because they're good. Yes. That's not because they play tennis. It's because when you play tennis, you got money, nutrition, less stress. Yeah. If you have time to play tennis,
do you think he wanted to continue beating up Stu? That's
you're clearly up. I
promise you he would have given if he would have took my legs up from under me like he was trying to, he was going to do the same thing to me as he did. He wants to swing away from
you might as well like, now play tennis or golf. Please don't say that, though. Please don't jump to that. It's like when I have already put Sam Tripoli, and I'll say something very reasonably, he doesn't ride as a power bottom, and that's the thing about him. He starts to it's like I'm constantly getting masked. So when he doesn't turn all golf versus tennis,
well, it's just a soft thing, but it's also like it's a very like tied.
You gotta have some money. You
have money, and you gotta be surrounded by a bunch of little cucks too. Because think about it, if you take just think about it. If you take 5 boys and you go, hey fellas, we have 5 tennis rackets, or we have a football, and if those 5 boys are go, give me the football. Put some mascara on. Boys, there's also makeup over there.
No, Brendan, please. Look,
now it's different if you're like Spanish or you're like born in like
soccer.
Soccer's different, but if you're like upper echelon like Spanish,
sure.
You're born in Barcelona.
Okay, don't do that with your head though. You're doing this now. You're going like this.
Then tennis
it's still a little gay. You're saying. I feel like you're still.
It's just soft.
No, it's not. Dude.
It is.
No, please.
It's a softer life.
It's tennis is a very
work.
Yeah.
It's work.
Yeah.
So fucking ballerinas.
No, man.
Gymnastics is work.
Yeah.
Swimming's work.
Yeah.
Some.
Come on, dude.
If you have like young boys like 9, it's like none of them are going, I'll take the tennis.
No, hold on. He doesn't say I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that.
Yeah.
He does this. If he's tall,
I saw the clip,
strong, and
I guess
athletic,
it doesn't even really matter so much whether.
In America, you play tennis.
Please. It's like, Dad, it's the same footwork as boxing. I want to play some tennis.
So they do boxing?
Dad,
but I don't want to get punched in the face.
I don't want to get punched in the face.
I'd rather hold that shaft and hit balls. Right?
No, bro.
How gay is it?
No, it's not, dude. Please. You gotta understand. It's like it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man.
Sure.
Yeah. So please, I come off the ground when I hit that. I want to play tennis because the ball. I'm gonna hit the ball 120 miles an hour.
That's fine.
Yeah. Very competitive world sport. Want to make all the money.
That's just not a lot of American boys do.
Come on, man.
I don't mind it. It's a very like Cali, like
Florida camp. You go to tennis camp. You have a coach. You got a psychological coach. It's a lot of money. What a technique. Yeah.
We have
that'd be so disappointing. Wouldn't you?
No, you grew up. It's a beautiful sport, and it's a lot of money if you can make it.
It's a lot
to the top. You make so much money if you make it to the top.
Really, any pro sport makes tons of money.
Yeah, I think Ari Maddie, he dated like the number 8 girl in the world, and he said she had so much money.
Endorsements on it, especially if they're attractive.
Yeah, and she was.
You either gotta be really attractive or just be a warlock but beat everybody.
Yes. There's some dime piece guys on that tour too, 6'6", like Taylor Fritz, 6'6", handsome as shit. Some of these guys are that Italian guy, handsome guy, 6'6", 6'5".
Hey, go pick up a fucking
big boys, 210.
Pick up a ball and run into your buddy. Pick up a ball and run into your buddy.
Come on, man, please, listen. Don't tell them to run into each other, bro.
Everybody swear the queer and you're the queer all the time, right?
Come on,
it's just different. Like the big boys in like New Zealand, like the Kiwis.
Oh yeah.
Tell them to play tennis and let me know how it goes in their village for you. Let me know.
Those guys run into each other.
Go find the Samoans. Go, hey, I know you guys are huge. Listen, Who wants tennis?
There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. He's too big, too bulky. You gotta have
You know what it is? They're too tough.
you gotta be just too tough. You gotta be thinner than that. You just move fast.
It's just not.
You gotta play for a long time. Body breaks down. Yeah.
Yeah, I never, growing up in Aurora, I never met a kid play tennis.
Yeah, you gotta have tennis.
You might be the first person I met play tennis.
Yeah, it's not.
And there's not gonna be a lot of them in Texas either.
No, probably not. No. All right, man, let's move on, dude. I'm getting sad.
That's all right.
No,
that's all right.
No, man.
You guys played that indoor racquetball stuff? Absolutely not.
Sure.
Like racquetball or something? Let's play racquetball. Sometimes I'm like, that's Andrew Schultz does it.
Yeah, I'll get up on
it. Yeah, sure.
Andrew's got a very good body for tennis, for racket sports. Tall, athletic, and he's an athletic guy.
Depends on the definition of athletic. Sure, man.
He can hit from the outside. Athletic guy.
He's pretty good at hoops.
He actually is.
Yeah, but do we not see where society's going? Like pickleball, flag football. Do you see what's going on here?
I had a conversation with Gordon Ryan. Did you hear him? He was talking about how he said I'm not athletic. He said I'm not athletic, so my game in jiu-jitsu is one of control. And I said to him, I was like, yeah, you are. Like you're the GOAT. What do you mean you're not athletic? But his ability to read someone's body, feel where you're going, to be 3 steps ahead, all of that is part of being athletic.
No, athleticism, no different. What is the difference? Like John Jones, you wouldn't. If John Jones is in a group of like NFL players, he's not considered athletic. He's not athletic.
Can't jump as high, can't run as fast,
not explosive, just can't keep up. The agility's just not there.
Right, but that's
when it comes to fighting, that's different.
But that's one metric of athleticism.
No, it's the definition of athleticism.
But then how do you?
Because like a dominant chess player's not athletic.
But the best football player, best quarterback, best fighter in the world are 2 guys that are not that athletic.
Best quarterback?
Yeah, so Tom Brady. Slower than most, all that stuff.
Yeah, you would list Tom Brady as like the best athlete in the NFL. But then there's like guys like Lamar Jackson, who's fit, you would be classified as a
can throw 60 yards from his knees or sitting down and stuff. But having said all that,
one master
still would choose you. So you still choose the guy who's got gamesmanship. So maybe gamesmanship.
Well, you want both. That's what you got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Athletic, but also knows their sport.
Right. Yeah, but then but that's part of being an athlete. You know? And so I would say that makes you athletic. Your brain and your feel for the game, your ability to do. No, because so Travis Kelce, right? Part of what makes him a great athlete is finding the holes and the openings, right?
Yeah, but let's say we put Travis Kelce's brain in your body. He's not touching the NFL.
That's right.
The reason he's in the NFL is because he ran a 4.5 in the 40, 6'6".
Did he run 4.5?
4.5, 4.6. He's very fat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You gotta have both, but I'm saying that someone like Gordon Ryan is definitely athletic. I would say very strong.
He's definitely athletic. Yeah, being strong, it's part of it, but the athleticism, it just depends, you know.
You have to include all of those factors. If you have people who are as great as John Jones and Tom Brady, yet they're not as quote unquote athletic by certain measurements, you have to expand your metric for how we measure an athlete. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. You know? For the most part,
you would say John's unathletic. But again, if you
just compare it like Wayne Gretzky, same thing. Slow. I think he had the slowest skate speed.
No. Wayne Gretzky was fast as fuck.
But he had the slowest speed. Like look it up. You look it up. His slap shot wasn't as fast. His skate speed. Now, having said that, he did beat a bunch of guys in a sprint, including some great athletes. But typically, he wasn't considered that athletic in terms of his skate speed and all that stuff. Was not considered a slow player. Okay. Impressive 60-meter sprint time.
You're giving a terrible example. Wayne Gretzky is such a good
athlete. And he was the fastest youngest player to reach the 1,000-point milestone. Yeah. Wasn't known his hockey intelligence, anticipation, overall skill set. That's what it was. It was his anticipation, his intelligence, his skill set. You have to
mixed with athletic ability. He was one of the fastest on skates.
He wasn't one of the fastest on skates.
He was definitely fast. He was known for his speed and quickness.
Locked. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Either way, so he was, look at him, he clocked the 7.2 in running, 60-meter dash. Oh, shit. Okay.
He'd be a bad example.
Okay. Yeah. Still, what made him great, though, was his ability to see the angles and see things.
But he doesn't get there unless he's athletic. Yeah. Unless he's really explosive and good at hockey.
You need both.
At the pro level, yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't just be a great, know the game, be a great mind, and compete at the professional level.
No. You have to have a certain physicality.
That's just the bare minimum.
If you're a pro, yeah. Next thing, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Sorry.
I know what I was telling you. I was telling you before we started. Rogan had this guy on his show. He's like an expert with the Mexican cartel. But he was talking to, I think it was him, they were talking about those death whistles. And Rogan goes, yeah, my buddy Brian did it. He blew it. That was 5 years ago. Let me ask you this, Brian. If you don't believe in death whistles, how have your last 5 years gone?
I would not have blown that whistle.
So let's just go through
COVID came along.
what happened.
Everything.
COVID started right after you blew that. Your shit popped up right after you blew that.
Everything blew apart. Everything.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
the guy was talking about it. And
we think about it all the time.
Yeah, Rogan was like, I don't believe in him. Like, it's just a coincidence.
I don't either, but I wouldn't blow it again.
I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know. Those things might be the real deal.
I don't believe in it, but I wouldn't blow it.
A shitstorm after you blew that. If you think about the last 5 years, it's been a shitstorm since you blew that whistle.
Yeah. That's
there's something to those death whistles.
Yeah.
It could just be a coincidence.
Maybe. Or, again, it could be a coincidence, but I ain't blowing it.
I'm not trying it again.
It was like I was doing her take with Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasparian, and they were talking about the Israeli-Palestinian thing, and I just kept going back to the fact that this shit's been going on since the Old Testament. Gaza is mentioned 22 times. Just about certain things, that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like maybe sometimes there's certain things out there that you can't measure. Like you can talk about Gaza all you want, but it's been going on since since the Bible was written.
And I don't think their take is gonna figure it out.
That's how I feel. I'm like, my take ain't gonna make a difference here. It's not gonna make a dent. Sometimes I feel like when you start following politics, a little bit like following the weather. You have an opinion? Cool. You know, as I'm more and more as I get older, I'm starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any opinion. I'm just not gonna. I don't have anything to add. This is what we're talking about with Rogan. Like, you know, he's our good friend, but he has such interesting people on the podcast that sometimes I wonder. Like sometimes when I talk to him, I'm like, I don't know if I have much to add here. With all your really interesting people that you talk to. Now obviously we're friends and we talk about dumb shit and stuff. But
you know, we're talking about shit, just like friends and some people like that, but Rogan's blueprint is it's guest driven. It's not based off his ability to experience things.
But what I do now is when I want to know about a supplement or I want to know about something, I call him because he knows a lot because he's had everybody on.
He's had everyone on. Yeah, like his isn't like what his weekend was. He's not sharing family stuff. No. You know, his longevity wise, similar to Howard Stern. You know,
do you ever hear that expression? I think Lady Bird Johnson said, "Average people talk about events, or like average people talk about people. Medium minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas."
In terms of podcasting,
just in life, you know. Like he ever knows that some people gossip and that's their whole life.
Yeah.
And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well.
Yeah.
That'd be a fucking lazy mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just online hate.
Yeah, there's podcasts like that.
And then there are people that talk about events. So there's what's going on in the world, you know, and then everybody has an opinion and they're all mad about it and stuff like that, and then they argue. And then there are people that talk about larger, broader ideas.
That's not us.
Probably not.
You're already talking about skill set and talent. Yeah, that's not us, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I read a lot about ideas and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt, but it's just not.
But in terms of like
having original ideas, no.
Well,
it's also not that entertaining.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, comedy. We want to do comedy. That's what we do.
Yeah, we just, you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like,
yeah.
don't think anyone's coming to us for great ideas.
I might. Fashion ideas.
Maybe. I like fake pants. Yeah, these are my faves.
Are they comfy?
Yeah, the most comfy.
What are they?
And you can wear, I don't know, they're like a thin material.
Are they waterproof? They're actual hunting pants, right?
I doubt it.
Who makes them?
Jackson's.
Are they an outdoor company?
No, man. Like this Real Tree Camel's in, so it's a crossover to fashion.
That looks so much like First Light. So when you go duck hunting, you wear exactly that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just take the camel print. But no, I wouldn't trust these in the fucking.
You would not.
No. Okay.
Yeah. I like the golden goose.
Yeah. Yeah, man. With the pod, yeah, I agree with you. It's like, you know, some podcasts are just based off guest driven, you know, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people do that. And then, you know, like Bustin' with the Boys, they're football driven. So it's like, right, there's a place for all of it.
Yes, all of it.
And then with like the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, I mean, they're never gonna run out of content.
Right.
Like they'll break down crimes from 1981 and shit. People are always dying, so they never get around that content.
Never.
No.
Never. You've got to read that book. I think it's The Murder Room.
Oh, you said that.
You've got to read that. I think you'd love it.
Yeah, I want to.
The FBI profiler, dude.
Yeah, I love that.
The way he breaks down shit, you're like they can tell everything. They can just they know what you are and who you are.
What do you got, Jen?
Well, I need some advice from you guys. You guys have been in Texas longer than I have, and by a month. Yeah, but I mean, you can tell like the different animals and bugs and stuff. No, buddy, I've had all sorts of shit at my house. So I've been tripping. So the last 2 weeks, I've heard stuff like in my attic, either in the living room or in my bedroom. So ghost. Before I was like, okay, it must be like a squirrel or something, because I can hear like a rat. I sound like a possum. But then I was in my bedroom, and finally I heard like someone's like walking on the roof. That's what it sounds like. Alright, thanks for the advice, guys. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I literally took my gun and I went outside to look at the roof, and someone's like, "You see anything?" No. So something's in the attic. It's like point to ghost, but if it's not a ghost, so your place is definitely haunted. That's clear as day.
Yeah, do you have
or it's a possum.
Sometimes that can be the reverberation of somebody in another apartment, though.
He's not in the
Does Anne Frank live in your attic?
No. Well, maybe she does now. But there's nobody above you, right? No. Yeah, terrible. So you guys don't have stuff in your attic? No.
I don't know if I have an attic.
We do, but I haven't heard anything up there. Have you gone in the attic? Or just... Oh, well, you don't want to solve it that bad. I'll point the gun at the roof, but I'm not going to climb inside the attic.
You're too afraid? What are you afraid you're going to find?
Some freaking homeless person living in there. So you're just like, well, he's chilling in your crib right now. Here's another thing, too. I'm like paranoid about like everything being locked. So my back door was unlocked. Of course, it could be an accident. Good chance that's a human being. Living by it.
You have a human in there.
Shut up. He's probably eating your shit right now. Yeah. He's probably like, God, this guy sucks. It's all like kimchi.
You know what's funny is if it was actually Jen and he has a split personality.
I could not fit in that attic. It's got to be a small person. Just Jen the whole time.
Or it's just a split. Yeah. Or it's just a small person.
Yeah.
Or it's your imaginary personality. Do you have an imaginary?
Yeah, or there's nothing. There's also that. Or there's nothing.
Or Jen, you're so lonely that you are imagining friends up there.
Alright, let me join you guys.
You spend too much time alone in your house.
Or again, I'm gonna go back to it's a ghost.
Hey Jen, you want a dating app?
No, I don't like those.
You don't? No. Okay. Why? Well, I just feel like you could
dating apps some girls.
You're a single guy.
Alright, edit this out. Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick 6 with DraftKings. Pick your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers, and just hit more or less on 2 or more player stats. All right? You got Texas, Ohio State kicking it off. What, dude? What? And the upside, massive. Outplay the field and pick six dishes out. Payouts way beyond the minimums. Use DraftKings, just drop $5 on your first pick set, and you'll score 50 in bonus pick six picks. All right? Download the DraftKings Pick Six app. Use the code FIGHTER to get $50 in pick six bonus picks, and ride the upside with pick six all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick Six not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
But don't worry, I'm good. I don't need dating apps. If I think a girl's cute, I literally walk up to the person. Like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, show your magic trick.
Yeah, and guess what? Sometimes it didn't work. Super embarrassing. I saw girls talking. They're like, no. I'm like, fuck.
You have cards in your pocket. I gotta let this pigeon out for fucking die.
It is embarrassing, but
oh god.
But you learn.
Yeah, bitches aren't into pigeons.
Can you imagine how I brought pigeons to the club? Girl, it just flies away. Fuck.
All right, maybe next time.
Nobody was better than that than David Blaine. He go up to, like, whoever it was, like, when he was younger, he went up, like, he would just go up to really famous people and be like, hey, can I ask you a question? Like, when you look at these cards, and they'd be like, what? And he would just start doing the trick.
Yeah,
and then blow your mind. Yeah, like, just put it up, like,
you were talking about chin.
And then this is what happens.
We're talking about chin hiding pigeon.
Famous people would go, wait, you go, and you walk away. Yeah.
I cannot
You should
understand.
say this, you should go, you a fan of David Blaine? I'm not him, but watch this.
My tricks with cigarettes, dude. Those are the best ones. If we could smoke in here, I would show you some of it, and you
do cigarette tricks.
Because I used to smoke back then. And because that's why you. If you're and there's like a cigarette patio, and some girls, they're always want to bum a cigarette off you, and they just start the conversation like, "Yo, you see a trick?"
Oh, so you just hang out there waiting for the prey to
I wouldn't do it on purpose, but anytime I needed to get a smoke, I would do it. Oh, what you said?
No, that's good.
And it would work, Jim?
I would say it's like 50-50, 60-40. That's not bad. I think, honestly, if the girl is somewhat interested in you, she's going to let you do that and be like, oh, even if she thinks it's stupid or whatever. Yeah. But it's just being able to approach and talk. That's the number one thing. Guys don't do that these days. They're too afraid.
They're scared.
Your opening line should be like, have you ever seen a 6'3" Asian?
And then,
Here I am.
One.
That's right.
They're like,
I heard it. All right, what do you got, Jim?
all right.
Give me the rampage stuff.
Yeah,
I want
let's
to
do that first. So just play the video first.
Yeah, play for
What's happening?
Yeah,
So he was live on, on Kick-Ass? It's like a streaming and people comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA.
Yeah.
He's in on it. It's a work, and he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head, and he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologized to him, like, dude, this is what we do. Like, you came to a fucking wrestling match. And then another wrestler goes, Another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want. I got your back. So then he's ringside. He's on Kick. It's a toxic environment. Haters and trolls are talking shit, like hyping him up. Like, oh, you're gay. You're a bitch. You're not going to do shit. He's like, I bet I will. Well, I'm going to fuck this dude up. Watch this. He goes, if I can get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And, online's like, you won't do it. You won't do it. He's like, say less. Watch this. And he goes in there because this was planned for him to go in there, slams him, knock the guy out, and then he just gets him out and unloads 18 unanswered shots. 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'll just play this for you.
This was brutal.
Yeah, we actually can't play this clip on.
Yeah, I've seen it actually. I've seen it. It's so brutal.
It's so bad.
It's so bad, and it's so insane. And you got to be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
No, he was doing something else with another street.
This way,
They brought it to his attention. He's like, fuck.
You and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because he has a great relationship with his son. But I love watching them mess with each other. And this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him where he's a young kid, finally some fame, and he's reading the comments, because that's the way I think Kick works, and they're calling him a bitch, and he's soft, so he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh, fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this, it's worth it. It's worth it.
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not worth it. So he's going to watch this. I'll show you I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Chin on the shop show. It's like when you're in elementary school and all those kids will look around and you go, fuck them up, fight. They're spectators and they just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. Because they're not going to get in trouble. They're like, yeah, punch him in the face. Like, you do it. None of them will do it. So he has these online trolls encouraging him so he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble for this, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today.
I think he will go to jail for this.
I think now it depends if the wrestler, Psycho Stu, or the fuck his name is, presses charges.
I don't think they need to press charges. I think the state can press charges. Yeah.
So if
this is assault.
But if that wrestler goes, it was a work, and he just went over the top, he didn't know.
This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring up an attempted murder charge. He's in shit.
You tell Rampage's face on things just like, fuck.
Yeah, and Rampage loves his son.
Yeah.
You know, you wish the best because I feel for Rampage. And it's so puzzling that this kid did this. Like, what are you doing? Part of it's like trying to live in your dad's, shadow. And I don't know, man. I feel. Have you talked to Rampage at all?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Yeah. How's he doing? Man, he's kind of
good.
Now.
Yeah, he's just like,
it's like his whole world. He's obviously a great father. He loves his son. You have your son. He's 25. He's young, dumb, and full of cum. That's he's just sometimes when you're young, you're a complete moron
and just irrational and didn't realize what the fuck he's doing.
This kid will look back on his life when he's 45 and go, oh my god.
Think about if he spends 5 years in prison, man.
It's very possible. Yeah. It's very possible. And frankly, I don't have an argument for why he shouldn't be punished here.
No, I woke up this morning, even last night before I talked Rampage, originally how we started talking, I go, how can I defend him? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on here? How can I defend him? Because I love Rampage. And then I get all the links. I watch him like, there ain't no defending this.
It's tough.
No, there's nothing to do.
Can't do it. Could have killed the guy, actually. And the guy may not be the same, by the way. That's like...
He's in stable but critical condition.
He is? Oh, he's in critical condition. Yeah. Oh, he's in real shit.
Imagine if that guy were to pass away.
It's very possible. Brain bleed.
Yeah.
Is he conscious, the guy?
I didn't hear anything about it.
Can you look that up?
I don't have any update.
The last one I saw was, that
was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on, it seems, the bystanders.
Well, again, because it was a fix, so he was supposed to originally go in there and do something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine, but Stuart Smith, his beloved friend, longtime uncle of mine, don't say mine. I get the chance to speak with him. His case was not as positive as I hope. I hope he will make a full recovery. Stu has been nothing but gracious guy in my family.
Okay, nothing.
Wow, dude. That is so bad. Wow.
Says wrestler Psycho Stu is in stable but critical condition 5 hours ago.
Yeah, so that's probably the most.
So stable but critical.
So bad. So bad.
So what exactly does stable but critical mean?
It means that
it's not getting any worse than
they've stabilized him, but he's still on all these machines. He could
go south.
Yeah, they gotta watch him 24/7.
Raja and Rampage would have prayed to God that doesn't go south.
Yikes.
Stable critical means a person has life-threatening condition, critical, their vital signs are not currently deteriorating, indicating they are not getting worse in the immediate future. Okay. So it says, while the situation is grave and could be worsened, the immediate crisis has passed and the patient's health is holding steady for now. allow medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's not good.
That is major brain
What the fuck was he thinking? Everyone agrees it was so hard to watch.
You know what it is? It's indefensible.
Yes. Yeah. It's also premeditated. Because then a kid going, what? Bet you I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Because I'm gonna knock him out. Say I won't. He's reading the cops.
It's one thing to knock somebody out, it's another thing to keep punching him until he's like,
He was out for a
how many
long
times?
time.
22 times.
It's 22 once the last year.
Even knocking him out's too much. I agree. Following up, it's wild.
And he's an MMA fighter or something?
I think he's had like 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah, man, really bad. Really bad. He'll be.
It's 22 or something.
I'm just going to do some serious time. And any money he makes for a long time will go to this guy.
It depends if that Psycho Mike. It depends if that Psycho Stu sues him and presses charges.
He will.
I would assume. Yeah. Especially if you don't know. Yeah. It's just Mr. Beast. You know, help him out.
Hope he does. I hope that guy's okay, man. I really do.
For everyone's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's not good.
Several lost teeth.
Yeah, they said his teeth were like shattered and blood in his mouth.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size buy 2 tickets.
Look, when I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard for me. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, worst breath in the world. The worst breath in the world. And he was huge, and he was spilling into my seat.
Yeah, but you gotta buy 2 seats, big boy. You have to.
I mean, you gotta.
You don't give a fuck. It's rare that it happens though, so it's not like it's like, oh my god, thank God, finally. But if the rare occasion you get that big boy next to you, yeah, dude, you gotta buy 2 seats.
It's so expensive for people like that's $800. Instead of $400, that makes a big difference in your budget.
Yeah, but stop eating so much and save money for your flight.
Well, that would be the idea. If you're not going to fly much, if you can't afford it,
you hit the road.
I get it. I mean, some people are really just too big for those seats. They just aren't.
Remember that girl with a big butt? That Brazilian girl, she had like a giant ass.
My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was next to this gigantic woman. And she was like, "Look at this!" She was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section.
Let me take a break, Jim.
Come on.
All right, next one is Lil Nas X walking.
I thought this was like a publicity thing. 2 thoughts on this. Lil Nas X
coming out?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party he was going to. Meanwhile, walking around his tidy whities. Two thoughts on this. One is, one thought. The tidy whities never look so good, and he's got a very good body. He's in great shape.
Super gay tape.
Well, but he's in shape.
Where at? You know where it's at. Go ahead, babe.
Now, is he hallucinating?
He's in cowboy. It said OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital.
So I wonder maybe if he's.
I don't think he's OD. I just think he's tripping.
I think he's tripping. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hollywood. I've been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night if there's no cars driving by.
4 a.m.
Yeah, that's Hollywood.
Yeah, that makes sense. Listen,
you
know what? Celebrity gets boring. Money gets boring. You got to shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
Well, why did they arrest him?
I don't think they
arrested him. He went to the
They
hospital.
put him in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told officer responded, found him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right, in the middle of the road. So you can't.
After Nas charged at the officers, they were subdued and put him in handcuffs. I'll charge paramedics. There's possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge an officer in boots and underwear.
could still face charges, but I'm sure he's not, and is treated at a hospital.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry.
Sounds like he's just tripping on the streets.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms, and people tend to.
Oh, he took his pants off. You can't have that.
You can at least I work 4 in the morning. I did so many mushrooms that I don't remember anything I did. Nothing.
That we're able to do on these tours.
I was told.
Why I like
I was told.
And if we could tell that story on here,
God, yeah,
I laugh so fucking hard. I'll tell you off your chin because Rabbi's so fucking hard.
Apparently, I was in the fetal position farting really loud
and yelling a word.
Yeah, no.
It's so funny. Mushrooms made you that? You sure was something else?
I did 7 grams. You thought I was in hell?
No, I thought you were doing ayahuasca.
No, 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was.
Oh yeah, they called it the God dose.
Apparently, I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. And I kept asking for a manager because I was like,
I was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. I stopped farting and was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny. And then you told me that story, like, dude, you gotta try it. I'm like, get the fuck out.
No, you know, you learn when you do that many mushrooms. Don't do mushrooms.
Yeah. I mean, not even a little bit.
I don't know, man. Yeah, broadcast.
I don't know, man. I get PTSD.
I don't remember any of it.
I was just, all those people like, dude, do mushrooms and
like, my body was like,
fuck
off. Like, you were having a hard time. I go, like, what do you mean? It's like, well, yeah, you were just like, thought everybody was coming after you. You were trying to like get help, so you were saying things to like manage to wake up. I was like,
it's so funny.
I was saying all kinds of bad words. I was screaming fuck, and I was farting, and I was doing
so funny.
Are we off air?
We can be.
Let's take a little break because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Well, Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates potential savings will vary, not available in all states. We'll take a little break. Guys, you know what, dude? Just come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina at good nights. That's the first thing I want to say.
Second thing I want to say,
and I need auto parts,
dude. I need car parts. Dude, my shop's up and running. I need car parts, so I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts and knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. They don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back. They're in stock. They usually have everything, all right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Alrighty, Jaylen Brown. Brendan, do you know who Jaylen Brown is?
He plays for the Celtics, one of the best players in the league.
There you go. His father was arrested for attempted murder. So apparently his car dinged another person's car, or vice versa, and he got pissed off, and he ended up stabbing this guy in the stomach multiple times.
That will still be the case.
What? Parking lot.
Stabbing a youth football coach.
Wow.
So he stabbed a bunch of times in the stomach because they bumped into each other?
Yeah, dinged the car.
A big question about protocols coming back to the United States because you again have to have a PCR test. So Cruise Line has a.
So he dinged the door of a Lincoln Navigator. Not the end of the world.
You gotta not do that.
So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again,
so then the homeboy got out of the car, his name's Cross. They got out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off instead of simply a bump before calling him a bitch ass. After back and forth, one place agreed to duke it out, but when Cross back was turned, Brown pulled out an object from his right side and swung his arm in stabbing motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him?
No, it's attempted murder.
contacting everybody.
Coincided Brown, 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! What?
They haven't
Left-handed grab.
registered.
So shoulder.
Oh my God!
Back, abdomen. So he's a
7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
So
Weird because his son's not that tall. Look at
And the 5 foot 960 pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him.
Really, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a giant with a knife. Also, did you need the knife, 7 footer?
That's some big ass shit. Why would you take the knife out over an outward thing? You're gonna get some issues.
Look at the size of him.
So the guy's in critical
open
condition.
their borders, but our Seine River Cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism.
Jesus, what to say about that?
In July is guaranteed departure,
and
then
inside
our
right
northern Italy,
Oh fuck! I've heard stories about
Venice in
that
northern
too.
Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia.
Well,
the
he's going to jail.
ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October.
Yeah, and frankly, again, you should.
But everything's on the website. You can see that. And
There we go,
if you
baby.
have any questions,
Let's take a little break because my bed pack lifts I had an issue.
back
A little
to
stuff.
Yeah.
Not even. You check.
Uneven on the, like when you see a giant Hummer, but a real Hummer that's uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like, ooh,
2 bars.
that's scary.
tour and integral part. I'd like to say that the team is.
All right, how about this? Javante Davis is guaranteed. I call bullshit.
Me too.
I call bullshit.
$200 million is a lot of money.
It says 150 to 200 mil.
That'd be the most any athletes ever made in one event in one night. Where are they getting that money?
It's Netflix.
Okay, Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million, I would believe, not 200 million.
20 million seems realistic. Even because Netflix is bigger, there's no pay-per-view model. So Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lighter weight class. So 20 to even 40, I can get.
That's a lot.
40, I can understand.
When push comes to shove, though, you know,
Like Canelo's getting that 40. But Javante Davis, he was, especially on Showtime, he's a big pay-per-view star. He's a knockout artist. 200 mil is just completely false. Man, I mean, swipe. What it says? Swipe to read more. What else does it say?
No, there's nothing. That's part of the original.
God, Jake is so much bigger.
Yeah,
He's so much bigger.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. If he thinks this is gonna make him legitimate in boxing, I just don't get why he do it.
Yeah.
This guy gets it. He goes, yeah, that number's not true at all.
Yeah. No way. Way too much money.
What else you got, Jim? There's no way that's real.
Have you guys heard about this? Not transcript, the interview with Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just saw some highlighter saying Trump. She never saw him do anything bad, right?
I never really saw anything, really, right? It's like,
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this because she's hoping to get pardoned from Trump?
I think she's doing this so she. My feeling is that there may not have been much to it in terms of, like, Jeffrey Epstein definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that. But
so her exact quote is, I don't recall ever seeing Trump. I don't ever recall ever seeing him in the House, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any appropriate setting in any way.
I haven't seen him in his house, for instance. I've never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. He was never inappropriate with anybody. In the time that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
So when you see, she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed him. That's interesting.
I do think that she was also, like, Trump, so when that Steele dossier came out about him having piss parties and all those orgies, people were like, hey, Trump is germaphobe. There's not a shot he would do that. A total germaphobe. So there was also that. You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or you're just saying people?
People were like, anybody who knows that that's a lie. Which, of course,
so there goes Ghislaine Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird too. I never saw him. I mean, I didn't see shit. So you be a little careful with it, you know?
Hard for the president is hard on somebody who was convicted of actually taking part in child and with 14 and 15-year-old girls being sexually raped, really.
There she goes. I do not believe he died by suicide.
Because everybody can finally get together. So they need to see who's having a baby, who's getting married.
I do not believe he died by suicide.
So there's still space. Don't feel pressured that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their time. But like I said, of the people who have registered,
You don't want to mess around. You don't want to say that.
104 spaces.
Because if he didn't die by suicide, these are people that can get to anybody.
So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
All right. Here's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend. And Rabbi was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese girls.
You just sign on their little Chinese tits?
So I don't know how to do this.
Oh my God.
No, you just got to ask questions. So don't worry about the handwriting. You can, and if you have something later on, you can email us too.
They're all ran all of them.
So I think that's it.
Funny how signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like,
is she gonna get that tattoo?
It's weird. When I saw Chinese girls keep doing this.
They're all ran off. Yeah, Rob's a fucking superstar. He's champion of the UFC. Yep, UFC's big in China.
yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, China, they're huge, huh? They must get a lot of attention.
They're big everywhere.
They're actually big in the Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like, you can go to a Hollywood party and be like, oh, you know.
Man,
A lot of
Rob's
actors, though, are into it. I mean, you got approached by pretty famous people.
Yeah,
the hybrid.
Yeah, the chain, like Izzy, like the main guys, Sugar Sean, those guys.
They got a lot of
John Jones, they're huge.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be around John Jones.
I'm gonna tell you everybody.
Baddest man on the planet.
So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry. Your last words, and we'll go from there.
To my best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on Chip Show.
Was it? Really? I gotta watch it. Really? What are you talking about?
He talked about John. He talked about and Shannon. Dude, he's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was so good because he had such a good question. He goes, you know, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, because remember John was 28, he was like 34, he said if you were the same age in your prime, could you beat John? And most fighters will be like, absolutely. He went, no. He goes, that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard, and he was better. And I would never beat him. That's it. Isn't that interesting?
Sometimes you're.
And then the best thing was, you know, all that stuff's fun to talk about, the fighting, all that stuff. But, you know, Shannon Sharp, he was talking about kids. And he's like, your son, he's like, why are these, like, he's like, you have a son, he has all the resources, you were, you know, Olympian, captain Olympian. You forget how good DC is.
God, two-time Olympian. He was captain of the Olympic team. Come on.
Captain. He was a captain. And then also, you know, light heavyweight champion, Strikeforce heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, like, literally the greatest resume you've ever seen.
Beat Stipe.
Yeah. So he lost to Stipe, dude. But he talks about, he's like, so your son has all the resources you do. He goes, does he have the same chance? You know? And DC's like, no. No, he goes, because I came from nothing, so I wanted to get out of it. So I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, like the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources. He laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, does wrestling 3 days a week. They work with a personal trainer for his football. Because I tell my son, like, you have all the resources to make it. I'm proud of you for putting your best foot forward and trying this. If you make it, great. But if not, you have me as a dad. So you're still, like, you're not going broke. You're good. He's like, that's those kids that make it. They have no other. There's no other alternative. So those Dagestanians, they come. And he goes, this one. He's like, I was poor here, they're horrible. We're talking about like concrete walls.
Dad works in a factory 2 hours away.
That's what he's saying. So he's like, so for them, it's the way of life. There's nothing like you have to make it or you don't.
That's right.
He's like, in Americans, it's not like that. So that's why they're having so much
alternatives, baby. You got alternatives.
Yeah, because and I say this, I was talking with the parents last night. We had dinner with the neighbors, and I said my biggest concern, all you guys, because my one neighbor redid his backyard. It's the biggest backyard I've ever seen. And I said, kids that go on to play pro ball, whatever they want to do, don't have this backyard. That's going to be your issue. I said, it's all our issues. Because Tiger's more athletic than I am, not even close. More athletic, better at sports, same with Boston. But my whole thing was, I didn't have this huge house, I didn't have all these resources, I didn't have private coaching, I was in on these all-star teams, I didn't have all that shit. But I wanted to make a name and get out of there and do something more. Like, I couldn't fall back on this.
It's desperation.
So you want to make a name, you want to make it something. Desperation. So it was football or bust, dude. And I would do you would have to, and I tell Tiger, and he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint. You would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. You'd have to, my dad would be like, let's go. I'm like, nope, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog when that dog is in satin sheets at night? What's the answer? What's the answer? And when you think about this, and this is what DC and Shannon talk about, is a great fucking example. When you think of kids whose dads were legends, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of those kids, they're never as good as their dads because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So then they were talking about, a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey, their dads were good, but they weren't great. It's always the kids whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, oh shit, I'm going to outwork my
I think in
dad.
that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. It's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
But they have to.
There's that extra gear, that extra.
There's just that dog in the kid where it's just like, it's almost like they're born with it, I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball, and he was in the game, and he was just it was the effort he was making, that extra effort. And my friend said, watched a lot of basketball, and goes, God, he'd be a bitch to fight.
Oh yeah, dog.
You'd have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang describe Michael Jordan, he said about his heart and his dog. He goes, if he was on the Titanic, it wouldn't have sunk. Yeah. He would have plugging a hole through his hand.
He's not going out like that. Yeah, I don't know how you get that out of the kiddo.
I think some of it's innate. It's just so.
And then there's like Kobe grew up pretty nice, right? He grew up nice, and then Steph Curry. Yeah, Steph Curry. And Steph Curry. And when you think about those guys, their dads were in the NBA, so they grew up around it.
I think those guys might have seen a window of greatness. They might have been like, if I keep doing this, I can actually become great.
They also have resources, because if your dad played in the NBA, he goes, hey man, bring your elbow like this, you're going to fucking listen. So there's that.
Yes.
I don't know what you do.
It's my biggest problem. My health is always out.
I get it. Yeah, I don't know what you do with the kiddos. I don't get it.
These are that are compromised and forced.
I create that fucking dog hand. Because I tell Tyler, the difference between me and you at night, I would have fucking had circle.
I know, but don't tell him that.
Oh no, I'll do it.
No, but you're just gonna, that's trophy dad shit. Just shut up and say, I don't know why you play.
Because he goes, oh really? And so you gotta.
Oh, it motivates him.
Yeah, completely different. You're dealing with two different.
So he's very
competitive. Okay. He's competitive, but you gotta have that awareness, by any means necessary.
This created
he's not.
That's what you see it, bud. That's what you see it.
Yeah, well, okay. Be careful. It's a dicey. It's a balancing act right there.
It's a balancing act, but if you
guys having fun too.
Of course, that's number one. But it's also you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. And it's not knocking. You never played high level sports. you can tell right away the kids that are at least going to play high school. The kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're never going to make it. They're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, but part of it's just that, if you have the physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro.
No, even that's not enough. So if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're going to get to the point in high school, if they're playing good enough high school sports or college, where everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how it goes.
But I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one and become great. So it just depends.
Yeah, it's a weird balance.
It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player on the team.
No.
Like, that kid never makes it.
Right.
Peaks at 9.
Right. It's a lot of studies
on that.
I've had podcasted with certain guys like that who will look at that data and you're like, wow, it's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy, the big dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team. Yeah. And you know what his dad said? He said, you need to practice. He wasn't like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do these fucking days. He went, looks like you're going to get better. And he came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB in home runs. I think he's tied with Otani. There you go. Yeah. Gotta get better.
Yeah. And sometimes there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it, you give him a break and he moves on. I don't know. It's a balance. It's a delicate. Being father, being coach is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand it's serious business.
But then, it's a fine.
And you got all these other people that are doing it.
If you go too much, you're gonna go. Whenever I do this, my dad's only happy if I fucking ball out, but it's tough because the kids are really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and dad's pissed, they're gonna be like, I'm not doing this, dude. I'm out.
That's right. Or they end up resenting you and they're the best player ever. To which case I say, well done, sir. I say, well done.
Congrats, Dad. He made it.
Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? Now, do you not text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet?
That's a fine line, dude.
Do you hate when you're surrounded by all those people? When you can't go to the mall because you'll get mobbed by all those people who look at you as a hero?
You're still gonna hit a ball.
Do you go, damn, I wish my dad had been nicer so I can go to this mall, right?
It's a weird thing.
It's a weird thing.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger, and Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Paid never.
Boston's got some hits on it.
This is baseball. Possibly the advantage of an older brother as an example. And he's like, oh, this is how you do it. And then whenever Tiger was taking private sort of training, I was really bossy since he was 2. So Tiger started 2 years in that.
So you know they did a study that's really interesting.
A little brother that has the example.
The little brothers, like, so some of the fastest people in the world, they're usually the youngest of 4 or something like that. It's competition.
Visiting some of the beautiful spots. He doesn't because he's always training with Tiger's major team friends. They're 9, 10. So if Bossy made the 8 team at 5, highlights. I'm like, dude, this is insane. Is visiting one of the last Morano just like Tiger in the world in a small village called Belmonte. We get to meet.
What else you got?
Crypto George. This is a guy that found something in his training. And he's walking down with his AR-15. Difficult. This is Jim with that possum. A group of Moranos talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are.
So, flashlight.
Especially looking forward to that. We already established friendship
with
That's a bear,
leading
bro.
figures of the community.
That guy's, what is it? That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear.
My friends again in Belmonte, and then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community in Porto.
Nice with that gun. Wow, he's nice with that. He's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before.
I'm not sure how to use it, but
damn.
my wife said ask any 12-year-old.
You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans. Look at his gun. Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that.
Wow, it's amazing.
Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming at him too.
Oh yeah, he's not.
He's Russian.
You can see the background. Also, this is a bridge that was
Where's
designed
this
by the
at?
school of
That's a suppressed gun too.
design of the Eiffel Tower.
Go back again. Let me see that gun one more time.
And one thing they had from last time is
Nice with that gun.
he should be protecting the president. They introduced trams, and one specialty of Porto is that normally other
destroyed already. No, I'm gonna see up in this home. He don't tell me it's his house. He was like, no.
I saw that bear legend.
Yeah, we said one of that. Boy, he was like, one more time. It's gonna be great. I just want to see the
Next video,
see if
hopefully
it's
we'll
suppressed
show you
muzzle.
some more cool things. Thank you very
barely
much for
so
watching.
right there. That's the tip right there.
Yeah,
So it goes by.
it's suppressed. Called it's not as loud.
Sevierville, Tennessee.
Actually,
I'm
it's
here
not.
with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague.
That's really
Host
loud.
the Riverboat Tours, and there's a beautiful River on the
That's
I mean,
very
inside the house, that
His
sounded.
eardrums are ringing right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was. No.
Oh, it's so loud if you were there, you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
It's right the last thing you're worried about.
Spanish border. We'll be doing
Oh my God,
some-
it's
When she said, oh my God, I guarantee you.
Hearing in Spain.
Like, that's how.
Today's a leisurely
Your ears are
journey
fucked
upriver.
back down.
Everybody's
But I mean, when you actually shoot an AR-15 outside, you can just tap it. This
You can't do it. You can't shoot an AR-15 without ear protection.
Yeah, you source up
starting to get to know each other.
Do we know about any more about this guy? Not about the guy, but it's the place is called
Nice with it.
Tennessee.
As they say, he's nice with it.
Yeah, boy's ready to go.
He's done
We
that
are
before.
right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. There are, what is a lock?
Why was he so locked in there? Fucking go.
This
Thought
is
somebody was coming
a lock,
into his house.
and it is like a way of making the Euro River navigable because it has like just that rapids. Right?
Yeah, no violations. Hell no, there's no violations.
In the 20th century to allow the river goes to rise.
Now, that was perfect. That's a great job.
Does this guy have a military background?
The river at that level.
God.
And by the way, the reason why Jews love to tour on the river.
So this is different. Homeowner shot bear with a shotgun.
Different.
Yes.
All right, kids.
So, anyways,
That's it. Come see me.
Shout out to that guy, though.
Yeah. Come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
The oldest in Europe that was
Make sure we get some time up there. Let's just see this last one. This is a airplane landing, crash landing at a golf course. This is in Australia. And there's some funny elements to it.
and all the red stone that makes it a really beautiful unique city. Somewhere like Jerusalem, you here everything is kind of all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it similar.
What?
It's a very unique place
What?
to stay. I haven't seen anything like it.
Oh, that's pretty good, though. Yeah.
This is really unique. One of my favorite
Every
cities.
end of the world,
Great job.
so watch, keep watching.
But it does have that kind of, lettuce.
Easy to eat shit. Easy to eat shit. Easy to eat shit. Of course. Easy. Right away. He was too excited to get down there.
At least people are coming out.
She's eating shit.
Okay, David, look at your.
She's going pretty slow. No, she's good. That dude was just funny, though. No injuries.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was a smooth ass land, considering it. So, a pilot and then like a student pilot. I'm not sure who was actually piloting it there at the time.
Lost power, probably.
Yeah, the prop stops.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there.
You just coasted down?
That happened, but the co-pilot broke his foot, and his propellers, the plane was totaled, but he was fine.
Yeah, but wow. The plane's getting fucked up.
Yeah,
But he was like, you're concerned.
yeah, he put that propeller in our backyard. It's like this. I was like, yeah.
Well, it's all right.
My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and call me on his cell phone back when nobody had cell phones.
He had that big one.
And he'd go, Ryan, I got the engine's not firing. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, it's not funny, dude. Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then I'm in...
short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day, so we'll see. But good nights. See you there. See you then, kids. Later.
All right, kids. 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas. Win the ultimate truck. I'm driving today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now, the Drive Fast All Gas Restream. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email and phone number, I'm going to send you a little something special discount. So every purchase you get gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's DriveFastAllGas.com. It's going away in 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the Byron Kid, Rabbi.
All right, fam, this is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-of-one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. And the winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically enters you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Doral River, and then
this is really the fighter and the kid.
I mean, basically, just a bunch of us.
We're back, pal.
Happy Monday, buddy.
Happy Monday. How are you wearing SD?
I was an SD. I like SD. We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 degrees every day. And that all-American windswept.
Yeah, but were you down like TV? Were you in the city?
Sure was, buddy. I was
not my favorite.
I was down in Mission, a little honky tonk.
Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego was kind of hoodie.
Not kind of.
Yeah, it's not great.
But then you get around
inside, all that shit.
Outskirts, beautiful.
La Jolla,
yeah,
great.
Went to work out there.
Rancho, it's great out there.
La Jolla is very wealthy white people who look like they're in a musical. Everybody's walking around like they're about to sing a song. There's some money up there. There's some money up there. If you want a super comfy life, you want to stroll the streets and nibble on brunch with your disposable income.
Yeah, La Jolla's the place.
Yeah,
just tired of oil.
Yeah. And it's that gym, that Lifetime gym we worked at in. This would be surprising to you, but there are some attractive, very tan people there. A lot of females. Where you're like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, money. I love that. They were like, you ever see this thing, the stat where it's like, people who play tennis live longer than anybody else. Racket sports. That's because they're rich.
Yes, correct.
That's not because they play tennis. It's because when you can afford tennis, you got money, good nutrition,
privileged, white,
less stress,
rich sport.
Yeah, if you have time to play tennis, you ain't that stressed.
No, and you're clearly in the upper echelon.
Yeah, you live in the Hamptons or Cape Cod.
You find someone like down like that, it's like, yo, he's gay. Like it's just where I come from and the people I know, it's just not a thing. If my someone's like, down, I want to play tennis or golf, I'm like, fuck, he sucks dick.
No, please don't say that though. Please don't jump to that. It's like when I have an argument with Sam Tripoli, and I'll say something very reasonable. He goes, Brian is a power bottom, and that's the thing about him. He starts doing this. Like, I'm constantly getting my ass. So can you not turn all golfers and tennis players into cock?
Well, it's just a softer thing, but it's also like it's a very like entitled.
You gotta have some money. You gotta have a coach.
You have money, and you gotta be surrounded by a bunch of little cucks too. Because think about it, if you take just think about it. If you take 5 boys and you go, hey fellas, we have 5 tennis rackets, or we have a football. And if those 5 boys don't go, give me the football, put some mascara on. Boys, there's also makeup over there.
No, Brendan, please. Look.
Now it's different if you're like Spanish or you're like born in like
soccer.
Soccer's different, but if you're like upper echelon like Spanish,
sure.
You're born in Barcelona.
Okay, don't say it with your head though. You're doing this now. You're going like this.
Then tennis makes
sense. It's still a little gay. You're saying. I feel like you're still.
It's just soft.
No, it's not, dude.
It is.
No, please.
It's a softer life.
Tennis is a very
work.
Yeah.
It's work. Yeah. So fucking ballerina is work.
No, man.
Gymnastics is work.
Yeah.
Swimming's work.
Yeah.
So, come on, dude. If you have like young boys like 9, it's like none of them are going, I'll take the tennis.
No, hold on. He doesn't say, I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that. He does this. If he's tall, strong, and athletic, it's like, listen, in America, please. It's like, Dad, it's the same footwork as boxing. I want to play some tennis.
So they do boxing?
Dad,
but I don't want to get punched in the face.
I don't want to get punched in the face.
I'd rather hold that shaft and hit balls. Right?
No, bro. I'm getting. No, it's not, dude. Please. You gotta understand. It's like it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man.
Sure.
Yeah. So please, and I come off the ground when I hit that. I want to play tennis because the ball. I'm gonna hit the ball 120 miles an hour.
That's fine.
Yeah. Very competitive world sport. Want to make all the money, Dad.
That's just not what American boys do.
Come on, man.
I don't mind it. It's a very like Cali, like
Florida camp. You go to camp. You go to tennis camp. You have a coach. You get a psychological coach. You get it's a lot of money. A lot of technique. Yeah.
That'd be so disappointed. Wouldn't you?
No. It's a beautiful sport, and it's a lot of money if you can make it to the top. Make so much money to make it to the top.
Really, any pro sport.
Yeah, I think Ari Maddie, he dated like the number 8 girl in the world, and she said she had so much money.
Endorsements, especially if they're attractive.
Yeah, and she was.
You either got to be really attractive or just be a warlock but beat everybody.
Yes. There's some dime piece guys on that tour too, 6'6", like Taylor Fritz, 6'6", handsome as shit. Yeah. Hey guys, some of these guys are that Italian guys, handsome guys, 6'6", 6'5". Hey, cool. Big boys, 210, 220.
Pick up a ball, run into your butt. Pick up a ball, run into your butt.
Come on, man, please, listen. Don't tell them to run into each other, bro.
You play swear the queer and you're the queer all the time. Right?
Come on,
it's just different. Like the big boys in like New Zealand, the Kiwis.
Oh yeah.
Tell them to play tennis. They gotta go to their village. I mean, these guys are running into each other. You'll find the Samoans. You're like, hey, I know you guys are huge. Listen, who wants tennis?
There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. You're too big, too bulky. You gotta have
you know what it is? They're too tough.
You gotta be looser. You gotta be thinner than that. You gotta move. You gotta move fast.
It's just not.
You gotta play for a long time. Body breaks down.
Yeah, in the 14th century,
I never growing up in Aurora. I never met a kid play tennis.
You gotta have tennis.
You might be the first person I've met play tennis.
It's not.
There's not gonna be a lot of tactics.
No, probably not. All right, man. Let's move on, dude. Get started.
That's all right.
Because
No, man.
people were not really.
You guys play that indoor racquetball stuff? Absolutely not.
Sure.
Except
Would it like racquetball or something? Let's play racquetball. Pickleball, my dad. That's what Dr. Schultz does.
Yeah, I'll get up on
Yeah, sure.
very often also
Andrew's got a very good body for tennis, for racket sports. Tall, athletic, and he's an athletic guy.
This might have been the case.
Depends on definition of athletic. Sure, man.
Moreover, if you
He can hit from the outside.
look at the
Yeah,
area,
athletic guy.
He's pretty good at hoops.
He actually is.
street or sort of, they say in Italian,
Yeah, but you're trying to see where society's going, like pickleball, flag football. Do you see what's going on here?
I had a conversation with Gordon Ryan. Did you hear him? He was talking about how he said I'm not athletic. He said I'm not athletic, so my game in jiu-jitsu is one of control. I said to him, I was like, yeah, you are. Like, you're the GOAT. What do you mean you're not athletic? But his ability to read someone's body, feel where you're going, to be 3 steps ahead, all of that is part of being athletic.
No, it's no different. What is the difference? Like John Jones, if John Jones is in a group of like NFL players, he's not considered athletic. He's not
Can't jump as high, can't run as fast.
not explosive, just can't keep up. Agility's just not there.
That's
When it comes to fighting, that's different.
But that's one metric of athleticism.
No, it's the definition of athleticism.
But then how do you?
Because like a dominant chess player is not athletic.
But the best football player, best quarterback, best fighter in the world are 2 guys that are not that athletic.
Best quarterback?
Yeah, so Tom Brady.
I mean, this is
slower than most, all that stuff.
Yeah, you would list Tom Brady as like the best athlete.
Yeah,
but then there's like guys like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
except that on the right part of the
Classified as a
Yes, can throw 60 yards from his knees or sitting down and stuff. But having said all that,
one master
you still would choose. You still choose the guy who's got gamesmanship. So maybe gamesmanship.
Well, you want both, and that's what you did Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Athletic, but also.
You get here in Portugal, nobody has really dealt with
but that's part of being an athlete.
The crypto Jewish heritage.
And so I would say that makes you athletic. Your brain, your feel for the game, your ability to. Travis Kelce, right? Part of what makes him a great athlete is finding the holes, the openings, right?
Yeah, but let's say we put Travis Kelce's brain in your body. He's not touching the NFL.
That's right.
The reason he's in the NFL is because he ran a 4.5 and a 40, 6'6". 4.5, 4.6. Is that right? Very fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You gotta have both, but I'm saying that someone like Gordon Ryan is definitely athletic. I would say very strong.
He's definitely athletic.
Yeah.
Being strong, it's part of it, but the athleticism just depends.
This building here is really kind of fascinating. There's a lot of promise for.
You have to include all of those factors. If you have people who are as great as John Jones and Tom Brady, yet they're not as quote unquote athletic by certain measurements, you have to expand your metric for how we measure an athlete. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. You know. For the most part,
you would say John's unathletic. But again, if you
just compare it like Wayne Gretzky, same thing. Slow, I think he had the slowest skate speed.
No. Wayne Gretzky was fast as fuck.
But he had the slowest speed. Like, look it up. His slap shot wasn't as fast. His skate speed. Now, having said that, he did beat a bunch of guys in the sprint, including some great athletes. But typically, he wasn't considered that athletic in terms of his skate speed and all that stuff. Was not considered a slow player. Okay, that's a 60-meter sprint time.
You give a terrible example. Wayne Gretzky is such a
lot, and he was the fastest youngest player to reach the 1,000 miles an hour. Yep. Wasn't on his hockey intelligence, anticipation, overall skill set. That's what it was. It was his anticipation, his intelligence, and skill set. You have to
mix with athletic ability. He was one of the fastest on skates.
He wasn't one of the fastest on skates.
He was definitely fast. He was known for his speedy quickness.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Either way, so he was he clocked the 7.2 in running 60-meter dash. Oh shit. Still, what made him great though was his ability to see the ankles and see things.
But he doesn't get there unless he's athletic. Unless he's really explosive.
You need
the pro level. Yeah.
Major square.
You can't just be a great, know the game, be a great mind. Yeah, professional level.
In the 19th century,
you have to have a certain
physicality.
That's just
that the parts are rather distended and kind of these bulbous
next thing.
Shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of some kind of invasive disease, and
Rogan had this guy on his show. He's like an expert with the Mexican cartel. But he's talking, I think they're talking about those death whistles.
Right behind me is where
my buddy, Ryan,
unnoticed update happened. That is, people who were
I would not have blown that whistle. So it's just COVID came along, what happened, everything.
COVID started with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here everywhere. It was very rare. Portugal had only these specific.
They got to talk about it. But think about it all the time. Yeah, Rogan was like, I don't believe it. Like, it's just a coincidence.
I don't either, but I wouldn't blow it again.
I was thinking, I don't know. Those things might be the real thing.
I don't believe it, but I wouldn't blow it.
A shitstorm after you blew that. If you think about the last 5 years, it's been a shitstorm since you blew that was.
John III introduced it.
That's something to these death whistles. It could just be a coincidence.
Or, again, it could be a coincidence, but I ain't blowing it.
I'm not trying it again.
It was like I was doing her take with Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasperi and they were talking about the Israeli-Palestinian thing, and I just kept going back to the fact that this shit's been going on since the Old Testament. The Gaza is mentioned 22 times. Just about certain things, like certain things that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like maybe sometimes there's certain things out there that you can't measure. You can talk about gods all you want, but it's been going on since long time. Since the Bible was written.
And I don't think their take is going to figure it out.
That's how I feel. I'm like, my take ain't going to make a difference here. It's not going to make a dent. Sometimes I feel like when you start following politics, it's a little bit like following the weather. You have an opinion? Cool. You know?
Yeah.
As I'm more and more as I get older, I'm starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any opinion. I'm just not going to. I don't have anything to add. This is what we're talking about with Rogan. Like, he's our good friend, but he has such interesting people on the podcast. Sometimes I wonder, like sometimes when I talk to him, I'm like, I don't know if I have much to add here with all your really interesting people that you talk to. Now obviously we're friends and we talk about dumb shit and stuff, but
we'll talk about all shit, just like friends and some people like that, fine. But Rogan's blueprint is it's guest driven. It's not based off his ability to experience things.
But what I do now is when I want to know about a supplement or I want to know about something, I call him because he knows a lot because he's had everybody on.
Yeah, like his isn't like what his weekend was. He's not sharing family stuff. His longevity wise, similar to Howard Stern.
Did you ever hear that expression? I think Lady Bird Johnson said, average people talk about events, or like average people talk about people, medium minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas.
Podcasting,
just in life, Like you ever know some people gossip and that's their whole life. Yeah. And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well. Yeah. That'd be a fucking lazy mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just on this podcast, online hating.
Yeah, there's podcasts like that.
And then there are people that talk about events. So there's what's going on in the world, and everybody has an opinion and they're all mad about it and stuff like that. And then they argue. And then there are people that talk about larger, broader ideas.
That's not us.
Probably not.
You know, you're talking about skill set and talent. Yeah, that's not us, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I read a lot about ideas and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's just not.
But in terms of like
having original ideas, no. It's also not that entertaining. Yeah. Like it's not.
Well, comedy. We want to do comedy. That's what we do.
Yeah, we just, you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like, I don't think anyone's coming to us with great ideas.
Fashion ideas. I like that.
Yeah, it's in my company. Yeah, most companies. What do they do?
They're actual hunting pins, right?
I doubt it.
Who makes them?
Jackson's.
Are they an outdoor company?
No, man. Like this Real Tree Cam was in, so it's a crossover fashion.
That looks so much like First Light. So when you go duck hunting, you wear exactly like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just take the camo print. But no, I wouldn't trust these in the fucking.
You would not. Yeah. I like the golden goose.
Yeah. Yeah, man. With the pod, yeah, I agree with you. It's like, some podcasts are just based on guest driven, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people do that. And then, like Busting with the Boys, they're football driven. So it's like, right, there's a place for all of it.
Yes, all of it.
And then with like the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, they're never going to run out of content. Right? Like, they'll break down crimes from 1981 and shit. People are always dying, so they're never going to run out of content.
Never.
No.
Never. You gotta read that book. I think it's The Murder Room.
I said that.
You gotta read that. I think you'd love it.
Yeah, I want to.
The FBI profiler. Dude,
I love that.
The way he breaks down shit, you're like, fuck. Like they can tell everything. They know what you are and who you are.
What do you got, Jim? Well, I need some advice from you guys. You guys have been in Texas longer than I have, and by a month. Yeah, but I mean, you can tell like different animals and bugs and stuff. No, buddy, I've had all sorts of shit at my house. So I've been tripping. So the last 2 weeks, I've heard stuff like in my attic, either in the living room or in my bedroom. So ghosts. Before I was like, okay, it must be like a squirrel or something. I could hear like a rat. I sound like it's the possum. But then I was in my bedroom, and finally I heard like someone's like walking on the roof. That's what it sounds. All right, thanks for the advice, guys. Yeah, I was gonna say like
I literally took my gun and I went outside to look at the roof if someone's like, no. So something's in the attic.
It's like point to a ghost, but if it's not a ghost,
This is
it's definitely haunted. That's clear as
the
day.
stone used to be is a sandstone. And
Sometimes that can be the reverberation of something in another apartment.
That's what
He's not in the sand right in your attic.
No, well, maybe she lives out.
But there's nobody above you, right?
Stone. The pros is that you can do lovely gardening.
So you guys don't have stuff in your attic?
The pro.
No, I don't know if I have an attic.
We do, but I've never heard anything about it. Have you gone in the attic? Or just... Oh, well, you don't want to solve it that bad.
I'll point the gun at the roof, but I'm not going to climb inside the attic.
Too afraid? What are you afraid you're going to find?
Some freaking homeless person living in there.
So you just went, boys, chilling in your crib right now.
Here's another thing, too. I'm like paranoid about everything being locked. So my back door was unlocked.
A little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer,
Of course, it could be an accident.
Your chance as a human being.
actually came to Salamanca.
But you have a human in there.
Shut up.
Right, your shit right now. You're probably like, this guy sucks. Oh,
You know what's funny is if it was actually Chin, he has a split personality.
How could that be? He's got a small personality.
Or is it or is it a small one? Or your imaginary personality.
Or there's nothing. There's also that. Or there's nothing.
Or Chin, you're so lonely that you are imagining friends up there.
Man, let me join you
You
guys.
spend too much time alone in your house.
Or, yeah, I'm going to go back to it's a ghost.
Hey, Chin, are you on a dating app?
No, I don't like those.
You know? Okay, why? Why? I feel like you could date as a girl if you're a single guy.
I'm gonna edit this out.
Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick 6 with DraftKings. Pick your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers. Just hit 4 or less on 2 or more player stats. All right? You got Texas, Ohio State kicking it off. What? What? And the upside, massive. Outplay the field and Pick 6 dishes out payouts way beyond the minimums. New to DraftKings, just drop $5 on your first pick set, and you'll score 15 bonus Pick 6 picks. All right, download DraftKings Pick 6 app. Use the code FIGHTER to get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. And ride the upside with Pick 6 all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6, the ground is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void or prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. But don't worry, I'm good. I don't need dating apps. If I think a girl's cute, I literally walk up to her in person and be like, hey, how's it going? And talk to her.
Show you a magic trick.
Yeah, and guess what? Sometimes it didn't work, super embarrassing. I saw girls talking like,
Chip corn in your pocket. Put it away in this pigeon out for fucking die. It's embarrassing, but it's God.
but you learn. You learn.
Your pigeons aren't in the pigeons.
You can actually have rough pigeons.
Girl. This is fun. Oh, man. All right, maybe next time.
Nobody was better than that. David Blaine. He'd go up to whoever was when he was younger. He would just go up to really famous people and be like, "Hey, can I ask you a question? Like when you look at these cards," and they'd be like, "What?" And he would just start doing the trick.
Well, yeah,
and then blow your mind. Yeah, just put it up.
You were talking about chin hiding.
And then this is what happened.
We're talking about chin hiding pigeons.
Famous people would go, wait, and he'd go, and he'd walk away.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
I cannot
You should say
understand.
this. You should go. You a fan of David Blaine? I'm not him. But watch this.
My tricks are with cigarettes. Dude, those are the best ones. If we could smoke in here, I would show you some of it.
What do cigarette tricks?
Because I used to smoke that. Because that's where if there's a cigarette patio, and some girls, they're always want to bum a cigarette off you, and they just start a conversation. Like, oh, this is trick.
So you just hang out there waiting for the parade.
I wouldn't do it on purpose, but anytime I need to get smoke, what do you say?
No, that's good.
And it would work, Jim. I would say it's like 50-50, 60-40. That's the bad. I think, honestly, if the girl is somewhat interested in you, she's going to let you do that. Like, oh, you know, she's stupid or whatever. But it's just being able to approach and talk. That's the number one thing. Guys don't do that. They're too afraid. They're scared.
Your opening line should be like, have you ever seen a 6'3" Asian?
They had carte blanche.
Here I am. That's right.
To pursue any kind of artificial. So over the course of the
give me the Rampage stuff. I want to see that.
Crypto Jews, because they were
so just play the video first.
What's happening?
Yeah, so he was live on on Kick-Ass. It's like a streaming and people didn't comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA. Yeah. He's in on it. It's a work. And he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head. And he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologized to him, like, dude, this is what we do. Like, you give him a fucking wrestling match. And then another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want, I got your back. So then he's ringside, he's on Kick, you know, it's a toxic environment, haters and trolls are talking shit, like hyping him up, oh, you're gay, you're a bitch, I can do shit. He's like, I bet I will, well, I'm gonna fuck this dude up, watch this. If I can get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And you know, I'm like, you won't do it, you won't lose it, but say less, watch this. And he goes in there, because this was planned for him to get in there, slams him, knock the guy out. And then he just gets him out, unloads 18 unanswered shots, 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
it's which was brutal. Yeah, we actually can't believe this.
Yeah, I've seen it actually. I saw it. It's so brutal. It's so bad. And it's so insane. And you gotta be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
No, he was doing something else with another stream. So he brought it to his attention. He's like,
you and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because he has a great relationship with his son. But I love watching them mess with each other. And this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him where he's a young kid. Get off online some fame. And he's reading the comments. Because that's the way I think Kick works. And they're calling him a bitch and he's soft, so he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this, it's worth it. It's worth it.
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not worth it. He's going to watch this. I'll show you I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Chin on the shop show, it's like when you're in elementary school and all those kids will look around, you go, fuck them up, fight. They're spectators, they just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game because they're not going to get in trouble. They're like, yeah, punch him in the face. Like, you do it. None of them will do it. So he has these online trolls encouraging him because he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble for this.
I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today.
I think he would go to jail for this.
I think now it depends if the wrestler, Psycho Stu, or whatever the fuck his name is, presses charges.
I don't think you need to press charges. I think the state can press charges.
Can they?
Yeah. So if this is assault,
but if the wrestler goes, it was a work and he just went over the top, he didn't know.
This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring up an attempted murder charge. He's in shit. He's in deep.
You tell Rampage's face on things just like, fuck.
Yeah, Rampage loves his son. Yeah. You know, you wish the best because I feel for Rampage. It's so puzzling. This kid did this. Like, what are you doing? Part of it's like trying to live in your dad's, shadow, and I don't know.
That it starts.
I don't know, man. Have you talked to Rampage at all?
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday.
Yeah. How's he doing? He's got good now.
Yeah, he's just like,
it's like his whole world. You know, he's obviously a great father. He loves his son. You know, you have your son. He's 25. He's young, dumb, and full of cum. You know, that's he's just sometimes when you're young, you're a complete moron.
And just irrational and didn't realize what the fuck he's doing.
This kid will look back on his life when he's 45 and go, oh my god.
Think about if he spends 5 years in prison, man.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
It's very possible. And frankly, I don't have an argument for why he shouldn't be punished here.
No, I woke up this morning, even last night before I talked Rampage, originally how we started talking, I go, how can I defend him? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on there? How can I defend him? Because I love Rampage. And then I get all the links, and I watch him like, I ain't no defending this. It's tough. No, there's nothing you can do.
Can't do it. Could have killed the guy, actually. And the guy may not be the same, by the way. That's like...
He's in stable but critical condition.
He is? Oh, he's in critical condition. Oh, he's in trail shit.
Imagine that guy were to pass away.
It's very possible. Great lead. Is he conscious, the guy?
I didn't hear anything, but
Can you look up? I can't look that up.
how many updates? The last one I saw was
That was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on. The bystanders
bullshit because it was fixed. So like he was supposed to originally go in there and use something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine, but Stuart Smith is beloved friend, long time uncle of mine. I get the chance to speak with him. This case is not as positive as I had hoped. I know that
wow, dude. That is so bad.
Whatever you do, don't do business with those
wow, says wrestler Psycho Stu is in stable but critical condition. 5 hours ago. So that's not much. They're stable but critical.
So bad. So bad.
So what exactly is stable but critical?
It means that
it's not getting any worse than
they've stabilized him, but you know he's still on all these machines.
That kid goes out.
Yeah, they gotta watch him 24/7.
And he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally said, he's Jewish, and in fact, they accept it. So these little
stable critical means a person has life-threatening condition critical. Their vital signs are not currently deteriorating, indicating they're not getting worse in the immediate future. Okay.
European Jewish history.
So since the situation is grave and could be worsened, the immediate crisis has passed, and the patient's health is holding steady for now, allowing medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's not good.
That is major brain damage.
What the fuck was he thinking? Everyone agrees it was so hard to watch.
You know what it is? It's indefensible.
Yes. It's also premeditated. He's on a kick on what? Bet you I'm gonna fuck this dude up. He goes, I'm gonna knock him out. Say I won't. He's reading the comments online.
It's one thing that's not punching out, it's another thing to keep punching him until he's like,
he was out for a long time. 22 times. 22 was the last thing.
Even knocked him out too. I heard falling up. It's wild.
Crypto Jewish origins, which means
and he's an MMA fighter or something.
Yeah, I think he's had like 2 or 3 fights.
Forced conversion.
Yeah, man, really bad.
In Portugal.
Really bad. He'll be.
It's 22 or something.
I'm just going to do some serious time. And any money he makes for a long time will go to this guy.
It depends if that psycho Mike. Depends if that.
Persecuting other Portuguese.
If that Psycho Stu
sues what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that has obviously
Mr. Beast,
as they updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos team at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James.
I hope that guy's okay, man. I really do.
Based on Vatican
for everyone's sake.
He's with the Contagion Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children.
Several lost teeth.
He was born around 1500.
And he said his teeth like shattered, blood in his
just
mouth.
been forcibly converted to Christianity.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size by 2 tickets.
When I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard for me. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, worst breath in the world, the worst breath in the world, and he was huge, and he was spilling into my seat.
Yeah, but you got my 2 seats before. Yeah,
I mean, you got it.
It's rare that it happens though, so it's not like it's like, oh my god, thank God, finally. But if the rare occasion you get that big boy next to you, yeah, dude, you got my.
But it's so expensive for people like that's $800. instead of 400, that makes a big difference in your budget.
Yeah, but stop eating so much and save money for your flight.
Well, that would be the idea. If you're not going to fly much if you can't afford it.
Yeah, hit the road.
I get it. I mean, some people are really just too big for those seats. They just are.
Remember that girl with the big butt? That Brazilian girl, she had like a giant apple.
My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was next to this gigantic woman. She was like, "Look at this." She was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section.
Let me take a break, Jim.
Come on.
All right, next one is Lil Nas X walking.
I thought this was like a publicity thing. Like, two thoughts on this. Lil Nas X
coming out?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party he was going to. Meanwhile, walking around his tidy whities. Two thoughts on this. One is, one thought. The tidy whities never look so good, and he's got a very good body. He's in great shape.
Super good.
Well, but he's got a decent shape.
Where at? You know where it's at. Go ahead, babe.
Now, is he hallucinating?
Wow. I think Cowboy they said OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital.
It's a boy, but it's actually Wow.
So I wonder maybe if
Wow the third.
He's
I don't think he's OD. I just think he's tripping.
I think he's tripping. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hollywood. I've been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night. There's no cars driving.
4 a.m.
Yeah, that's Hollywood. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Celebrity gets boring. Money gets boring. You gotta shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
But why did they arrest him?
I don't think they arrested him. They went to the
They come in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told officers responded, found him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right.
After Nas charged at the officers, there was some dude that didn't put him in handcuffs. I charged him at his possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge an officer. Boots and
he could still face charges, but I'm sure he's not. And he was treated at a hospital.
So I think he's just tripping on the streets.
Yes.
It could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms and people tend to.
He took his pants off. You can't have that.
You can. I did so many mushrooms that I don't remember anything I did. Nothing.
The Pope had issued this paper bull.
I was told.
I was told. And if we could tell that story on the air,
God. Yeah,
so fucking hard. I'll tell you off your chin, because it'd probably be so fucking hard.
Apparently, I was in the fetal position, farting really loud.
Yelling at work.
Yeah, no.
Was also very involved.
It's so much. Mushrooms made you that? You sure what's something else?
I did 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was in hell.
I thought you were doing ayahuasca.
It was 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was.
Oh, yeah, did they call it the God dose?
Apparently, I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. And I kept asking for a manager because I was like,
I was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. And was yelling the word. Dude, it's so funny. And then you told me that story, like, dude, you gotta try it. Like, get the fuck out of here.
You know, you learn when you have any mushrooms, don't do mushrooms.
I mean, not even a little bit.
I don't know, man. I can't. Right.
I don't know, man. Like,
I don't remember any of it.
So just all those people like, dude, do mushrooms and
my body was like, you were having a hard time. I go, like, what do you mean? I was like, well, you were just like, thought everybody was coming after you when you were trying to like get help. So you were saying things to like, you were just wake up. I was like, so funny. I was saying all kinds of bad words. I was screaming fuck and I was farting. So are we off air?
We can be.
Let's take a little break because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You're thinking about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Well, Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates potential savings will vary, not available in all states. Take a little break, guys. Really, dude? Just come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina at Good Nights. That's the first thing I want to say.
Second thing I want to say,
and I need auto parts.
Dude, I need car parts. Dude, my shop's up and running. I need car parts. So I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. They don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back. They're in stock. They usually have everything, all right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Alrighty, Jalen Brown. Brendan, do you know who Jalen Brown is?
Yeah, he plays for the Celtics, one of the best players in the league.
There you go. His father was arrested for attempted murder.
Not only
So apparently his car
returned to
dinged another person's car, or vice versa, and he got pissed off, and he ended up stabbing this guy's stomach multiple times.
Whoa. Meaning to
What? Parking lot dispute.
It's hard to
Stabbing a youth football coach.
It seems
Wow.
like the author of
So he stabbed him a bunch of times in the stomach because they bumped into each
not
other?
only
Yeah,
did he
dinged the
become
car.
a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calendar. But what we can say about the past
So he dinged the door of a Lincoln Navigator. Nothing in the world.
very
You gotta
heroic
not do
individual
that.
who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese.
So then the homeboy got out of the car, his name's Cross. They got out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off and said it was simply a bump before calling him a bitch ass. After back and forth, one claims the two agreed to duke it out, but when Cross' back was turned, Brown pulled out an object from his right side and swung his arm in stabbing motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him?
No, it's attempted murder.
What are you doing?
Hello, fellow students.
The woman stated Brown 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! What?
Left-handed grab. So shoulder,
Oh my God!
back, abdomen.
So he's
7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
weird because his son's not that tall. Look up.
And the 5'9", 160-pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him.
He was trained as a
Yeah, you don't want to fight a giant with a knife. Also, did you need the knife, 7-footer?
Yeah, that's some bitch ass shit. Why would you take your knife out over a door ding? That guy has some issues.
Look at the size of him.
So the guy's in critical condition.
And one of his
Yeah.
greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical
Jesus, what to
posts
say
in
about
Switzerland
that?
and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active
Claim the victim's inside were hanging out.
especially
Oh,
in the
fuck.
fight
I've heard
for
stories about
civil
that, too.
rights, which was a major enterprise in the early 19th century.
Well, he's
But
going to
look
jail.
at him as a historian.
For a long
He made his fame with
Yeah.
two
And
volume
frankly,
study,
again,
Geschichte der Not in Spanien und Portugal.
There we go,
The
baby.
history of the
Then
Jews
take a little
in
break
Spain
because my
and
bed
Portugal.
pad clips I had an issue. The Hummer was stuck.
Yeah,
Those are
And
the
not even.
days.
You
uneven on the.
He would later
Like when you see a
follow up
giant
with
Hummer,
similar
but a real Hummer
standard
that's
of
uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like,
So one
oh,
of them was
that's scary.
is still in print.
Jeez.
Christopher
Very small,
Columbus
right?
and the participation of the Jews in
All right, what do you got, Jen?
All right, how about this? Javante Davis is guaranteed.
I call bullshit.
Me too.
I call bullshit.
No, it's a lot of money.
This is 150 to 200 mil.
No, that'd be the most any athletes ever made in one event, in one night. Where are they getting that money?
And it's Netflix.
Okay, Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million, I would believe. That's what
20 million seems realistic. Even because Netflix is bigger, there's no pay-per-view model. So Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lighter weight class. So 20 to even 40 I can get.
That's a lot.
40 I can understand.
Push comes to shove, though, you know, like 20.
Like Canelo's getting that 40. But Javante Davis, he was, especially on Showtime, he's a big pay-per-view star.
Yeah.
He's a knockout artist. 200 mil is just completely false.
Yeah, I mean,
Swipe, what it says swipe to read more. What else does it say?
No, that's probably from the original.
God, Jake is so much bigger.
Yeah, man.
So much bigger.
experience.
I don't get it.
Received less
Yeah,
attention.
I don't get it. If he thinks this is gonna make him legitimate in boxing, I just don't get why he's doing it.
The reason is
Yeah,
because
This guy gets it. He goes, yeah, that number's not true at all.
essentially had the choice in 1492
no way.
either accept the baptism or leave. Right? That was why there was such a
There's no way that's
large.
real.
There had been a large number of.
Have you guys heard about this? The interview with Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just saw some highlight her saying Trump, she never saw him do anything bad, right?
They never really saw anything, really, right?
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this because she's hoping to get pardoned from Trump?
I think she's doing this so she. My feeling is that there may not have been much to it in terms of like Jeffrey Epstein definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that, but
So her exact quote is, I don't recall ever seeing, she's referring to Trump, I don't ever recall ever seeing him in the House, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any appropriate setting in any way.
I haven't seen him in his house, for instance, and she never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. He was never inappropriate with anybody. In the time that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
Now, so when did you see she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed himself?
that's interesting. I do think that she was also like Trump. So when that Steele dossier came out about him having piss parties and all those orgies, people were like, "Hey, Trump is a germaphobe. There's not a shot he would do that. A total germaphobe." So there was also that. You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or just
no, people were like, anybody who knows that that's a lie. Which of course,
so there goes Ghislaine Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird too. Like, I never saw him. Let me help, dude. I didn't see shit. So you'd be a little careful with it, you know?
Hard for the president to pardon somebody who was convicted of actually taking part in child, in with 14 and 15-year-old girls being sexually raped, really.
Just goes, I do not believe he died by suicide.
Wow.
I do not believe he died by suicide.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
Nothing, no. But I sure she does. Yeah, you don't want to mess around. You don't want to say that. Because if he didn't die by suicide, these are people that can get to anybody. So,
all right. Here's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend, and Morel was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese girl.
You just sign on their little Chinese tits?
Just south of the region of Bordeaux.
Oh my God.
He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain. Again,
they're all ran off.
Funny how signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like.
Is she gonna get that tattoo? That's weird. I wouldn't expect Chinese girls to be doing this.
They're all.
Yeah, Rob's a fucking superstar. He's champion of the UFC. Yeah, UFC's big in China.
Yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, China, they're huge, huh? They must get a lot of attention.
They're big everywhere.
Yeah. They're actually big in Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like, he could go to a Hollywood party and people are like, oh, you know.
Man,
a lot of
Rob's a little tough.
As soon as he got the
a lot of actors, though, who are into it. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, you got approached by pretty famous people.
Yeah.
The hybrid.
While he was in Jamaica.
Yeah, the chant, like Izzy, like the main guys, Sugar Sean, those guys.
They get a lot of love.
John Jones.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be around John Jones.
I'll tell you,
Baddest man on the planet.
That's really his amazing thing.
To my best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on Shed Chuck's podcast.
Was it?
Oh, it's good.
Really? I gotta watch it. Really? What did he talk about?
talked about John. He talked about Jim. Dude, he's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was so good because he had such a good question. He goes, you know, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, because remember John was 28, he was like 34, he goes, if you were the same age in your prime, you could beat John. And most fighters would be like, absolutely. DC went, no. He goes, that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard, and he was better. That's it. I would never beat him. That's it. Isn't that interesting?
Sometimes
and then the best thing was, you know, all that stuff's fun to talk about, the fighting and all that stuff. But, you know, Shannon Sharp, he was talking about kids. And he's like, your son, he's like, why is he, like, he's like, you have a son, he has all the resources, and you were, you know, Olympian, captain Olympian. You forget how good these
God, he was a two-time Olympian. He was a captain of the Olympic team. Come on.
Captain. He was a captain. And then also, you know, light heavyweight champion, Strikeforce heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, like, literally the greatest resume you've ever seen.
Beat Stipe.
Yeah. So he lost to Stipe, but he talks about, he's like, so your son has all the resources you do. He goes, does he have the same chance, you know? And DC's like, no. No, he goes, because I came from nothing, so I want to get out of it, so I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, like the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources, and he laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, does wrestling 3 days a week. They work with a personal trainer for his football. And he was like, I tell my son, like, you have all the resources to make it. I'm proud of you for putting your best foot forward and trying this. If you make it, great. But if not, you have me as a dad. So you're still, like, you're not going broke. You're good. He's like, that's those kids that make it, they have there's no other alternative. So those Dagestans, they can, he goes, he's like, I was poor here. They're poor. You're talking about, like, concrete walls.
Yeah, works in a factory 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So he's like, so for them, it's the way of life. There's not, like, you have to make it or you don't. That's right. He's like, in Americans, it's not like that. So that's why they're having so much
alternatives, baby. Alternatives.
Yeah, because I was talking with the parents last night. We had dinner with the neighbors, and I said, my biggest concern, all you guys, because my one neighbor redid his backyard, it's the biggest backyard I've ever seen. And I said, kids that go on to play pro ball, whatever they want to do, don't have this backyard. That's going to be your issue. I said, it's all our issues. Because Tiger's more athletic than I am, not even close. More athletic, better at sports, same with Bosty. But my whole thing was, like, you know, I didn't have this huge house. I didn't have all these resources. I didn't have private coaching. I was in on these all-star teams. I didn't have all that shit. But I wanted to make a name and get out of there and do something more. Like, I couldn't fall back on this.
It's desperation.
So, yeah. So you want to make a name, you want to make it some desperation. So it was football or bust, dude. And I would do you would have to, and I tell Tiger, like, he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint. You would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. Like, you'd have to, my dad, like, let's go. I'm like, nope, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog when that dog is inside the sheets at night? What's the answer? What's the answer? And when you think about this, and this is what DC and Shannon were talking about, is a great fucking example. When you think of, like, kids whose dads were legends, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of, like, those kids, they're never as good as their dads because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So then they were talking about, well, a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey, their dads were good, but they weren't great. It's always the kids whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, oh shit, I'm going to outwork my dad.
In that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. Like, it's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
But they have to.
There's that extra gear, though. That's that extra.
There's just that dog in the kid where it's just like, It's almost like they're born with it, you know? I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball. And like he was in a game and he was just like it was like the effort he was making. Like that extra effort. And my friend said who watches a lot of basketball goes, God, he'd be a bitch to fight.
Oh yeah.
Like
dog.
You have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang describe Michael Jordan, he said about his heart and his dog. If he was on the Titanic, it wouldn't have sunk. Yeah. He would have plugged a hole with his hand out.
He's not going out like that. I don't know how you get that out of the kennel.
I think some of it's innate. It's just so.
And then like Kobe grew up pretty nice, right? Like Kobe grew up nice, and then Steph Curry, and Steph Curry, and when you think about those guys, like their dads were in the NBA, so they grew up around it.
I think they might have seen those guys might have seen a window of greatness. They might have been like, if I keep doing this, I can actually become great.
They also have the resources, because if your dad playing the NBA, he goes, hey man, bring your elbow in like this, you're gonna fucking listen. So there's that. I don't know what you do. I get it. Yeah, I don't know what you do with kiddos. I don't get it. You know? That fucking dog, damn. Because I tell you, the difference between me and you at night,
thank you so much
I would fucking circle. I know, but don't tell him that. Oh no.
No, but you're just gonna, that's the trophy that shit. Shut up. Don't tell him, otherwise you play.
Because he goes, oh really? And so you gotta go.
Oh, it motivates him.
Yeah, completely different. Let's go dealing with two different.
So he's very
competitive.
Okay.
Yeah, competitive, but you gotta have that to where, like, by any means necessary.
Why don't I
he's 9.
Start with
that's what you see, bud. That's what you see.
Yeah, well, okay.
Joke goes like this.
Be careful. It's a dicey, it's a balancing act right there.
It's a balancing act, but you
gotta make sure he's having fun too.
Of course, that's number one. But it's also you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. Like you, and it's not knocking. Like you never played high level sports, you can tell right away the kids that are at least gonna play high school. The kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're never gonna make it. They're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, part of it's just that, if you have the physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro.
No, even that's not enough. So if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're going to get to the point in high school, if they're playing good enough high school sports or college, where everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how
but I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one and become great. So it just depends.
Yeah, it's a weird balance.
It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player on the team.
No.
Like, that kid never makes it.
Right.
Peaks at 9.
Right. It's a lot of studies
on that.
I've had a podcast with certain guys like that who will look at that data and you're like, wow, that's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy, the big dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team.
Yep.
And you know his dad said? It's like, you need to practice. We were like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do these fucking days. He went, looks like you gotta get better. Yeah. He came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB in home runs. I think he's tied with Donnie.
There you go.
Yeah. Gotta get better.
Yeah. And sometimes there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it and you give him a break and moves on. I don't know. It's a delicate. It's a delicate, being father, being coach is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand it's serious business.
But then, it's a fine line.
And then you got all these other people that are just going to go, if you go too much, you're going to go,
whenever I do this,
like my
dad's only happy if I fucking ball out, but it's tough because the kid's really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and dad's pissed, they're gonna be like, I'm not doing this, dude. I'm out.
That's right. Or they end up resenting you and they're the best player ever. To which case I say, well done, sir.
I'll take it.
I say, well done.
Congrats, Dad. He made it.
Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? No. Do you not text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet?
Yeah, it's a fine line.
Do you hate when you're surrounded by all those people? when you can't go to the mall because you'll get mobbed by all those people who like you as a hero,
you're still gonna hit
yeah.
the ball.
Do you go, damn, I wish my dad had been nicer so I could go to this mall, right?
It's a weird thing.
It's a weird thing.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Boss has got some mitts on him.
That one can see it's
Boston baseball glove.
Boston has the advantage of an older brother as an example, and he's like, "Oh, this is how you do it." And then whenever Tiger's taking privates or training, I always bring Boston tattoos too. So remember, Tiger started 2 years ago.
So you know they did a study. It's really
It's
interesting.
the little brother that has the example.
The little brothers, some of the fastest people in the world, they are usually the youngest of 4 or something like that because they have
competition.
Yeah, they got to keep up.
But for Boston, he doesn't, because he's always training with Tiger's major team friends, and they're 9 and 10. So when Boston made the 8U team at 5, I'm like, dude, this is insane. What do you mean? Like, they're just like Tiger. I'm like, I know, but you should be with kids your age, dude. He just doesn't know.
What else you got, Jimmy?
Alrighty, this is a guy that found something in his kitchen. I'll just play the clip for you. And he's walking down with his AR-15.
Oh, this is Chin with that possum. Dude, he's got a flashlight.
Who is that?
That's a bear, bro. That guy's.
What is it?
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear. Dude, that dude
nice with that gun.
Wow, he's nice. He's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before. Damn. You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans.
Well, look at his gun.
Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that. Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming at him too.
Oh yeah, he's not as Russian. Dude.
Where's this at?
That's a suppressed gun too.
Did I just have
Go back again. Let me just see that gun one more time. Since I'm
He's got to refresh on its own.
This guy's nice.
Nice with that gun.
He should be protecting the president.
Wow.
Small rabbit.
That'll destroy you, though, right?
No, I know.
So mess you up, but small.
It'd be cool if it was like a big ass grizzly.
He thought somebody was at his house. He was like, no.
As soon as that bear lunged at him, pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. Get myself one of them.
So, for example, the Jews
Boy, say that one more time. I just want to see see if it's a suppressed model.
He's barely still right there. That's the tip right there.
In many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim.
It's called it's not loud.
Sevierville, Tennessee.
Actually, it's not.
But
That's really loud.
Sephardic organ. That's
inside the house. That's not
his eardrums are ringing right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, it's so loud if you were there that you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
This is probably the last thing you're worried about. Oh my God!
Well, when she said, oh my God, I guarantee you didn't hear that though. Like that's how.
I've been here.
Your ears are fucked without a doubt.
Oh man.
But I mean, when you actually shoot an AR-15 outside, you can stop. But this
You can't do it. You can't shoot an AR-15 without ear protection.
No, you always have to have
ear protection.
Do we know any more about this guy?
Not about the guy, but the place is called Sevier.
He's nice with it.
Tennessee.
As they say, he's nice with it.
Yeah, boy's ready to go.
He's done that before.
Way in which they see themselves in the world, and so I think a lot of.
Why was he so locked in? Ready to fucking go?
Thought somebody was coming into his house. Got that gun. Got ready.
Maybe we'll have a chance to examine.
Yeah.
No violations. Hell no, there's no violations.
Let me take you through.
No, that was a perfect job.
Does this guy have a military background?
Greater detail now.
Got it.
Last bear was shot at the triple home yesterday. TWRA.
Oh, this is different. Homeowner shot bear with a shotgun.
Four major areas
All right, kids.
There's first the period of earliest.
Come see me.
Shout out to that guy, though.
Yeah, come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Which is a year
Make sure we get some time up there. Let's just do this last one. This is a airplane landing, crash landing in a golf course. This is Australia. And there's some funny elements to it. You'll see.
known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years. And was quite remarkable.
What?
The third would be the Christian period.
Oh, that's pretty good, though. Yeah.
Muslims are slowly driven
Great end of the world.
Great job.
Jews
So watch, keep watching.
really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims.
He's gonna eat shit.
Who are very
He's gonna eat shit. Of course. He's eating shit. I knew right away. He was too excited to get down there. Yeah. At least people are coming out. He's eating shit.
They are living
She's going pretty slow.
No, she's good. That dude was just funny, though.
So it's the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on
No injuries.
Yeah, that was a smooth ass landing, considering, yeah. So a pilot and then like a student pilot. I'm not sure who was actually piloting here at the time.
Lost power probably.
Yeah, probably stopped.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there.
You just coasted down?
That happened, but the co-pilot broke his foot, and the propellers in the plane was total, but he was fine.
Yeah,
The plane's getting fucked up. Yeah, but he was like, yeah, he put that propeller in our backyard. It's like this. I was like, yeah. My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and call me on his cell phone back when nobody had cell phones. He had that big one. And he'd go, Ryan, the engine's not firing. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, it's not funny here. Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then I'm in
short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day, so we'll see. But good nights. See you there. See you then, kids. Later.
All right, kids. Shit, 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas. Win the ultimate truck. I'm driving it today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now. The Drive Fast All Gas Restream. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email and phone number, I'm going to send you a little some special discount. So every purchase you get gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's DriveFastAllGas.com. It's going away in 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the Pirate Kid. Rap.
Hi, fam. This is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-of-one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. And the winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically enter you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
This is really the fight of the kid. We're back, pal.
Happy Monday, buddy.
Happy Monday. How you were in SD?
I was in SD. I like SD.
SD's nice.
We forget about 7
year, 4 months, and a day, and finally a Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure. But we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And actually quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
And the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in Syria. So it's quite likely we have a population. Moving a little bit further, the region
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Driving off the comic store like 1 o'clock in the morning here, and some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when he, there was a dude that claimed to work at Area 51 and then cut at the you should cut out? Yeah, that was a good one. Art was the man. He would get, that's why we put that photo up there. Because he was, a lot of the subjects that we covered, he was the original guy talking about these things on the radio. Yeah, and then the fact that he just kept the open lines. If you're a time traveler, just call in and tell us what's going to happen in the future. People that were kidnapped by Bigfoot, like no matter what. Art was like, interesting, tell me more. Yeah, like he was open to talking to anyone. He never called bullshit. No. So the last time I saw you, he gave me an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air, and it caused the pandemic. He was very good at it. Out of nowhere. He just like grabbed it. We have another one. That's Luke Tavern's gave us this one. Yeah, that's a good one, right? That is a beautiful one. Let's not repeat it again. I'm not blowing it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's an odd coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it, like, hey, this was kind of coincidentally at the start of this pandemic. Don't put this on me. Listen, man, people have been blowing them whistles all over the world. Yeah, there's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people. I mean, you were directly responsible for those to become this viral, popular thing. Few people knew about them, but they became this international thing now. Like everybody talks about death whistles now because of it. Well, I don't know. They are weird. The sound is creepy. Yeah, definitely weird. Ghostly. Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and you knew that people were after you, you heard that, you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, it definitely keeps you up at night. Seeing people do pranks with them, just screaming them randomly in the middle of the night in the street. Yeah, people running around. What is the origin of that? Like, Aztec death whistles, like, when did they start using them? Does anybody know? People keep finding them. Aztec is a modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before them. A lot of them emulated animals, so a lot of them was like shamanistic. People trying to imbue themselves with the spirit of an animal, so a lot of them, have jaguar sounds coming in. But some of the ones that would scream, apparently, they're more about the screeching owls that live down there. They've been, people told me, native people down there told me that they're very much specifically kind of utilized for psychological effect, just to fuck with people. Yeah, make them not sleep during these flower wars where they would have with, I think, the classical Tekkens. They had this agreement where they would go and try and capture people to bring back to the pyramid to sacrifice. And the way they would tire them is to blow those at night where they were encamped or the places where they were about to attack. So they blew sleep with those. Like a few hundred of those. Just people can be really devious. Yeah, when they know how to mess with your head. Yeah. And back in Mexico, people glorify a lot of people from Mexico. Everybody's Aztec. You're probably not Aztec. You're probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest. Yeah, a lot of badass dudes have like Aztec tattoos on their back and stuff like that. But that's the losing side, though. The Spanish came and allied themselves with everybody that hated the Aztecs. Including like the classical Tekkens who were apparently like badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to them, and apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, where's our tax collector? Let's feed you before we talk about anything. So we fed them pozole. And at the end of the meal, they were like, well, you can take your people back with you. Where are they? You just ate them. They were in the stew.
And those are the guys, the Spanish allied with that fight against the Mexican. Jesus. The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing because, like, where the Mayans go, like, when they found the Aztec pyramids, people weren't even living in them. When the people that eventually wound up living in them, they found them. Teotihuacan, which they call it's basically the city of the gods, is what the Aztecs called them because it was abandoned when they went through, which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs in essence were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight. The city was abandoned completely, and when they passed through, it was the city of the gods. They called it Pyramid of the Sun and the Moon, but realistically, nobody knows what those pyramids are for. When they made their way into the Valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes already there, and older people. So Mexico has an ancient history. People that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico, which is really crazy. Yeah.
And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, especially in America, don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it was the language they assumed once they were conquered. Yeah, there's a bunch of lost languages.
Yeah. Something interesting happened with them, and Hernán Cortez and the Conquista and the Spanish are all perfect villains in history. I guess people, it's perfect if you kind of look at it from the outside perspective, colonial invasion. But when you look at it, I mean, they were just getting off their own conquest. They were conquested by the Moors, so they were getting free from that. So they were already mixed in there. There were brown people on that boat. It's not blonde-haired white people coming on that boat. There's already brown people on that boat coming. Hernán Cortez is very much made out as a villain in this story. But when you kind of look at the way that the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world, there was a lot of brutality. There was a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides because the Aztecs also did a lot of horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. They decided to give honorary titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs, to help with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, just this valley at that time, and gave birth to this culture, this mixed culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird part of Mexican culture, because you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the natives, or most of the natives, when in reality, a lot of us in Mexico have mixed blood. Most of us have mixed blood. There's a lot of Spanish blood in us, so we were very much taught to hate ourselves in a way. And I think that has something to do with a lot of the psychology and the culture in Mexico. There's a whole part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like we say, like the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president are all about sending the King of Spain letters to have him apologize for the conquista. And it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, "You're asking that in Spanish."
Yeah, right. And you're probably an ancestor of those very people, so it's kind of you more than us. Yeah, because we didn't even go over there. We're still here.
Yes. Well, right. And then people ask where the Mayans went. They're there. You go down there. There's some. They look exactly like the paintings. If you've ever been to the anthropological museum in Mexico, which I highly ask people to go and visit, it's beautiful. They have a whole Mayan exhibit there,
And it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detailed, so detail orientated, and the whole feeling of them just being gone or like disappearing as a mystery. But then you go down there and you see these people that they look Mayan. Yeah, they look very different. It's interesting. You know, I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else. A lot of strong backs, a lot of work ethic. You know, there's no doubt. There was a lot of that, but there was also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. Yeah, like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like, how are you guys so good at, like, when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, well, you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was, you'll get lynched. Yeah, you get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, early 2000s, and you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then they'll get lynched in the bottom if you manage to climb that thing. There's a watch guy all the way on the top and a bunch of dogs. That's a weird thing about old pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hang out up there. Oh, really? Yeah, like the one in the Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's always dogs on top of it. And this one, there's also always dogs on top of it. Like feral dogs or domestic dogs? Wild dogs. They just hang out back there. But I mean, when you see these things, like, give us some of the images of when you see some of these. There's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like, that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre. Yeah, we had a really good guide there when I went, and the guy was showing us this one area where they would take whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants. And he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures. And a weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activities. Really? Yeah, a lot of the Aztec priests, you see the pictures of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private parts, trying to invoke in them these, I don't know, visions. So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that you transcend, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic worldviews when they arrived. When you look at a lot of the cultures, specifically in Mexico, you see that they met kind of like a perfect culture. Like they matched in a lot of ways. When the Catholics arrived, the Mexicans were venerating the mother goddess at a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the what is this, basilica is. And these some other rituals. What's going on?
They're calling these some spine.
Yeah.
They're coming out of that area, and there's
that's wrapped around his dick.
Yeah, it looks like it.
A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably coming back. Well, maybe, I don't know. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice too. Yes, which a lot of people in Mexico are now. Oh, it's a big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and there's like stone skull piles commemorating whatever war and depictions of them in codices that they themselves made of just sacrifice people on top of pyramids and pulling off their hearts. Well, that was that one statue that's on top top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's where they would sacrifice people.
I mean, it makes sense. Even the way that in the art it's depicted, you can't fake that. Most people would think it would go through the rib cage to get at the heart. No, they go through the diaphragm right down here. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like Mictlantecuhtli, which is the lord of the underworld in the Aztecs. Sometimes it's depicted with a skeletal form with its hands spread out like this, and you'll see a split diaphragm on the bottom coming out underneath its rib cage as a signifier that that's where they go up to grab the heart. That's where they go up to grab the heart.
Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees, but with his torso faced upward. That one, yeah, that was the one they were explaining to me.
And again, I imagine that a lot of these things, I mean, you have to interpret, because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential, and it was an essential thing for these cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. They were also talking about a god that
those skulls in the corner right next to your cursor, in the middle there.
Where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's the Templo Mayor, the major temple of the Aztec Empire. And there's a lot of those types of symbologies around the skulls, because that's where they would have the Zipatli, I think it's called. Sorry if I butchered the word. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramids, on top of their central pyramid, kind of displaying all of the people that had gone.
What was the story? Was it the completion of Tenochtitlan or one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had?
I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers,
right?
But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had. Which, if you're ever into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, it has this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny, and there's something about human talent that I've also smelled, and blood that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys, and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is, and it makes us want to run, I guess. And then they describe the smell on some of these pyramids when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like these Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck when they saw the city.
Yeah,
like it had water coming into it. It had super sisters complex, just this structure and culture that was uncontested there. So when they got there, looking
completely different than anything European. Yeah. So they came over here and they're like, what is going on in this part of the world?
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
How do you have so much gold?
Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold there. But they valued other things. That wasn't their main central thing. There was a puzzle about why they were so interested in some of the gold and regalia they had. But when the conquest kind of finally kind of subsided, and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what happened. The lords within this same culture became allies of the invading forces. And when they won, they were like, "You're now the title owner, the leader of this area, and here's the royal decree."
What's this channel?
Oh yeah,
sacrificial stone.
Yeah, that's in the
60,000 human sacrifice. Oh my God!
You can see where the blood was channeled to drip down from that. I think this. I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and he would fight several people until he finally died. It's like it's like a sacrifice level, like a fighting sacrifice. It was a different type of sacrifice they did.
human intelligence applied to cruelty is very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see torture. Yeah, torture, just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual or because everyone's afraid to die, so you just show death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody. Children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on edge. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine, and don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG-D3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps, there they go, sacrificing people and then throwing their bodies off the side. Yeah, people keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S. where all Native Americans were like peaceful and it was like a utopia before they came in. And, but that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. You know, the white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were. And they came over here and this is good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Like, not really. In fact, they were killing each other. Yeah. Not only that, that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches, all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made teepees, they made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah. That was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, from right in this spot, and they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, you gotta be, that's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, if you could, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, they would basically keep one guy alive to watch him and let him go. Yeah, go tell everybody. Psychological operation. So everybody else gets butchered. One guy that let go. You go tell everybody, we're out here. And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Yeah, as we sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7. I'll send it to Jamie because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. There was a beheading down in Mexico, and it was it's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, that where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. The culture that we have down there, I don't know, like I do believe that there's some sort of genetic memory
I bet there is. That makes sense. I think there's genetic memory. Stick severed head found on the side of the road, a chilling message, one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this? It's Puebla, the region, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Puebla, Tlaxcala. And Puebla, I mean, it's a beautiful place. If you go to Puebla, visit Puebla. It's beautiful, but this is, don't be there at the wrong time. They just don't work for the cartels, I guess. The act, so this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut the older guys that was with me. I was like horrified by this kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, oh, they're being kind. And I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? His family's gonna get something buried at least. So it dawned on me that was an act of kindness. So having somebody beheaded is even so normal. It's even crueler, because now they have no body buried. And there's a lot of coffins with just a head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground. But just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness, because at least you can find the body. It is the evolution of what is considered immortal. I didn't forget about that. People get shot by the displayed in this horrific thing. We just go back to work. It's nothing after magic. And something that never that's the start of the thing for a long time. People that live down there, it's not a normal one. There's not a normal thing to hear something. And this is not, in terms of America, our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture, this is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and the Juarez area. He was they called him the narco satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called palo and santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like in cartels. And he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful at social engineering and folk magic, basically, is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to abduct an American because he needed a brain for his cauldron, where he would do some of these rituals. And I think that's the first time Americans got a little, like a small glimpse of the underground brutality, monster, religious occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years. So this has always been going on. And in a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while. But cartel brutality, like when did the cartels really start gaining power? I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States. Was it originally cocaine? Marijuana. I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think where were they getting the heroin? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed a place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, oh, they can grow this here. And so this was the Vietnam War? Yeah, around the this is something that Vietnam World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, yeah. Wow. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected to heroin. Yeah, because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam. And that was the trafficking area. Yeah, and the Golden Triangle. Yeah,
Coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that, but we had to be over there to stop communism or something. It's an interesting point you bring up of Vietnam because it has something to do, or elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years, if that. The PRI, and then it went to its democratic period, and now we have other parties coming into play, and now we have a ruling party all over Mexico called Morena, who is, this is the party of the abrazos no balazos. That's how they started, hugs not bullets against the cartels policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super effective hugs not bullets. But this is coming off Mexico has liberals too, I guess. Yes, we do. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's Mexico City. That's where all the gender pronouns get issued into law. That's where violence against women specifically and feminicide is now a new thing cataloged under law. You can kill a dude, you're fine, but if you kill a woman, that's feminicide, which is way worse. So that's where a lot of that politics comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where, I guess, conservative, that's where all the factories are, that's where all the people, hardworking people, and people that kind of like go the other side of the politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now Morena's all ruling all over the country. And a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are, to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that it had been going on for 20 years, that I was a part of for 12 of those years. They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels, and just kicking a beat out of him. He really didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which were not corrupted, he thought they were not corrupted, and you militarized a lot of the policing going on around it, you can eliminate all these cartel members. Like, this guy's gone, and we're going to just now secure this area and control. But it's been just basically gremlins. One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5. Cut one head off, and it's a hydra. Just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and then this president comes in Lopez Obrador with this plan of like, we'll just leave them alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting them. How'd that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. His main he criticizes Calderon, who started this drug war, over his handling of it. He outmatches him from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, they have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of a city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. Oh boy. All of the political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate, and this cartel is sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win, so I'm going to go shoot.
Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. Let's elect the governor. So we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications.
It's a different type of corruption. It's a different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking yo! Imagine if that was going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked. The AOC's getting whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So, Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. And it is a clear sign that whatever division people had in their heads about the cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff. And no, all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, El Mayo Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. He flew into a private airfield under pretty interesting circumstances, and then he handed himself over to authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing to fly in? So there's different stories around it. He's told his own story. He's actually talked about this many times locally with his drivers and stuff like that, driving around. So he just speaks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is El Mayo Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that he was Chapo Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel is a federation. And a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, El Mayo Zambada, who in 50 years was never arrested, never grabbed, never caught. You would hear about him vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the Culiacanazo, the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of El Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught up to him. Right? The army did this operation, same thing happened, all the cartels burned the city, block roads and stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest, a few of them. And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened with him in the United States with Ovidio when he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in a hole, and he's not going to get out of the hole. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hole too, they probably need to cut a deal. And I think, and the theory is, that deal probably included handing over the head of the Sinaloa cartel, El Mayo Zambada. Sought by U.S. law enforcement for more than 2 decades, he was taken into custody after arriving in a private plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zambada said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those claims. So this is the shady stuff that happened. El Mayo gets brought into a meeting in Sinaloa by Joaquin, he's not really into the drug. He's not one of the powerful brothers of the Chapo Guzman brothers that are in the drug trade. He's kind of like flying out, basically. So at some point he cuts a deal. And in this deal, he said, I'm going to get this guy on a plane and I'm going to fly him over, and we're going to make a deal. That's the story. He has Amaya come into a meeting between the governor of Sinaloa, which is no public. People know this. The governor of Sinaloa was going to be in the meeting with Amaya Zambala, head of Sinaloa cartel, who is a member of Morena, the Korean ruling party all over the country. Also no investigation. Also, he's still in power, which is shady as fuck. Between him and a man named Gwen, who was, I think he was the director of the university there. They had some sort of political dispute, and Amaya was being brought in to, I don't know, negotiate or like influence that, which tells you a lot about how the cartels and politics and the universities are tied, right? At that meeting, Nemesio Gwen, who is a friend of Amaya, the guy who's the director of the university, gets killed. They shoot him. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man who's the director of the university gets killed. But it's fucking made up by the state prosecutor. You know, they're trying to make this shit go away. Meanwhile, all this stuff starts unraveling. Oh, they abducted Amaya at that meeting, and that's why they killed this guy. We don't know, or at least I don't know if there's any specific confirmation that the governor of Sinaloa was there. But he said he went to the U.S. He was in the U.S. He wasn't there, but there's no travel logs of him being in the U.S. It's a shit show. They somehow overtake his bodyguards, Amaya's bodyguards. They're gone. Nobody knows where they went. Probably dead somewhere. Got El Mayo on a plane and flew into Texas. Homeland Security was apparently involved. FBI says that they may have been involved. I was talking last time I was here. I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military action in Mexico that's going to kick off things, and I think that was it. After that happened, El Chapo Guzman's sons cut deals. 17 members of the Guzman family were secretly flown to Tijuana and crossed the border with suitcases. And were put into FBI.
Yeah, looks like a question came into the chat after that. What happened?
They rescued their family members and they took them out of the country, so they're in the U.S. somewhere, under some kind of protective custody. Yeah, of course. And if you want to talk about people that know everything, like all the ins and outs, El Mayo Zambala is one. He's the guy. He knows where he's being detained. I think he's in New York, and I think he just declared himself guilty, and he's probably going to be. He's older. He's diabetic. He's not going to spend life in prison. El Chapo Guzman went there, which is wild. We think about how long he was running shit, how many people died, how many drugs got. He learned his tradecraft from. He learned his tradecraft in LA. Here it is. It's August 25th, so it's soon.
A Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled August 25th change of plea hearing for Zambada. Longtime leader of Mexico's Sinaloa cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal there. They're still in the same prison as Glenn Maxwell. I don't see him jogging, but yeah, probably doing yoga. There's a deal coming, and there's this sense in the U.S. that Trump came into power and declared these organizations terrorist organizations, and there was an expectation that meant blows off and you're going to see military action pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated, surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see. They took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is a open warfare between the last remaining sons of El Chapo Guzman and the sons of Amaya, who are now, I've seen video, it's bananas. It is a war zone on the streets. See if you can find some of that Sinaloa video, Jamie, because it is shocking. When this war kicked off between these two factions in Sinaloa, schools closed. People didn't want to go out because their cars were going to get jacked to get burned and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All of the
luxury environment around these criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores and Polygon, you know, and exotic exotic cars being sold and stored in these dealerships, and all the bands that play live music at their places, and all these exotic seafood places. All these places just how are they going to sustain themselves now? This economy started crashing, and it's the Mexican government comes out, the current president, Sheinbaum, comes out, and she blames this state being on fire. The U.S. Like, the U.S. came in here and abducted a Mexican national, and they charged Joaquin Guzman, who was involved in the operation to pick up El Mayo, they charged him with high treason in Mexico for abducting his mind and putting him in the U.S., which is high treason. He's charged with high treason, so for abducting a drug lord. Yes. Whoa, which is like, I don't know, like, I'm doing the math on all that. Wow. But you have this situation now where she's blaming the U.S. for basically causing stability. Give me some bot numbers. So this is the members of Omayo's family shooting up all the luxury houses of Los Chapitos.
I hope these guys are using ear protection.
No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, you could probably sneak up on all those motherfuckers. They're probably all deaf.
But they're basically shooting up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by the Chapos in that area. They love 100-round drum magazines in Mexico for some reason. That's a 50 cal with no hearing protection. Why? How many of those guys are deaf? Oh, a lot of them have a severe hearing loss, and I recently went to Jalisco with a friend of mine who has a YouTube channel called The Connect, Johnny Mitchell. He talks to drug dealers and like, people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico. He's basically the Mexican Sean Ryan. Agave 423 is his handle. And he interviews like cartel members and people from that life. And they wear masks. Yeah. We talked to a kid that was 6 months out of working with them. What is currently, I think, priority number one, should be priority number one for the U.S., the New Generation Cartel. This militarized cartel out of Jalisco that has been putting this war going on between the Sinaloa factions. I mean, it's Christmas. When we went down there, he introduced us to this kid who was freshly off. Basically, he was involved in tank warfare on the borders between Jalisco and Zacatecas against Los Mayos, who you see there firing at these houses. Tanks. They're making their own tanks. If you get your truck stolen up here, you probably get driven to Mexico. They're gonna make a tank out of it, probably. They're making these artisanally made tanks, basically. Mostly what they are that's a pretty old one. I think that's from the Zeta period. That's cool though. It looks like a fucking Mad Max vehicle. But what they do is they make these tanks, and his job was to be in the back of one of these with a 50 cal rifle. So what they do is you'll get into a dirt road, and they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned. And I was like, why don't you just ram them with the front? The engine will go out. You have to ram them with the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction derby in the hills and shoot at each other until there's a clear winner. Is what they do basically. And their main weapons are 50 caliber rifles. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they're like, now, and they'll just somebody's on radio inside the cabin trying to call out what's going on, and they'll pop out. And start. How come no one's figured out ear protection? They put bullets in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic things in their ears, but realistically, they don't get shit if they're expendable. That's why there's no air pressure.
Get like a pair of Walker's Game Gears on Amazon. It's not that expensive.
No, none of that is down there. This kid walked us through how he was all the way from his recruit to his training, through this tank warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he's like, why I laughed about your question about hearing protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was, because he kept like, what did you say? It's like, hey, dude, do you have hearing loss? I was like, no, like, I just, like, dude, you have severe hearing loss from what you went through. This is probably,
these are tanks going after each other?
Yeah, this is, you'll see this in different, I mean, they're fighting over drug routes, basically, and territory. And Jesus Christ, they're so close to each other. It's
50 caliber at like 10-foot distance.
And the drones are now involved in this as well, because why not? Of course. So and the way he was recruited is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you would look at this kid if you found him somewhere, just a normal kid. He's 23 right now, I think, but looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody, accident, doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I going to do? Married. Newly married. What am I going to do? Goes on TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, you need money? This is how much we pay you if you come work with us. The cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course. Totally makes sense. But specifically, TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this private page and go and do this. No, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters? Is the way they call themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. So he called this number, and he was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. He goes, meets these people at the bus station. They put him in a car. They check them, like, give me your phones. You can, like, we don't want to be tracked. And then they drive him to a place where they're going to be trained, I guess, is what he said. And then cops stop him in the road, beat the shit out of all of them there, torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going? And don't tell them anything. Don't tell them anything. And then after they got the beating of their life, they got good, you passed the test, and now you're going to go to the so that was what it was for. But the uniformed cops were all cartel members. And the police, like all these are places where everybody's in on it.
So it's just to see if you'll crack.
He gets driven to one of these ranches, these training camps. And it's not like, you know, I remember seeing the Al-Qaeda training camps where the guy on the monkey bars and stuff like that. These are military compounds that are in the Sierras and the mountains. There was a case recently where they thought they found these mass graves that turned out to be actually training camps. There were dead people there, but they found all these shoes in Mexico. They were calling them Mexican Auschwitz. But what they actually found is processing space. Like, you go there and they just strip off all your clothes and your shoes and they leave them there because they give you new shoes because they want to be tracked. So it was one of those processing places. You then end up in some of the training camps. He describes active duty military personnel training in the hills. Mexican military personnel training in the hills. Former special operators from Colombia. Some former special operators from Mexico. Some from America as well, right? There's rumors, and again, I have not talked directly to anybody that knows of that, that's had eyes on them, but there are rumors of at least 2 American specialist of some sort, because I've heard of Delta Force and SEALs, and I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the only way that they come over here is not from an Afghani or an Iraqi coming over and showing us how to do IEDs. It's probably an EOD tech of some sort from the U.S. that has some experience and doesn't know how to make some of these. That's one place where they were learning their trade craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombian operators have been showing up in weird parts of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now, learning about drone technology. Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukrainian front are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukrainian war. So this kid describes the training camp where it's the army, people marching around, people in uniform, people getting trained, and you'll get people brought into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're worthy, and they'll give you a gun, like, kill. Or just kill some random person. And this kid describes how that's the first dude they killed, just an unarmed dude that was dragged into that camp. So they just tried to do just to see if you're capable. I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fucking fuck up or flog you. It is a job. It is like a structured job. You get up, you get money paid to you every 15 days, and the bonus at the end of the month you get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected for tank duty, and they sent him on this fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drug stores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts. But it's a giant network that they've managed to create for themselves in this region, this new generation cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico, and it is now probably operating all over Mexico and recruiting people on TikTok. Most of their recruiting is through TikTok, yes. Openly, and again, it's not. You don't have to search for it. It's there. It's like people smugglers advertise on TikTok constantly as well. Like they'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently, and with a newspaper, like, "Hey, I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper." And like they were in Mexico like a few hours later, a few hours before with the newspaper, and like, "This is Saul. Saul is the best smuggler out there. Hire him for like a safe crossing." This is on TikTok. I mean, it's in the open. Wow. People don't realize how big of a tool that's being utilized in Mexico as a recruiting tool. It's a propaganda tool as well. That's what they'll talk shit to each other through that medium. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself a bit, and he managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, "Hey, I know you don't want to be here. Leave your shit and run, I guess. Don't come back. Don't look back." So let him run. But not everybody gets that opportunity. So it's just somebody who liked him. Maybe he said he worked well with that organization. He got favor, and eventually he said, "You know what? I have a wife and a kid that I need to get back to. Is there a way to let him go?" How long was he being held? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he went through some shit. Most of what he went through was inside in the border between Jalisco and Zacatecas, where the Mayas are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico, through Mexico. So that's people are always fighting over these regions. He came back with PTSD, hearing loss. And again, all these things are unknown. Like, he's a Mexican kid without health insurance. How is he going to get back? Right. I talked to him for a bit. He was like, "Oh, that makes sense." "Oh, yeah. Do you drink a lot?" "Yeah. I know why. I used to drink a shit ton." Nightmares? "Yeah. Like rage moments?" "Yeah. It sounds like you have PTSD, dude. Like, sit down."
Anyway, he was brought up.
But he's like one in 1,000 kids like that out there who have gone through some of these things, both on the military and police side, and also the cartel side. Highly traumatized individuals. But there's nothing for them down there. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life with all this fucking damage in him. He lost his family. And he fought so much to get back to him. Which is, it's one small story and tragedy. But you go to Jalisco, and they have a roundabout there in Jalisco with desaparecidos, where the missing are. And it's covered in posters of missing people. In Guadalajara. And it's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these, like all the missing people posters on like a zombie and outbreak happen. It's like that, except it's over 100,000 according to official numbers in Mexico as far as missing. It's gone. And that's another aspect of this war that the people don't kind of like realize. The numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed dead person for a number of the amount of people murdered if there's a body. And Mexico has become very good at getting rid of bodies. The cultures in Mexico. I was in Coahuila, working with a tactical group out there. They showed me. I'm always learning from people. Different regions have different ways of getting rid of bodies. Some just burn them, just throw fuel on them to see if they can burn. In this part of the country, Coahuila, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside, basically boil them down to their essential essence. And there's nothing to find, is what they tell me. That process. You go to my hometown, Tijuana, that's where we have cauldrons of diesel to dispose bodies. And then we go to Tijuana, where I'm from, and you have the phenomenon of the pozolero, who would get rid of people with caustic soda, just a mixture of chemicals that you could buy and find in a hardware store. They would make people into pig slurry, just dump the pig slurry in the hole, just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as dead and missing, it's not a real number. It has to be bigger. It is a place where you go into some towns and there's just a bunch of old men and females. You'll see like these abandoned graves and stuff like that. I talked to a lady who's part of some of these. There's these organizations all over the country that now they're grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine body disposal places for the family members, basically. I said that word. Is it weird? That's the one I told you that was people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say the word? Isaguirre. High concentrations of gas suggest the presence of clandestine crematoriums. Yeah, bodies were disposed of there, not at the volume of an Auschwitz level thing, but yeah, there were definitely people getting burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government catching you. But this is Guadalajara, so because it's new generation cartel territory, they're not worried about body disposal. There's no the forensic services in some of these places are like, here's some suspect casings from this murder. Oh, thank you. Just throw them in this giant held casings that they have in this evidence locker, right? They're overwhelmed. There's no can't solve crimes. You're dead 90% of all. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah. Exactly. You're not going to do well. 90% of all murders in Mexico are never solved. 90. maybe a bit over that. So it's you have this cartel now that is, you have El Mayo Zapata is gone. El Chapo's sons are cutting a deal. One of them apparently has made an alliance with the head of the New Generation cartel, led by El Mencho. His nickname is El Mencho. Nemesio Seguela Cervantes is his real name. Last time I was here, there was this was 5 years ago. I was here. There were questions about if he was even alive or not. People thought he was being kept alive as this folk figure because he's low key, very low key. He's not flashy. Everything's militarized. He's very good at his trade craft. But recently, he's very much alive. He's very much exposed himself a few times. It was almost a retribution. And the federal police apparently tipped off his security about the operation against him. The second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now. We recently learned from the media of Trump's authorization of utilizing military action in Latin America in general, all the way from Venezuela all the way up to Mexico. And you hear this rumblings like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an invasion? Are we going to see a column of U.S. Marines striking out of Tijuana? They probably get suspended out of Tijuana. Are we going to see people, Delta Force guys showing up in Tijuana and Culiacan going on a raid on their own without permission of the local authorities? What's this going to look like? I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. The U.S. has realized that politics are compromised at high level in Mexico completely. With the example of the recent almost arrest of Nemesio Seguela Cervantes El Mencho, you see that the federal forces are compromised as well. So who do you trust as an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country? This is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this designation. And then who do you trust down there? I posted, I'm friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all looking at flight tracker and intelligence stuff like that, and I'm a dork too. And one of them sent me this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circle, and they posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online, and the press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, Omar Garcia Harfuch, said we asked for this drone to fly over this area. Who did you ask? It's not a military drone, but we asked for it to fly over this area. Which I don't think he knows what the fuck's going on. I don't think he knows why there's a drone flying over a very specific part of Mexico. I don't know. It seemed like he didn't, or either he didn't want to reveal this drone, but there have been many times recently of drones just flying close to the border or over Mexico. They're clearly drawing a map, an intelligence map of targets in Mexico. So something is coming, I think. What is it going to look like, though, is the question that people are asking. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a former member of the Special Operations. And I asked him, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says, we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, you will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. And they're already integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them and some of them are working for us. So you will make the whole a cohesive force against you. Which is an interesting thing. And also the closing of the border, it's a perfect storm. Trump is divisive, and Mexico turned into this scenario Why is the casino on fire? It's because you have a corrupt governor in there, you're leading cartel ties and stuff like that. It's part of your party, but you haven't figured out how to get them out of office. Maybe it's that, or no, it's the U.S. because they've got the money. That's why I'm trying to have safety or something. That's why it's so high. So like being Mexico has pressed the U.S. is responsible for this, and they're kind of wiping their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at high-level government, which is something, again, 5 years ago I spoke about this on this podcast, and I got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government, because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was back then, and now it's even more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country?
If you have this is what that's why you have a lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards the border. The Sinaloa cartel operated in a very old-fashioned way. You know, they wouldn't shoot. It was their politics. Don't shoot where you eat. It was their politics for a long time. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of Los Arellano Felix cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in direct conflict with elements of El Chapo, Guzman's organization. And they had a assassin. They had an assassin basically infiltrate the living circle of one of El Chapo's main guys, El Obama, and he seduced his wife, killed her, and abducted his kids and threw them off a bridge and sent that video to El Obama. And I think the brutal shit had happened after that, before that, but I think that set off this. At some point, that whole that happened, you start getting the element of the Zetas coming in, who were former special operator guys who basically said, like, we can start our own cartel, which a lot of them were Fort Bragg trained individuals that went down. Some of them went through the Green Beret course. Foreign nationals go through that course a lot, so they went to the Green Beret course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, like, oh, congratulations on your cool Green Beret and all this training. Come train our guys, or come work for us. So at some point, all of this started militarizing the conflict in Mexico. It went from gang against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that happened up here during the gang era, or some of the Al Capone era.
Newspaper that lasted for decades called Bring a Torch, that you can see here on the masthead. He is listed as the editor, and he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was ultimately in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today. But Mordechai, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you can see it's really quite active. It's a beautiful synagogue inside. I especially appreciate visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after. It's absolutely fascinating.
Yo, what's going on, Pimp? How are you? Because I'm amazing. Because I'm the biggest pimp of all time. Do you mind if I talk to you about who I am? Well, first they... Dog, what the fuck, man?
when they actually have that ceremony and say I do, should be very close to the north end of that bracket. Because she's so popular, and because Swifties tend to be around that age, well, probably younger than 25, but women 25, 44 single, that's the Swiftie right there. Is she single-handed reversing course and making marriage her living? Talk about it all coming up next. Ben Rose and John Cobell on KFI AM 640. Now let's go latest with Deborah Mark in the KFI 24-hour Israel.
Here is the latest. The parents of a 7-month-old baby reported kidnapped in Haifa have been charged with murder. The city of LA's legal bill from a court case over homelessness has gone way up. We'll have more at the top of the hour. Sunland weather, KFI, sunny high 70s to the 90s. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, find the Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that is right for you at Toyota.com. We have a car fire on Root's Head in Glendora. That's in debris lanes. Griffin Park and 134 eastbound or Riverside Drive. Got an accident to the shoulder. Santa Monica 10 eastbound right after Cloverfield Boulevard. We've got a stall in the middle lanes. And good news in Santa Ana. 55 northbound at Dyer Road. They did get that crash cleared from the lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report inside Jenny Hartman.
App for pics, app for playlists, even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Birthday parties.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
She said yes. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. The superstar singer-songwriter made the announcement in a post on Instagram. The caption reads, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are married." The couple started dating in 2023. Lil Nas X is assuring fans that he will be okay following his arrest in LA last week. His legal name is Montero Lamar Hill, and he was hospitalized over suspicion of an overdose.
The stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberation for anyone who's affiliated or is an understanding of the Toronto experience. One of the really interesting debates that occurred while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, who himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study, he published in his newspaper many articles on Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant. Many of the practices that these crypto